Chapter 1061, Advancing to Overlord. 1. Upgrade the Law of Reincarnation. After the realm barrier disappeared, Chu Zhou immediately let his attribute board increase the Law of Reincarnation. As for why he chose to upgrade the Law of Reincarnation and not other laws, the reason was very simple. The Law of Reincarnation was the strongest. In an instant, the attribute board shook violently and turned into a blurry phantom. Countless information refreshed crazily. Countless profound and unfathomable samsara profound surged in Chu Zhou's mind. His understanding of the law of reincarnation increased at an astonishing speed. The law of reincarnation that existed in the unseen world was also triggered at this moment. Rumble. A heavy and loud bang suddenly sounded in the sky above Emperor Shi's plane. At this moment, all the living beings in Emperor Shi's plane, whether they were awake or asleep, heard that huge roar. It wasn't just their ears that heard it. Even their souls heard it. The earth-shattering and strange sound affected both the material world and the soul world. What? What's going on? What happened? Could an enemy have invaded us? The Emperor Shi dimension is the headquarters of our Mirror Universe company. Who dares to invade? In Emperor Shi's plane, many members of the Mirror Universe Corporation instinctively looked up at the sky. In the next moment, a huge and boundless gear appeared in their vision. The gear was too big, too big. It covered the entire sky of Emperor Shi's plane. In addition to the huge and boundless gear, there were also many small gears surrounding the huge gear. Big wheels with small wheels. All the gears were embedded together and it was like an incomparably precise instrument. All the gears were rotating slowly, as if they were moving everything in the universe. A vast and heavy pressure spread out. At this moment, everyone who looked up at gear was sure that they had seen the legendary reincarnation. What shocked and terrified them was that their souls were becoming extremely active. They were completely out of their crowd control, as if they wanted to break through their bodies and enter the gears. It was as if that mysterious gear was the place where their souls returned to. As for their physical bodies, they were only temporarily reliant. Oh no, my soul is out of control. I'm going to fly to the gears. Damn it, are those gears evolved from reincarnation? They're actually summoning my soul. If my soul enters the gears, I'll die, right? In Emperor Shi's plane, all living beings below the Universe Lord level felt that reincarnation was summoning their souls. Their souls were also on the verge of losing control. Instantly, all these living beings panicked. They faintly felt that if their souls were to enter the gears, the consequences would definitely be very serious. Everyone below the Universe Lord level, guard your minds and don't look at the gears in the sky. A loud voice spread throughout the entire Emperor Shi dimension. In the minds of countless people, a refined, mighty, and domineering figure appeared. It's the Spring and Autumn Master. Many people immediately recognized the Spring and Autumn Master. They knew that the Spring and Autumn Master was saving them. Immediately, they obeyed the instructions and guarded their minds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the mysterious gears in the sky. Soon, their restless souls calmed down. At this moment, King Beikang, Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others all appeared in the sky above Emperor Shi Holy City. They looked at the gears in the sky solemnly and joined forces to mobilize the power of laws, isolating the effect of the gears on the living beings on Emperor Shi's plane. Other than them, the many universe lords and universe nobility living in Emperor Shi Holy City all appeared at this moment. Many universe lords and universe nobility looked at the giant wheel that covered the entire Emperor Shi dimension in shock, as well as the countless small wheels below and at the edge of the giant wheel. Compared to creatures below the universe lord level, their perception of laws was more subtle. At this moment, they all felt an incomparably intense law of reincarnation fluctuation. Has the law of reincarnation descended on our Emperor Shi dimension? It actually evolved into such a terrifying reincarnation gear. If not for the overlords joining forces to isolate the influence of the reincarnation gear, I'm afraid that the souls of all living beings below the Universe Lord realm in the Emperor Shi dimension will be summoned by the reincarnation gear and enter reincarnation. A universe nobility said in shock. The law of reincarnation is indeed the most mysterious and terrifying law among all the laws. It's even more terrifying than the space-time law, the karma law, the fate law, and the other 3 taboo laws. There was also a universe nobility who clicked his tongue in amazement. Why would the law of reincarnation appear directly above our Emperor Shi's plane? Could it be that someone summoned the law of reincarnation to descend? Universe Nobility said with a puzzled expression. In our company, there's only one person who comprehends and masters the law of reincarnation. It's Pan-Dragon King Chu Zhou. The sudden appearance of the law of reincarnation in Emperor Shi's plane must be related to him. Another Universe Nobility said confidently. The surrounding Universe Nobility and Universe Lords agreed with him. Exactly. Only Chu Zhou had comprehended and grasped the law of reincarnation in the entire Mirror Universe Corporation, or even all of humanity. The sudden descent of the law of reincarnation into Emperor Shi's plane was not related to Chu Zhou, but to whom? Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, Shi Liujin, Torch Dragon King, Universe Lord Yun Meng, and Universe Lord Gold were also present. They were extremely shocked when they heard the discussions of the Universe Nobility and Universe Lords. They had all interacted with Chu Zhou and knew that his cultivation speed was very fast. However, Chu Zhou's improvement speed still exceeded their imagination. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhou's strength was comparable to an overlord. On this day, he summoned such a terrifying reincarnation gear. I'm guessing that old Chu must have broken through again. Shi Liujin stammered as he looked at Zhou Yu and Bing Selin. There's no need to guess. That must be the case. Bing Selin smiled and said, we've known him for so many years. Aren't we familiar with him? Every time he makes such a huge commotion, he must have made a huge breakthrough. Zhou Yu raised her head and stared at the giant wheel with a shocked expression. Chu Zhou, before today, your strength was already comparable to an overlord. Are you going to advance to an overlord right away after this breakthrough? Shi Liujin and Bing Selin were stunned. Exactly. Chu Zhou's strength was comparable to an overlord to begin with. There was a high chance that he would be promoted to an overlord this time round. When they thought of Chu Zhou, who had once traveled the universe ocean with them, and how he was about to become an overlord who stood at the top of the pyramid of countless living beings before he was 200 years old, they felt an unimaginable impact in their hearts. This made them feel like they were dreaming. It was unbelievable. They weren't the only ones. Even Torch Dragon King, Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, and the others felt like they were dreaming. In the sky, King Bei Kang, Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others looked up at the gears in the sky with excited expressions. The law of reincarnation has descended. Chu Zhou is about to become an overlord. Spring and Autumn Master took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. It seems that you're right, Bei Kang. Chu Zhou means what he says. Ha ha ha, looks like our company is going to have another overlord. The Caged Dragon Master laughed heartily. That's great. Chu Zhou's strength is comparable to a beginner-grade overlord to begin with. Now that he has advanced to an overlord using the most mysterious law of reincarnation, his strength will probably be comparable to an intermediate-grade overlord after he succeeds. The Heartlight Master stroked his beautiful hair and smiled. Camel Mountain Master and Wild Wave Master were also very happy. Chu Zhou becoming an overlord was undoubtedly a great thing for the Mirror Universe Corporation. I haven't completely succeeded yet. I'm still a little short. King Bei Kang said. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and saw Chu Zhou, who was breaking through in Warehouse 9. Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others also held their breaths as they watched Chu Zhou's figure. Boom! At this moment, the giant wheel of reincarnation that covered the entire Emperor Shi dimension suddenly shook and shot out an incomparably huge pillar of reincarnation light. The reincarnation pillar of light blasted through layers of spacetime and entered warehouse number 9, enveloping Chu Zhou. At this moment, countless insights into the law of reincarnation surfaced in Chu Zhou's mind. The reincarnation nomological sparks appeared above his head. After the nomological sparks appeared, they immediately began to devour the reincarnation divine power in the pillar of reincarnation, as well as the countless reincarnation runes and law of reincarnation threads in the pillar of light. The reincarnation nomological sparks trembled violently, and the internal structure seemed to be transforming rapidly. Threads of mysterious aura swept out like a storm. At a certain moment, the samsara nomological sparks suddenly erupted with divine light. A milky white sun suddenly appeared behind Chu Zhou. Within the resplendent sun, huge reincarnation gears slowly rotated, emitting traces of mysterious and unfathomable reincarnation. At this moment, an overlord-level reincarnation aura rushed out of Warehouse 9 like a storm and swept through the entire Emperor Shi dimension. In the depths of the souls of all living beings in the Emperor Shi plane, a majestic figure appeared at this moment. Behind the majestic figure, there was an incomparably huge milky white sun. In the sun, countless gears that were embedded together were slowly spinning. The moment they saw that majestic figure, all living beings seemed to see reincarnation in the dark. That majestic figure seemed to be the incarnation of reincarnation, causing them to involuntarily prostrate themselves. The nomological sparks have successfully transformed and the nomological yang has been successfully condensed. Chu Zhou has really successfully become an overlord. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He really did it in 3 days. An overlord who's not even 200 years old. Chu Zhou is destined to be glorious for generations to come. When the Spring and Autumn Master and the others saw that Chu Zhou's nomological sparks had successfully transformed and that he had successfully condensed the nomological yang, they immediately knew that Chu Zhou had successfully become an overlord. For a moment, they were all excited. Chapter 1062, Father and Son Conversation. I've finally become a universe overlord. In Warehouse 9, Chu Zhou was floating in midair. A huge nomological sun appeared behind him, and the surging divine light of reincarnation swept out from his body wave after wave like an earth-shattering wave. At this moment, he could sense that the power of reincarnation in his body had increased by more than 100 times compared to before he became an overlord. In addition, he had a feeling that the law of reincarnation was under his feet and that he was constantly in the law of reincarnation. I seem to be able to look straight at reincarnation. His heart skipped a beat. In an instant, the world of Warehouse 9 in front of him quickly faded. The entire world quickly turned into a world formed by countless grey shadows. And in this world, were endless reincarnation gears. In the grey shadow rays formed by matter, energy, living beings, and so on, there was a reincarnation gear of varying sizes. Even in the grey shadow of a grain of sand was an extremely tiny reincarnation gear. Reincarnation gears of all sizes covered the world, the void, the sun, moon, and stars, the universe, all matter and energy, and all living beings. They were everywhere. These countless reincarnation gears were intertwined and slowly rotated together like an incomparably huge precision machine. Countless reincarnation gears slowly rotated, driving all matter, energy, life, and so on. At every moment, countless matter, energy, life, and so on would be obliterated while operating, turning into streams of airflow or soul bodies that fused into the reincarnation gears. At every moment, countless matter, energy, life, and so on were born from the countless rotating reincarnation gears. This seemed to be a world dominated by reincarnation gears. Everything was born from the reincarnation gears and everything was destroyed by the reincarnation gears. Reincarnation was not mysterious and would be found everywhere. So this is the real reincarnation? All things in the universe have always been cycling in reincarnation. Chu Zhou stared at the endless reincarnation gears and sighed deeply. That's right, it has always been by our side. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the depths of the reincarnation. When Chu Zhou heard this familiar voice, his heart could not help but tremble. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he blurted out. Dad. Under his gaze, a majestic figure with thick black hair and deep eyes slowly appeared and stood on a huge reincarnation gear. The figure opposite him was Chu Donglei. Chu Donglei stared at Chu Zhou's figure and felt the overlord-level fluctuation in Chu Zhou's body. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you've become a lord of reincarnation. You are finally becoming something. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes. Dad, your requirements are too high. I've become an overlord before I'm 200 years old. Is that all I'm capable of? Chu Donglei could not help but laugh when he heard that. Yes, an overlord who's not even 200 years old is indeed a little extraordinary. You're the only one in history. He chuckled. This time, Chu Zhou felt much better. It was really not easy to get old Chu's approval and praise. Dad, when we met in the Demon God Mountain Range, you said that there are some things that I can only know after I become a universe overlord. Now that I've become a universe overlord, I should be qualified to know, right? Chu Zhou's figure moved and appeared in front of Chu Donglei. He smiled at his father. Well. Chu Donglei frowned slightly and fell into silence, as if he was considering something. Dad, don't go back on your word. My current strength is completely comparable to an intermediate great overlord. I'm not considered weak anymore. There are some things that you should tell me. Chu Zhou hurriedly said when he saw his father's reaction. All right. Chu Donglei finally nodded. He looked deeply at Chu Zhou and said, what do you want to know? Chu Zhou was overjoyed to see that his father was finally willing to reveal his secret to him. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly and glanced at the reincarnation gear under his feet from the corner of his eye. He immediately asked, Dad, are you the Lord of Reincarnation? It's indeed me. Chu Donglei nodded gently and said calmly, to be precise, it's my first life as the Lord of Reincarnation. Lai finally got a definite answer from Chu Donglei. Chu Zhou felt relieved and shocked. Back in the Demon God Mountain range, he was basically certain that his father was the Lord of Reincarnation. However, without his father's personal acknowledgement, he could not be 100% sure that his father was the Lord of Reincarnation. Now, the answer was revealed. Just as he had guessed, his father was the legendary Lord of Reincarnation. First, Chu Zhou looked at Chu Donglei curiously and asked, Dad, so how many lifetimes are you in now? The 10th life. Chu Donglei didn't hide anything. Chu Zhou was extremely shocked. Lai didn't expect his father to be in his 10th life. In other words, his father had reincarnated 9 times. This was too shocking. At this moment, Chu Zhou truly understood how heaven-defying the law of reincarnation was. Lai also understood why even the universe saint coveted the law of reincarnation so much. Dad, the great heaven demon god is also your reincarnation, right? Chu Zhou continued to ask. Chapter 1063, Father and Son Conversation. 2. Chu Donglei still did not deny it. The great heaven demon god was in my 3rd life. Other than the current you and the great heaven demon god, do you still have some reincarnations? Chu Zhou was extremely curious about this. Chu Donglei, my 2nd life was the Nether Lord. The soul armor was created during this life. My 4th life was the Lord of Myriad Transformation and the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual was created in this life. In my 5th life, I was known as the Lord of Green East. Well, in this life, I was born in the Mana clan and created the Green East Secret Manual. It's not suitable for us humans to cultivate. In my 6th life, I was known as the Extreme Yang Sage. In this life, I was born in a small tribe in the Freedom Alliance. I didn't do much other than stabbing the original Sin ancestor of the Freedom Alliance a few times. In my 7th life, I was the Lord of the Divine Wings. In this life, I was not lucky and was born in the Zerg race, so I caused some trouble for the Zerg race. In my 8th life, I was the Lord of Origin. In this life, I was born in the Origin race. I did quite well. I originally wanted to overthrow the 9-colored ancestral god and sit in the position of the 9-colored ancestral god. Unfortunately, that old fellow, Chu Zhou, was too vigilant and attacked me in advance. In my 9th life, I became the Lord of Chaos. In this life, I joined the Paramitha Alliance, a supreme force in the universe that only universe overlords can join. As Chu Zhou listened to his father, he checked the identities his father mentioned through the Mirror Universe network. Gradually, his scalp went numb. The reincarnations that his father had mentioned all had terrifying identities. None of them were simple. Many of their identities were top secret on the Mirror Universe network. Only experts above the universe nobility realm were qualified to investigate. The Netherlord relied on the soul armor, a supreme soul protection technique, to awe all the races in the universe. The soul armor was still considered the strongest soul technique in the universe. Countless experts in the universe had been secretly searching for the whereabouts of this unique technique. The Lord of Myriad Transformation was also extremely terrifying. He was listed as a taboo figure by the myriad races in the universe. The Myriad Transformation secret manual he created was known as the strongest offensive technique in the universe. The Lord of Green East and the Lord of Chaos were both unparalleled giants who had once stood at the peak of overlords and were even more famous than the Lord of the Universe Light. As for Extreme Yang Sage, the Lord of the Divine Wings, and the Lord of Origin, these 3 figures were all listed as taboo figures by the myriad races in the universe. They were all ruthless people who had attacked saints. In addition, these 3 figures were also regarded as the biggest traitors by the Freedom Alliance, the Zerg race, and the Origin race. The three major factions hated Extreme Yang Sage, the Lord of the Divine Wings, and the Lord of Origin to the core. Chu Zhou was completely numb. His father's reincarnations were too ruthless. Other than the first Lord of Reincarnation and Chu Donglei, the other 8 reincarnations were all peak overlords. Furthermore, the great heaven demon god, Extreme Yang Sage, the Lord of the Divine Wings, the Lord of Origin, and the other reincarnations were all ruthless people who had attacked saints. They were all taboo figures. At this moment, Chu Zhou finally understood why his father was unwilling to reveal these identities to him previously. Each of these reincarnated bodies had a huge connection with the various major factions in the universe. Among them, the Lord of the Divine Wings, Extreme Yang Sage, the Lord of the Divine Wings, the Lord of Origin, the Lord of Chaos, and the other 5 identities were also the Mana race, the Freedom Alliance, the Zerg race, the Origin race, the Paramitha Alliance, and other pinnacle races or peerless giants of the strongest factions in the universe. They grasped the core secrets of many of these races and factions. If these factions and clans knew the truth, without a doubt, these factions and races would hunt down his father and everyone close to him at all costs. Especially the saints who had been attacked by the great heaven demon god, Extreme Yang Sage, the Lord of the Divine Wings, the Lord of Origin, and the others. They would probably attack personally. Dad, those reincarnations of yours are too ruthless. If the Mana race, the Freedom Alliance, the Zerg race, the Origin race, the Paramitha Alliance, and other factions knew the truth and that you were still alive, they would probably go crazy and destroy you at all costs. Chu Zhou stared into his father's eyes and exclaimed. Why? Are you afraid now? Chu Donglei crossed his arms and looked at Chu Zhou with a faint smile. Afraid? Chu Zhou was slightly stunned before he smiled. There isn't a word afraid in my life dictionary. I'll be invincible as long as you give me enough time. At this moment, his eyes shone with divine light and emitted absolute confidence. With the attribute board, he believed that he would be able to become a universe saint, a sacred emperor, or even a chaos juggernaut in a few years. It could be said that his path ahead was smooth. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou's figure and could not help but be slightly stunned. You'll be invincible? Even he did not have such confidence. Moreover, he could tell that Chu Zhou was definitely not pretending. He was confident from the bottom of his heart. It was as if as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely grow into an invincible omnipotent expert. Chu Donglei did not know why Chu Zhou was so confident. However, he admired Chu Zhou's attitude. The path of cultivation was long. The higher one's realm was, the more difficulties and setbacks one would encounter. If one did not have enough confidence, they would definitely not be able to reach the peak. Ha ha ha, your mentality is very good. Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou in relief and laughed. I hope you can always maintain this confidence. Yes. Chu Zhou said calmly and continued to ask, Dad, you once said that what you're going to do next is extremely dangerous. What exactly are you planning? When he raised this question, Chu Zhou's expression became extremely serious. I knew you'd ask that question. Chu Donglei sighed and fell silent. He seemed to be thinking about how to answer Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou did not rush her. He waited silently at the side. A moment later, Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou with a serious expression. Little Zhou. You should know that the universe also has lifespan. When the lifespan of the universe is exhausted, the entire universe will collapse. I know that. Chu Zhou nodded. He had long realized this. Chu Donglei suddenly placed his hands behind his back. His gaze pierced through countless reincarnation gears and billions of space-times to look at a prosperous human planet. Some kind of thought was brewing in his heart. After a moment, he said. Little Zhou, you've been to the universe ocean and seen countless pieces of the universe. You should understand that when a universe collapses, all the races, civilizations, living beings, and so on in that universe will be destroyed. Yes, when Chu Zhou heard this, he thought of the countless universe fragments in universe ocean and the fate of the Thunder Ancestor. An inexplicable sadness surged in his heart. When the universe reaches its end, everything in the universe will also reach its end. Yes. Under normal circumstances, this is the fate of all things in the universe and all living beings in the universe. A strange light flashed in Chu Donglei's eyes as he spoke. Under normal circumstances? Could it be that there are still abnormal situations? Chu Zhou suddenly stared at his father. That's right. There are indeed abnormal situations, or rather, exceptions. Chu Donglei's body suddenly surged with an incomparably huge aura. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a terrifying existence that could cut through the ages. His eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through time and space. For countless years, universes are born and universes are destroyed, and the cycle will repeat continuously. Countless universes have turned to dust, and countless civilizations and races have become the burial objects of the universe. But, there are exceptions. There were extremely powerful living beings that transcended the universe and survived when the universe was destroyed. Some of the experts in the universe even survived, allowing their civilization and race to continue. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was invigorated and stared at his father with a burning gaze. He felt that what his father was going to reveal today was probably the most shocking secret in the entire universe. Chapter 1064, A Heaven-Defying Scheme. In the reincarnation world formed by countless reincarnation gears, Chu Zhou stared excitedly at his father, Chu Donglei, and listened attentively as Chu Donglei revealed the secrets of the universe. When the universe collapses, only transcendence, or chaos juggernauts, can survive. Some of the surviving chaos juggernauts will save some of their clansmen and let their race and civilization survive in the chaos sea. Chu Donglei's gaze was deep as he said in a faint tone. Chu Zhou was shocked when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of the chaos juggernaut. Dad, does the chaos juggernaut really exist? Chu Zhou asked anxiously. The chaos juggernaut naturally exists. Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou in surprise and said. Haven't you heard many legends about chaos juggernauts? If chaos juggernauts don't exist, why are there legends of chaos juggernauts everywhere in the universe? That's true. Chu Zhou smiled awkwardly and continued to ask, what kind of place is the chaos sea? Chu Donglei said, the so-called chaos sea is actually the birthplace of the universe. Our universe floats in the chaos sea. The chaos sea is very, very big and boundless. Even the chaos juggernaut probably doesn't know how big the chaos sea is. However, it can be confirmed that when the original universe reaches its end, a new original universe will be born in the chaos sea again during every cosmic epoch. Furthermore, only one primal universe exists in every cosmic epoch. I don't understand the reason either. The chaos sea is too big. Other than the original universe, there are a large number of other areas. Many chaos juggernauts live in the chaos sea. Some chaos juggernauts have even established their own factions in the chaos sea. Chu Zhou's heart surged and he was extremely shocked. The original universe was already huge enough. There were countless races, countless civilizations, countless countries, and countless factions. Even a universe overlord would find it difficult to travel the entire original universe. However, he did not expect that there was actually the chaos sea outside the original universe, which was even bigger. In the chaos sea, there was also the chaos juggernaut who had transcended the universe. Some chaos juggernauts had even established factions in the chaos sea. At this moment, his understanding was completely revamped. Chu Donglei continued after his simple introduction of the chaos sea and the chaos juggernaut. Haven't you always wanted to know what I'm planning? I can tell you now. I want our entire human race to survive when the universe comes to an end. Chu Zhou was stunned again. He did not expect his father's ambition to be so big. He actually wanted the entire human race to survive when the universe came to an end. But how was that possible? Even chaos juggernauts would only be able to save a portion of their clansmen when the universe came to an end. How could his father dare to dream of letting the entire human race continue when the universe came to an end? Furthermore, it seemed like his father was not even a saint yet. Why? You don't believe me? Chu Donglei glanced sideways at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou felt a little embarrassed from being stared at. He smiled awkwardly. Why wouldn't I believe you, Dad? I just find it incredible. If you don't believe me, then you don't believe me. There's no need to deny it. Chu Donglei glanced at Chu Zhou. With his hands behind his back, he looked deeply at the countless spinning reincarnation gears and said. It's indeed a little difficult for me to do it alone. However, I'm not the only one who did this. It's not impossible. Of course, it's not that easy to succeed. You need to make some sacrifices. Yes, to be precise, you need the Zerg race and other races to make some contributions. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague guess in his heart. All right. I've told you all you wanted to know. This meeting is about as good as it gets. Chu Donglei smiled and said seriously. I came to see you this time to give you a reminder. The news of you becoming an overlord with the law of reincarnation will probably be known by many saints of the foreign races and the Zerg race soon. As someone who has been through this before, I can tell you clearly that many saints of other races, as well as the Zerg race, value the law of reincarnation far more than you can imagine. Therefore, not only will your future situation not become safer because you've become an overlord, it will become even more dangerous. Many factions like the Zerg race and even the saints of the foreign races might attack you. It's that serious. Chu Zhou's pupils constricted slightly in shock. He had chosen to become an overlord as soon as possible because he felt that it was no longer safe. To think that it would become even more unsafe after becoming an overlord. This was beyond his expectations. Chu Donglei stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes and said. You still don't know what the law of reincarnation means. Isn't it one of the most powerful and mysterious laws in the universe? Chu Zhou asked. What you said is right, but not entirely right. Chu Donglei's expression suddenly became more serious than ever. Listen carefully. In our universe, there are many laws. Among them, the space-time law, the karma law, the fate law, and the other 3 laws are known as taboo laws. Their power far exceeds other laws. And above the 3 taboo laws, there are even stronger law of balance and law of reincarnation. The law of balance can be said to be the strongest law derived from a universe. All laws born in the universe have to operate under the balance of the law of balance. In that case, why is the law of reincarnation on par with the law of balance? Chu Zhou couldn't help but ask. That's the problem. Why is the law of reincarnation on par with the law of balance? Chu Donglei answered his own question. That's because the law of reincarnation is the most special kind of law. The law of reincarnation not only covers the entire original universe, but also the entire chaos sea. In other words, the law of reincarnation was not born in the universe. It was born in the chaos sea, or even from a higher dimension. Only then will the original universe born in the chaos sea be constantly born and destroyed under the effect of the law of reincarnation. It will repeat itself. It's precisely because of this that the difficulty of comprehending the law of reincarnation is so high. Chu Zhou's mind rumbled. Even though he had comprehended and mastered the law of reincarnation and even used it to become a universe overlord, he had never expected the origin of the law of reincarnation to be so shocking. It was actually not born in the original universe. The entire original universe had to operate under the effect of the law of reincarnation. Now, you probably know why the law of reincarnation is so attractive to saints, right? If the law of reincarnation can only allow living beings to reincarnate, it's actually too attractive to immortal saints. The most important reason why the law of reincarnation is so attractive to saints is that the essence of the law of reincarnation surpasses all the laws of the universe. Whoever comprehends the law of reincarnation can directly walk a path to heaven, transcend the universe, and advance to the chaos juggernaut, or even higher realms. His father's words echoed in Chu Zhou's heart like a thunderclap. Understood. Everything was clear now. In the past, when he learned that the Lord of Reincarnation had been besieged by many saints from other races, he had been very puzzled. Why was the Undying Universe Saint still coveting the law of reincarnation? Even though the law of reincarnation could allow people to constantly reincarnate, what was the point of it to an undying saint? The doubts in his heart were finally solved. Indeed, the reincarnation function of the law of reincarnation was not very meaningful to the saint. However, the essence of the law of reincarnation surpassed all the laws of the universe. This was unimaginably tempting to saints. Even a universe saint would become a burial object of the universe once it reached its end. However, if one grasped the law of reincarnation, they could directly walk the path of transcendence and become a chaos juggernaut, thus achieving true eternal indestructibility. No wonder so many saints of other races had attacked the Lord of Reincarnation. At this moment, Chu Zhou also realized his danger. As the second known person in the universe to advance to the overlord level with the law of reincarnation, he would probably become a popular figure among the saints of the other races and pinnacle forces like the Zerg race. He would be too delicious, everyone had to take a bite. At the thought of this, Chu Zhou's face darkened. Damn it! The reason why he advanced to Overlord was to get rid of danger, yet he seemed to be in more danger now. This is too awesome. Chu Donglei saw the change in Chu Zhou's expression and could not help but smile faintly. Ha ha ha, now you know how dangerous it is. However, you don't have to worry too much. With the martial ancestor around, those foreign race saints will have to think twice before touching you. Besides, can anyone touch my son, just because they want to? Little Zhou, cultivate in peace. Be careful and vigilant, but there's no need to be uneasy. Dad is here. As he spoke, he walked into the depths of the countless reincarnation gears. His majestic figure emitted an unparalleled domineering aura, as if he did not even take the universe saint seriously. Chu Zhou looked at his father, Chu Donglei, who was gradually disappearing into the distance. What his father had said just now kept echoing in his heart, making him feel a huge sense of security. Dad, how strong are you now? He could not help but shout at the stalwart figure that was getting fainter and fainter. You guess. The majestic figure replied and disappeared completely. I guess? Chu Zhou's face darkened. A moment later, he completely calmed down. He recalled everything his father had said to him just now and he became even more determined to become stronger. I'm still not strong enough. Who would dare to covet me if I am a universe saint? Who would dare to eye me? A ruthless glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. He wanted to become stronger, so strong that everyone respected him, feared him, worshipped him, and regarded him as a god. Only when he was strong enough could he protect himself and help his father. Chapter 1065, Continue to Improve, Intermediate Great Overlord. 1. Chu Zhou retracted the nomological sun outside. The world formed by the reincarnation gear in front of him slowly faded, and Warehouse 9 appeared in his vision again. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Grade Universe Overlord, Advanced Grade. Universe Nobility Beginner Grade Overlord. Attribute Points, 5 greater than 452 trillion. Law of Reincarnation, 64%, plus 4%. Unupgradable, J. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation was 61% to 70%. He was a beginner grade universe overlord. Right now, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation was 64% and was roughly at the mid-stage beginner grade overlord realm. I spent 1 billion attribute points to break through the realm barrier between universe nobility and overlord. I spent another 400 million attribute points before my comprehension of the law of reincarnation increased to 64%. In total, I spent a total of 1.4 billion attribute points. This is really not enough no matter how many attribute points I have. Looking at the information on his attribute board, Chu Zhou sighed deeply. However, his goal had finally been achieved. He had finally become a universe overlord. If saints did not appear, the universe overlord would be at the top of the pyramid of all races in the universe. Thinking of this, he could not help but be in a good mood. A smile appeared on his lips. Swish. 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 Almost instantly, King Bei Kang and the other 6 overlords appeared beside Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, you've really become an overlord. An overlord who's not even 200 years old. I reckon the myriad races in the universe will be shocked when the news spreads. The Spring and Autumn Master said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Countless people will probably be stunned after the news of an overlord who's not even 200 years old spreads. That's right. Which overlord wouldn't be shocked by such a cultivation speed? Tisk tisk, I feel like trash when I see such a young overlord like Chu Zhou. Caged Dragon Master, Heart Light Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, and the others spoke excitedly. King Bei Kang was as silent as ever, but when he looked at Chu Zhou, a trace of pride appeared in his eyes. The student surpassed the master. His disciple was even more outstanding than him. This made him feel gratified. Teacher, everyone, thank you for your help. If not for your help this time round, I wouldn't have been able to advance to overlord so smoothly. Chu Zhou's expression was solemn as he said gratefully to King Bei Kang and the others. When Spring and Autumn Master and the others saw Chu Zhou's attitude, they admired him even more. Everyone liked people who knew how to be grateful. Everyone. The Spring and Autumn Master's expression suddenly turned solemn. He glanced at King Bei Kang and the others and said, I have a suggestion. If Chu Zhou successfully becomes an overlord, according to the normal process, he should obtain higher authority and the rewards and benefits given by the company. Let's not talk about the increase in authority here. I think it's better to convert the rewards and benefits into corpses in 3 warehouses. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. If he devoured the corpses in 3 more warehouses, his attribute points would increase by about 900 trillion. In that case, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation could directly increase to more than 70% and reach the level of an intermediate great overlord. This was undoubtedly a great thing for him. When King Bei Kang and the others heard the Spring and Autumn Master's suggestion, they pondered for a moment and felt that they could agree. According to the rules of the Mirror Universe Corporation, every time a member of the company advanced to the overlord level, other than having the highest level of authority in the company, they would also receive extremely generous rewards and benefits from the company. Of course, no matter how generous the rewards and benefits were, their value could not be compared to the 3 warehouse worlds that collected corpses. In other words, the Spring and Autumn Master's suggestion was actually a little overboard. However, considering Chu Zhou's uniqueness and the fact that the corpses that had suffered backlashes were very useful to Chu Zhou's growth, everyone felt that it could help Chu Zhou. I agree. I agree. I agree. King Bei Kang and the others raised their hands in agreement. In that case, Chu Zhou, Warehouse 6, Warehouse 7, and Warehouse 8 are also yours. The Spring and Autumn Master said with a smile. Thank you for your support. Chu Zhou didn't say anything else. He crossed his arms and cupped his hands at the Spring and Autumn Master and the others, remembering this favor in his heart. Chu Zhou, do you have any other arrangements? The Spring and Autumn Master asked. Other than devouring the corpses of the 3 warehouse worlds, there are no special arrangements. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and said. In that case, I'll get the company to prepare a celebration for you and invite all the overlords of humanity to gather. The Spring and Autumn Master's expression was solemn as he said seriously, you're also an overlord now. It's time for you to integrate into the circle of human overlords. This way, it'll be convenient for you to do things in the future and for us to cooperate. Chu Zhou nodded and agreed to the Spring and Autumn Master's arrangements. After handing the celebration to the Spring and Autumn Master, Chu Zhou immediately took action and began to devour the countless corpses in Warehouse Worlds 6, 7, and 8. With the time acceleration skill, he devoured all the corpses of the 3 cruel worlds in less than a day after advancing. Just as he had estimated, after devouring all the corpses in the 3 warehouses, his attribute points increased by about 900 trillion. Without a word, he used it all to increase the law of reincarnation. Name, Chu Zhou, Intermediate Grade Universe Overlord, Beginner Grade, Intermediate Grade Overlord. Chapter 1066, Continue to Improve, Intermediate Grade Overlord. 2. Attribute Points, 0. Law of Reincarnation, 72%, plus 8%. Unupgradable. In Warehouse 8, Chu Zhou was floating in midair. A huge law of the sun floated behind him, emitting endless reincarnation divine light. The current power fluctuation on his body was more than 10 times stronger than when he had just advanced to the beginner grade overlord. Intermediate grade universe overlord. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board and smiled happily. In less than a day, he advanced from a beginner grade overlord to an intermediate grade overlord. Who would dare to believe such a speed of advancement? The higher the realm, the harder it was to improve. At the overlord level, the time needed to increase one's nomological comprehension by 1% was calculated in 10 billion years. In fact, for most overlords, it was already very fast for their comprehension of laws to increase by 1% in 10 billion years. Many overlords might not be able to increase their comprehension of laws by 0.1% even after tens of billions of years. Therefore, if news of Chu Zhou's improvement speed spread, all the overlords in the universe would probably collapse. This was simply unbelievable. Our company has 108 warehouses for collecting corpses. I've devoured the corpses in 4 warehouses. If I devour all the corpses in the remaining 104 warehouses, I will definitely be able to raise the law of reincarnation to 99%, which is the peak level of the overlord. Chu Zhou could not help but think as he felt the increase in strength in his body. However, he also knew that his thoughts were a little too much. 108 warehouses were the company's assets and belonged to everyone in the company. Being able to obtain 4 warehouses and 7 overlord-level corpses was already the Spring and Autumn Master and the others doing their best to help him. He would be a little too greedy if he wanted anything more. One had to know when to stop. Chu Zhou suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Then, his figure moved and appeared in the coiling dragon manor of Emperor Shi Holy City. As soon as he appeared in coiling dragon manor, his teacher, King Beikang, the Spring and Autumn Master, and the others appeared in front of him again. Chu Zhou, you've advanced to an intermediate grade Universe Overlord. The Spring and Autumn Master and the others sensed the intermediate grade Universe Overlord nomological fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body and were almost petrified. Even King Beikang could not calm down. It had only been less than a day since he advanced to a beginner grade Universe Overlord and he had actually advanced to an intermediate grade Universe Overlord again. What kind of advancement speed was this? The hearts of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others received an incomparable impact. Chu Zhou smiled embarrassedly and said, 3 warehouses are a little more helpful to me than I imagined. I accidentally advanced to an intermediate grade Universe Overlord. Spring and Autumn Master and the others. At this moment, they really wanted to hit someone. What an accident! This was a knife that pierced their hearts. Everyone was silent for a long time before the Spring and Autumn Master said faintly. It seems that devouring the corpse is much more beneficial to you than we imagined. If possible, I really want to hand over the remaining warehouse to you to deal with. What a pity! We can't ignore the rules. Caged Dragon Master and the others also felt that it was a pity. If they could hand the remaining warehouses to Chu Zhou to deal with, Chu Zhou might be able to advance to an advanced grade overlord today. The Mirror Image Company originally had 2 advanced grade overlords. One was the Lord of True Night, and the other was the Spring and Autumn Master. The 2 peerless giants, the True Night Master and the Spring and Autumn Master, were the stabilizing force of the Mirror Universe Company. Unfortunately, the True Night Master failed to break through to the Saint Realm and died. This also caused the strength of the Mirror Universe Corporation to be greatly reduced. Fortunately, before the True Night Master broke through to the Saint Realm, King Beikang had already advanced to the Overlord Realm and was an extremely powerful Overlord. That was why the Mirror Universe Corporation's losses were not too serious. However, no matter what, the fall of a peerless Overlord was still a huge impact that other Overlords could not make up for. If Chu Zhou could advance to an advanced grade Universe Overlord and become a giant, the impact of the True Night Master's death would be completely offset. In fact, the company's overall strength would be even stronger. Unfortunately, just as the Spring and Autumn Master had said, even if the Caged Dragon Master and the others knew that Chu Zhou could advance to an advanced grade Overlord if they handed the remaining warehouse to him, they still could not ignore the rules. Chu Zhou, I've already sent the invitations for the celebration to many Universe Overlords of humanity. In a month, your Overlord celebration will be held in the Sacred Academy. The Spring and Autumn Master and the others quickly left. The moment the Spring and Autumn Master and company left, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liujin rushed in excitedly. Chu Zhou, have you really become an Overlord? Zhou Yu rushed in front of Chu Zhou like a ball of red fire and stared at him with a burning gaze. She was extremely excited and her face flushed red. Bing Sulin and Shi Liujin also stared at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked at the hot gazes of his 3 good friends and smiled. He nodded gently. Yes, I'm the Overlord now. It's actually true. Zhou Yu and the other 2 were stunned when they heard that. Actually, they had all learned that Chu Zhou had already become an Universe Overlord. However, they wanted to have confirmation straight from the horse's mouth. To them, this was too unbelievable. Chu Zhou smiled faintly when he saw Zhou Yu and the others' reactions. He did not find it strange. His advancement speed was indeed unimaginable to others. As long as he had enough attribute points, he could keep leveling up without any bottlenecks. There was a long pause. Zhou Yu and the other 2 came back to their senses and looked at Chu Zhou as if he was a freak. Chu Zhou, even though I know that you're very heaven-defying, you're too heaven-defying. I advanced to the Universe Lord realm a little later than you. But now, I'm still a Universe Lord, and you're already an Overlord standing at the top of the universe. This is too much of a blow. Zhou Yu put her hands on her hips and sighed faintly, looking like she had been dealt a terrible blow. Bing Sulin covered her mouth and laughed when she saw Zhou Yu's reaction. Zhou Yu, it's been so many years, but you still dare to compare yourself to Chu Zhou. Haven't you been dealt a terrible blow? that's great. At that moment, Shi Liujin seemed to have fallen into some kind of imagination with an extremely wretched expression. He, my friend is an overlord I think, in the future, who would dare, not give me face. Chu Zhou entertained Zhou Yu and the other two in Coiling Dragon manner. At the same time, he sent a message to the people of Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation to tell them that he had become a universe overlord. In the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, Shi Meng, Lai Tan, Monica and the others were stunned when they received Chu Zhou's message. Then, they were all overjoyed. Soon, the news of Chu Zhou becoming a universe overlord spread throughout the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. The living beings of the entire Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation were in an uproar. Countless people were overjoyed. As the king of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, Chu Zhou's advancement to Universe Overlord was undoubtedly too beneficial to the entire Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. From today onwards, the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation would become one of the few top factions in the universe with an overlord besides the five giants. The status of the citizens of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation would also increase greatly among the humans. At the same time, Dragon, Chang'e Saha and Soul also received messages from Chu Zhou. Their reactions were similar to Dongfang Mingzhu and the others. They were first shocked speechless before feeling joy and excitement. They immediately replied to Chu Zhou and congratulated him on becoming a universe overlord. On the same day, the overlords of the Infinite Battle Arena, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce also received invitations from the Mirror Universe Corporation and learned that Chu Zhou had become a universe overlord. The overlords of the four giant factions were all dumbfounded after receiving the invitation. What the hell? Chu Zhou had become an universe overlord? A universe overlord less than 200 years old? Chapter 1067, Traitor 1. The Infinite Battle Arena. In a mysterious space, a huge blood-colored square floated. On it were 6 steel thrones that were larger than mountains. On every steel throne sat a majestic figure with divine light boiling. An overlord who's not even 200 years old is really unbelievable. One of the majestic figures sighed and said with a voice like thunder. Dazzling chains of order danced around him. The Mirror Universe Corporation picked it up this time. Another majestic figure said regretfully, unfortunately, Chu Zhou is not from our Infinite Battle Arena. The Mirror Universe Corporation is lucky. First, they have King Bei Kang, and now, they have Chu Zhou. Another majestic figure spoke. The Lord of Towering Sky said indifferently. His face was covered by a golden mask, and only his lightning-like sharp eyes could be seen. The other 5 figures nodded slightly. Indeed, as long as Chu Zhou was a human, this was a good thing. At this moment, a terrifying resistance pressure suddenly descended from the sky above the blood-colored square, and a phantom slowly appeared. This figure was tall and sturdy, towering, and domineering. His entire body seemed to be forged from some kind of immortal divine gold, giving off an endless feeling of power. Seeing this phantom, the expressions of the Lord of Towering Sky and the others turned solemn. Greetings, martial ancestor. The Lord of Towering Sky and the others stood up and bowed to the phantom. Sit down. The martial ancestor waved his hand indifferently and let the Lord of Towering Sky and the others sit down. Then, he calmly said. That little fellow Chu Zhou advanced to the Overlord realm before he was 200 years old. He's even more outstanding than Emperor Shi and I when we were young. He has the potential to become a saint. The Lord of Towering Sky and the others were shocked when they heard this. The potential to become a saint was basically the highest evaluation. Especially since these words came from the martial ancestor, they were extremely valuable. When you go to the Mirror Company to participate in the celebration, give that little fellow Chu Zhou a generous gift. The martial ancestor's tone was calm as he said indifferently, I heard that little fellow likes to devour corpses. Give him the 2 warehouse worlds that store corpses. When the Lord of Towering Sky and the others heard that the martial ancestor wanted to give the 2 warehouse worlds for collecting corpses to Chu Zhou, they could not help but feel a little pained. However, since the martial ancestor had spoken, they could only listen to his instructions. Yes sir. The Lord of Towering Sky and the others replied in unison. The martial ancestor nodded slightly and instantly disappeared. The overlords of the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the myriad tribe chamber of commerce reacted similarly to the Lord of Towering Sky and the others in the infinite battle arena after learning that Chu Zhou had become an overlord. They were all extremely shocked. There were no two who could keep counsel, putting one away in the world. Furthermore, the Mirror Universe Corporation did not hide the news of Chu Zhou becoming an overlord. Soon, the news of Chu Zhou's advancement to overlord quickly spread through the Mirror Universe network. Countless human experts were in an uproar. Among the myriad races in the universe, some races and factions with stronger intelligence networks were also shocked when they learned that Chu Zhou had advanced to the overlord realm. In a desolate corner of the starry sky, ripples suddenly appeared, and towering figures appeared. Every figure was filled with a terrifying aura that crushed the ancient space-time. There were more than 10 of them. One of the figures was a huge tree surrounded by the river of time, the Lord of the Universe Light. Everyone, I'm sure you all know that Chu Zhou has advanced to the Overlord realm. Furthermore, Chu Zhou has advanced to the Overlord realm with the law of reincarnation. A figure with 108 huge holy wings on his back glanced at the other dozen figures and said solemnly, I believe you all know what it means to be an overlord who has grasped the law of reincarnation. My master said that Chu Zhou has to die, but my master has to obtain his comprehension and memories of the law of reincarnation. Unfortunately, the master of my race has also taken a fancy to the comprehension and memories of the law of reincarnation on Chu Zhou, a mechanical creature larger than a planet said coldly. This mechanical creature was covered in scarlet armor, giving off an extremely violent and bloody feeling. This was the oldest giant of the machinery race, the Tyrant Scarlet. Hehe, our insect mother has also taken a fancy to part of Chu Zhou's memories of the law of reincarnation, ancient ancestor Mo Luo of the Zerg race said with a cold smile. Soon, the remaining majestic figures spoke. They all said that the person behind them had taken a fancy to the memories of the law of reincarnation on Chu Zhou. A huge dispute erupted between them. Enough! A green vine that looked like an ancient green dragon suddenly shouted, causing the many powerhouses who were arguing to quieten down. The Lord of Black and White glanced at the various giants coldly and said, Isn't it too early for you to argue about how to divide Chu Zhou's memories? Why don't we talk about this after we suppress or capture Chu Zhou? Chu Zhou is the #1 prodigy of humanity. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell that he has the potential to become a saint. Therefore, we will definitely protect Chu Zhou, the many overlords of humanity, and the martial ancestor. It won't be easy for us to deal with Chu Zhou. Besides, Chu Zhou is not easy to deal with. When he was still a universe nobility, he was comparable to a universe overlord. Now that he has become a universe overlord, his strength must have soared. No one knows how strong he is now. Chapter 1068, Traitor. 2. Lord of the Universe Light, didn't you fight Chu Zhou? You should know his strength. Tyrant Scarlet looked at the Lord of the Universe Light. The other giants also looked at the Lord of the Universe Light. When the Lord of the Universe Light heard Chu Zhou's name, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Chu Zhou's strength is indeed not bad. When he fought me, his strength was no longer below many experienced beginner grade overlords. Now that he's promoted to an overlord, I reckon that his strength has already climbed to the level of an intermediate grade overlord. The Lord of the Universe Light said expressionlessly. Fufu, comparable to an intermediate grade overlord? Impressive. However, if he's only comparable to an intermediate grade overlord, he's dead for sure. After hearing the Lord of the Universe Light's words, the leaders were both shocked and relieved by Chu Zhou's strength. To giants like them, if Chu Zhou's strength was only comparable to an intermediate grade overlord, he would definitely die against them. Everyone, the biggest problem we want to suppress and take down Chu Zhou is not Chu Zhou himself, but the martial ancestor and the many overlords of humanity. If we don't resolve this problem, we'll be dreaming if we want to take down Chu Zhou. The Lord of Black and White spoke again. At this moment, the Tyrant Scarlet of the machinery race sneered. Alright, I think there's no need for everyone to continue hiding. Since the saint behind us has asked us to meet here, I believe they have already thought of a way to deal with the martial ancestor. We just need to work together to deal with the overlord of humans and Chu Zhou. Many giants fell silent when they heard Tyrant Scarlet's words. Exactly. If not for the fact that the saint behind them had already thought of a way to deal with the martial ancestor, how could they have gathered here to discuss joining forces? The Tyrant Scarlet is right. Let's cut to the chase and come up with a cooperation plan. This time, not only do we want to suppress Chu Zhou, but we also want to destroy King Beikang. We also want to severely injure many overlords of humanity and even pull humanity down from one of the 6 pinnacle races. As the Lord of Black and White spoke, his gaze was as cold as ice and filled with killing intent. Many giants quickly communicated with their divine senses and formulated a plan. The universe was vast and boundless. A gorgeous figure stood on a desolate planet. Fufu, even Beikang's disciple has become an overlord. The Green King laughed self-deprecatingly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Looks like I'm really inferior to you, Beikang. In fact, I'm not even as good as your disciple. But I, the Green King, am not bad either. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body as he muttered to himself. Countless planets in the star region within a few light years were instantly shattered. Rumble. Unknowingly, a huge and boundless nomological law appeared. Like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, it descended and enveloped Green King's body. Green King's body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant that was billions of feet tall. A green sun with vast divine light appeared behind him. In an instant, a vast overlord-level pressure swept out from his body. At this moment, the former number 1 universe nobility of the Mirror Universe Corporation had become a universe overlord in this desolate star domain. Unfortunately, there were no inhabited planets in this star region, nor did any living being know that a great existence had been born here. The moment Green King became a universe overlord, a huge unholy eye suddenly appeared above him. Green King, you didn't disappoint me after all. You've successfully advanced to overlord. The unholy eye looked down at Green King and said coldly. The Green King looked up at the huge unholy eye in the sky with a cold expression and did not speak. The unholy eye did not care about Green King's attitude. He only said coldly, Green King, according to our agreement, I'll help you advance to universe nobility and overlord. You have to help me complete something. Now it's time for you to repay me. A spiritual consciousness suddenly shot out of the unholy eye and into Green King's mind. The Green King checked the information in his mind and frowned. The Green King, fulfill the agreement. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The unholy eye said coldly and disappeared in an instant. After the Green King read the information that appeared in his mind, he stood rooted to the ground and frowned. He had maintained this state for 10 days in a row, as if he had been petrified. At this moment, space suddenly shattered, and a haggard blonde youth flew out of the shattered space. When the golden-haired youth saw Green King's figure, he immediately became extremely excited. Even the haggardness on his face disappeared. Teacher, I've finally found you. Miller was too tired. He staggered to the Green King and reached out to grab his sleeve. He grabbed it tightly. Teacher, you suddenly disappeared. All the senior brothers and the higher-ups of our company are very worried about you. Hurry up and go back with me. Miller tugged at the Green King's sleeve and said excitedly. He had been like a headless fly, searching for traces of the Green King in the vast universe ever since the Green King disappeared. He kept looking and found countless star regions and planets. However, it was much more difficult to find a missing person in the vast universe than to find a needle in the sea. Chapter 1069, Traitor. 3. He had never given up. The Green King was not only his teacher, but also his idol. He swore that he would find his teacher and bring him back to the company. Finally, after searching countless places, he found some traces of his teacher at a place that his teacher had once been to. He followed those traces and found this place, finding his teacher, Green King. At this moment, seeing that his wish was about to be fulfilled, he was extremely excited. He felt that no matter how hard and tiring it had been all these years, it was worth it. Go back? Go back where? The Green King suddenly moved his arm and shook off Miller's hand. He turned his head slightly and looked at Miller coldly. Miller was stunned and looked at the Green King in a daze. He suddenly felt that this teacher he had always respected and admired had become extremely unfamiliar. Go back to where? We're all members of the Mirror Universe Corporation. Of course, we're going back to the company, Miller said with a stiff expression. Member of the Mirror Universe Corporation. The Green King's gaze became colder and colder, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. I was. But I'm not anymore. As he spoke, he suddenly patted Miller's haggard face and said, My dear disciple, Miller. Why are you still so naive? How can I, a dignified universe nobility, disappear for no reason? You only need to use your brain to think and you will know that there must be a reason. No. I don't care why. Teacher, come back with me. Miller suddenly had a guess that made him feel fear, but he definitely wouldn't accept this guess. He reached out again in panic, wanting to grab the Green King's clothes again and bring him back to the company. Slap. However, before Miller could grab the Green King's clothes, he was slapped heavily to the ground. Half of his face quickly swelled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, Miller did not seem to feel any pain. He flipped over and quickly rushed towards the Green King, reaching out to grab him. Slap. He was slapped to the ground again. The other side of his face was also swollen. However, he still didn't seem to feel any pain. He continued to roll over and get up. He continued to rush towards his teacher, Green King, desperately trying to grab him. However, when the slap sounded again, he was slapped to the ground again. And then, the fourth time. The fifth time. Sixth time. For 3 whole days, Miller had been slapped down countless times, but he had never given up. He had always wanted to reach out and grab his teacher, Green King. But in the end, he did not succeed. In the end, he was slapped to the ground. His face was covered in blood and he could not move. Teacher! Teacher! Follow me back! He muttered as his vision became blurry. A pair of gorgeous boots suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The Green King squatted down and looked coldly at the disciple who had been severely injured by his slaps. Miller, you're a smart person. I know that you've already guessed the answer in your heart. Why are you still so persistent? I am no longer a member of the Mirror Universe Corporation the moment I left the Mirror Universe Corporation. In fact, I no longer belong to humans. The current me is a member of the Paramitha Alliance. Do you know about the Paramitha Alliance? Not only is it one of the 9 strongest factions in the universe, but it's also an organization that only overlords can join. This is a special organization that pursues the ultimate realm. However, everyone who joins the Paramitha Alliance must cut ties with their original faction and race. Therefore, the current me is a human traitor. You want me, a human traitor, to return to the company. Isn't that a joke? A bloody hand grabbed the Green King's right foot. Teacher! Teacher, You're such a proud person. I don't believe that you'll betray humanity. Let's go back together. Miller raised his trembling head and spat out blood as he spoke. Stubborn fool! A fierce look flashed across the Green King's eyes. He suddenly grabbed Miller's head with one hand and pressed it into the soil with a bang. Then, his body shook and he shook off Miller's palm that was grabbing his right leg. Miller, remember, from now on, I'm no longer your teacher. I'm just a human traitor. The Green King turned around and walked into the distance step by step. Teacher! Teacher, follow me, back! Miller grabbed the air with one hand, and a sobbing sound came from the soil. The figure of the Green King with his back facing Miller paused for a moment. In the next moment, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1070, Celebration. In an ancient stone hall in the Origin Race's territory. Chu Zhou, I didn't expect you to become an overlord. Njigad sat on the throne with a ferocious and terrifying expression. After devouring his teacher, the Lord of Thousand Faces, not only did he reconstruct his body and recover his strength even soared and quickly rose to the peak of the universe nobility realm. He originally thought that after he became one of the top universe nobility, he would soon be able to take revenge on Chu Zhou. However, he did not expect to hear the news of Chu Zhou becoming an overlord. This made him extremely angry. Chu Zhou! I definitely won't let you off. Thinking of how he had been reduced to a small soul fragment by Chu Zhou on the Demon Mountain continent, he had almost died. He could not help but hate Chu Zhou to the core and wished he could cut Chu Zhou into pieces. Our origin race is different from other life forms. Our origin race is basically a life form born from a special energy. This also gives our origin race another way to become stronger. As long as we can devour our kind born from the same energy, our strength will undergo a huge transformation. I'm only a step away from becoming an overlord now. As long as I advance to another kind that is about to advance to the overlord level, I might be able to advance to the overlord level. With this thought in mind, Anjigad instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. He had to find a similar backlash as soon as possible and advance to Overlord before taking revenge on Chu Zhou. On this day, it was the day the Mirror Universe Corporation held the Overlord celebration for Chu Zhou. The usually quiet Emperor Shi Holy City became very lively. There were lanterns and colorful banners everywhere, and people were coming and going on the long street. There were also many spaceships landing outside Emperor Shi Holy City. The people who walked out of the spaceship were basically either universe lords, universe nobility, or even universe overlords. All of them had extraordinary identities. Every time someone walked out of the spaceship, a special envoy would welcome him in time and bring him into Emperor Shi Holy City. Is this the Emperor Shi Holy City? It's too spectacular. Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, Shi Meng, and the others looked up at this ancient city that seemed to cut through heaven and earth. They all felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. They were all world overlords. Logically speaking, they were not qualified to participate in this celebration. However, Chu Zhou had specially invited them. Hence, they also came. However, when they saw the majestic ancient city in front of them and the large number of universe lords and universe nobility around them, they felt inexplicably nervous. Big Sister Mingzu, Sister Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, and Shi Meng, I'll bring you to boss's residence. Bai Bei suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang Mingzu and the others and chuckled. When Dongfang Mingzu and the others, who were in an unfamiliar place deep inside, saw an acquaintance like Bai Bei appear, the nervousness in their hearts instantly subsided. Bai Bei, lead the way. Dongfang Mingzu smiled. Bai Bei quickly brought Dongfang Mingzu and the others to the Coiling Dragon Manor. However, Chu Zhou was not in the Coiling Dragon Manor at the moment, so Dongfang Mingzu and the others did not see him. A moment later, Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha also arrived. They were also brought to the Coiling Dragon Manor by Bai Bei. In the Sacred Academy, Chu Zhou also saw many overlords of the Infinite Battle Arena, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Chu Zhou, this is the Lord of Towering Sky of the Infinite Battle Arena. You should have seen him in the Holy Temple of the Human Race. This is the Rock Lord of the Universe Adventurer Alliance. This is First and Second Master of the Universe Galaxy Bank. This is the Master of Void Silence of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. You saw him when you participated in the Samsara trial. The Spring and Autumn Master pulled Chu Zhou to the many overlords and introduced them to him one after another. Chu Zhou smiled politely and greeted the many overlords. The Lord of Towering Sky, the Rock Lord, the First and Second Master, the Master of Void Silence, and the other overlords congratulated Chu Zhou for advancing to the Overlord realm. Overall, the atmosphere was very friendly. Oh yes! The Lord of Towering Sky suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Chu Zhou, the martial ancestor thinks very highly of you. He said that you have the potential to become a sage and asked us to bring you 2 gifts. With that, he handed 2 black boxes to Chu Zhou. The Lord of Towering Sky's words shocked the overlords of the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. The martial ancestor actually said that Chu Zhou had the potential to become a saint? This was too shocking. Ever since Emperor Shi disappeared, the martial ancestor had been the only universe saint of humanity. He was also humanity's greatest reliance. The martial ancestor's status among humans was extremely high. It could even be said that the martial ancestor could represent the will of the entire human race to a certain extent. Therefore, the martial ancestor's words were extremely valuable. The martial ancestor said that Chu Zhou had the potential to become a saint. Then Chu Zhou probably really had the potential to become a saint. Instantly, the gazes of the overlords of the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and the other 2 giants changed when they looked at Chu Zhou. Just now, they had only treated Chu Zhou as one of their kind. Now, they completely treated Chu Zhou as the seed of a saint. The Spring and Autumn Master and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation were also very happy to hear the Lord of Towering Sky's words. Even though they had long treated Chu Zhou as the seed of a saint, their gazes were far inferior to the martial ancestors. Even the martial ancestors said that Chu Zhou had the potential to become a sage. Then, Chu Zhou might really become a sage in the future. How could the Spring and Autumn Master and the others, who were eager for the Mirror Universe Corporation to give birth to another saint, not be excited? Chu Zhou was very calm. With the attribute board, he had long confirmed that he would definitely be able to advance to the Saint realm in the future. Therefore, even though he heard that the martial ancestor had a high evaluation of him, he felt that it was normal. He calmly took the 2 black boxes handed over by the Lord of Towering Sky. Chu Zhou, you can see what's in these 2 boxes. I guarantee that it will surprise you, the Lord of Towering Sky said with a smile. Then I'll take a look. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He immediately activated his divine sense and observed the 2 black boxes. Soon, he was stunned. After his spiritual will penetrated the 2 black spots, he actually saw 2 worlds filled with endless corpses. Wasn't this the storage world used to collect corpses? The infinite battle arena actually gave him 2 such warehouse worlds as a congratulatory gift? This was too surprising. Chu Zhou couldn't help but smile. He instantly put away the 2 boxes and cupped his hands at the Lord of Towering Sky. Thank you for your generous gifts. You've indeed surprised me. Haha, as long as you like it. The Lord of Towering Sky laughed. The Rock Lord, the first and second master, the Master of Void Silence, and the others were all very curious about what the Lord of Towering Sky had given Chu Zhou. Mo Tian, what exactly is the gift you gave Chu Zhou? The Rock Lord asked directly. The Lord of Towering Sky glanced at the overlords who were looking at him curiously. His heart stirred as he said. It's not a big gift. It's just 2 warehouse worlds that collect corpses. As soon as he said this, other than Chu Zhou and the overlords of the many infinite battle arenas, be it the overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation or the other 3 overlords, they were all shocked. Was this not considered a heavy gift? The value of a warehouse world that stored corpses was probably not inferior to an overlord-level supreme treasures. If such a gift was not a heavy gift, what was? However, when they thought of the martial ancestors' evaluation of Chu Zhou, the Rock Lord, the first and second master, the Master of Void Silence, and the others felt that it was indeed worth it to give such a heavy gift to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was someone who had a chance to become a universe saint in the future. Now that he had invested in Chu Zhou and obtained his favor, if Chu Zhou really advanced to the universe saint realm in the future, the current investor would have profited greatly. The value of the warehouse world where corpses were kept was indeed very high. However, how could it compare to the friendship of a saint? Moreover, Chu Zhou had yet to become a sage, so they still had a chance to invest. If Chu Zhou became a sage, they would not have the chance to invest even if they wanted to. After thinking this through, the Rock Lord immediately communicated and discussed with the other 3 overlords of the Universe Adventurer Alliance through his divine sense. The first and second master also discussed and communicated with the other 2 overlords of the Universe Galaxy Bank through their divine senses. The Master of Void Silence and the 2 overlords of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce were doing the same. A moment later, the Rock Lord walked in front of Chu Zhou and said loudly, Chu Zhou, our Universe Adventurer Alliance has also prepared 2 gifts for you. However, these 2 gifts are still on the way. They will only be delivered in a few days. Ahem, our Universe Galaxy Bank has also prepared 2 gifts. They're also on the way and will only be delivered in a few days. First and second master coughed dryly and smiled. It's the same for our Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, the Master of Void Silence said bluntly. King Bei Kang, the Spring and Autumn Master, the Caged Dragon Master, and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation looked at each other and were all pleasantly surprised for Chu Zhou. Without a doubt, after the Lord of Towering Sky, the 2 gifts given by the Rock Lord, the first and second master, the Master of Void Silence, and the others were definitely 2 warehouse worlds that stored corpses. In that case, Chu Zhou would obtain 8 warehouse worlds. After Chu Zhou advanced to a beginner grade overlord, he advanced from a beginner grade overlord to an intermediate grade overlord after devouring the corpses in 3 warehouse worlds. If he devoured the corpses in the 8 warehouse worlds, could he advance from an intermediate grade overlord to an advanced grade overlord directly? King Bei Kang and the others could not help but be filled with anticipation. Chu Zhou was also overjoyed. He had never expected to receive 8 storage worlds for this celebration. 8 storage worlds can roughly provide me with more than 2.4 billion attribute points. In that case, not only can I upgrade the law of reincarnation to the perfected intermediate grade overlord level, but I can also upgrade to the supreme overlord level. Chu Zhou's heart surged as he thought about this. Chapter 1071, Advanced Grade Overlord. Peerless Overlord. 1. The celebration lasted for 3 days. Through this celebration, Chu Zhou, the Lord of Towering Sky, the Monolith Master, the First and Second Master, the Master of Void Silence, and the other 4 overlords of the other 4 giant factions were familiar with each other. They could be considered to have truly integrated into the circle of human overlords. However, his biggest gain was the 8 storage worlds where he collected corpses. On the 3rd day, the 6 warehouse worlds gifted by the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce were delivered. As soon as the celebration ended, Chu Zhou could not be bothered to receive Dongfang Mingzu and the others. He directly entered his divine kingdom for seclusion and began to devour the countless corpses in the 8 warehouse worlds. Under the effect of time acceleration, Chu Zhou finished devouring all the corpses in the 8 warehouse worlds in a day and night. Attribute points, 2.5 quintillion, plus 2.5 quintillion. Law of Reincarnation, 72%, upgradable. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board. His eyes lit up. After the comprehension of the law of reincarnation reached the middle-level overlord level, 71-80%, every 1% increase would roughly consume 2.5 quintillion attribute points. In other words, raising the comprehension of the law of reincarnation from 72% to 80% only required 1.6 quintillion attribute points. He now had 2.5 quintillion attribute points. After deducting 1.6 quintillion, he still had a total of 900 trillion attribute points left. It was completely enough to raise the law of reincarnation to the level of an advanced great overlord. Upgrade the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou let his attribute board immediately increase his comprehension of the law of reincarnation without any hesitation. Boom! In the depths of his consciousness was a rumble. A strange power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged into his consciousness. It allowed his thoughts to move at an unimaginable speed. Countless profundities related to reincarnation surged like a well blowout. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation rose steadily like a sesame flower. At the same time, the law of reincarnation in the unseen world ignored the obstruction of space and time and descended above the divine kingdom, transforming into reincarnation gears that blotted out the sky. A mighty beam of reincarnation light descended from the sky and enveloped Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou's body was like a whale sucking water as it crazily devoured the reincarnation divine power, reincarnation runes, law of reincarnation, and so on. A milky white nomological sun naturally appeared behind him. A resplendent reincarnation nomological sparks appeared above his head. At this moment, the reincarnation nomological sparks trembled violently and suddenly shook violently. A circle of reincarnation light that illuminated billions of spacetime suddenly spread out from the reincarnation nomological sparks. In an instant, countless reincarnation gear phantoms appeared in every corner of the divine kingdom. Rumble! The divine kingdom shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the area expanded by 100 times. Name: Chu Zhou, Advanced Universe Overlord, Intermediate Great Overlord, Rightward Arrow, Advanced Great Overlord. Attribute points: 0. Law of Reincarnation, 83%, plus 11%. Unupgradable. Reincarnation Technique, Level 3, Reincarnation of All Things, Level 2, Reincarnation of All Beings, Rightward Arrow, Level 3, Reincarnation of All Things, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed drastically. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation had increased to 83%. His level had also advanced to the Supreme Overlord level. Apart from that, as the law of reincarnation advanced to the level of an advanced Great Overlord, his reincarnation naturally advanced to the 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. Is this the strength of an advanced Great Universe Overlord? I feel that my current strength is more than 100 times stronger than when I was an intermediate Great Overlord. Furthermore, not only can I enter the cycle of reincarnation at any time, but I can also control the cycle of reincarnation of everything in the universe within a certain range. Chu Zhou felt the seemingly endless power in his body and the mystical state where he was constantly compatible with the law of reincarnation. In addition, he realized that his control of the law of reincarnation had entered a new level. At this moment, he truly understood the power of an advanced Great Overlord and why he was called a peerless Overlord. Indeed, the power of an advanced Great Overlord was completely incomparable to that of an intermediate Great Overlord and a beginner Great Overlord. Even though they were in the same realm, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Have I finally become a peerless giant? Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In the past, even overlords were an unattainable realm for him. They could only look up to peerless giants like the Lord of the Universe Light and the Spring and Autumn Master. However, he did not expect him to catch up so quickly. He had also become a member of the peerless giants. Moreover, he was a giant with a sense of accomplishment from the law of reincarnation. His strength should be top-notch even among the giants. By the way, I've devoured a total of 8 overlord corpses one after another. One of them was the overlord corpse of the Zerg race that the Heart Light Master gave me. The other 7 were given to me by the company. The divine kingdoms contained in these 8 overlord corpses have also been refined by me into 8 overlord level world hearts. If I refine all 8 overlord level world hearts into an advanced great overlord level clone through the 1000 bodies holy scripture, then my strength will soar again. At the thought of this, Chu Zhou felt excited. Thinking about it, he was a peerless giant himself. Coupled with 8 peerless giant level avatars, who else in the entire universe would be his match other than the Universe Saint? Chapter 1072, Advance Great Overlord. Peerless Overlord. 2. Pity, he wanted to condense an overlord level clone through the 1000 bodies holy scripture. He also had to comprehend and master the contents and profound of the overlord level part of the 1000 bodies holy scripture. If he wanted to quickly increase his understanding of the 1000 bodies holy scripture through the attribute board, he estimated that he would need at least 1 billion trillion. And his current attribute point was 0. There's no hurry. The most difficult thing to condense an overlord level clone is to obtain an overlord level world heart. I've already prepared 8 overlord level world hearts. As long as I have enough attribute points and raise my understanding of the 1000 bodies holy scripture to an overlord level, I can immediately condense an overlord level clone. As Chu Zhou thought about this, his surging emotions gradually calmed down. Oh yes! Now that I've advanced to a giant, my level has already surpassed teachers. I wonder what teacher's expression will be when he sees me. A playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. In the next moment, he left the Divine Kingdom. With a flash, he left Coiling Dragon Manor. The Beikang Manor. Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in front of King Beikang. The moment King Beikang saw Chu Zhou, he immediately sensed the nomological fluctuations of an advanced great overlord. You've advanced to an advanced great overlord. His gaze could not help but freeze. Hehe, it went quite smoothly. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. Ha ha ha, good, very good, very good. King Beikang, who had always been silent, laughed at this moment. He laughed extremely happily. Not only did their Beikang lineage have a successor, but they had also surpassed their master. Thank you for your cultivation all these years, teacher. Chu Zhou bowed deeply to King Beikang and thanked him sincerely. All these years, without the support and protection of his teacher, King Beikang, even if he had the attribute board, it was impossible for him to grow so quickly. Moreover, the growing environment would become even more dangerous. We're master and disciple. There's no need to be so polite. King Beikang smiled faintly and straightened Chu Zhou's body. Swish. 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 The next moment, the Spring and Autumn Master, Heart Light Master, Caged Dragon Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, and the other 5 overlords appeared in Beikang Manor. In fact, after knowing that Chu Zhou was going to devour the corpses in the 8 warehouse worlds, they had been paying attention to him. When they sensed that Chu Zhou had left the Coiling Dragon Manor and appeared in the Beikang Manor, they guessed that Chu Zhou had already finished cultivating. Therefore, they rushed over immediately. They really wanted to know if Chu Zhou had succeeded in becoming an advanced great overlord. The moment the Spring and Autumn Master and company appeared, they couldn't care less about offending Chu Zhou. They couldn't help but circulate their divine senses to sense the nomological fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body. When they sensed the nomological fluctuations of the advanced great overlord on Chu Zhou, their eyes revealed extreme excitement. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you're really something. I didn't expect you to really advance to an advanced great overlord. This is great. The Spring and Autumn Master laughed loudly and said excitedly. After the death of the true Night Master, the high-end power of our company has weakened significantly. Now that Chu Zhou has advanced to the advanced great overlord, our company has 2 more unparalleled giants guarding it. Heart Light Master flipped her long hair and said happily. Humph. After the true Knight Master died, some factions saw that our company's high-end strength had weakened and were a little tempted. Recently, they've been provoking our company openly and secretly. Now, Chu Zhou has become a peerless powerhouse. If those people find out, they'll probably be very disappointed. The caged dragon master suddenly snorted and sneered. That's right. The death of the true Knight Master made some people have thoughts that they shouldn't have. They actually want to replace our company. The Camel Mountain Master also snorted coldly and said with killing intent. They're all a bunch of clowns who don't dare to see the light of day. When we were weak, they jumped out. Now that Chu Zhou has become a peerless giant, our company has 2 more peerless giants guarding it. Let's see if they can still jump around like this. The Wild Wave Master sneered, his tone filled with disdain. When Chu Zhou heard the words of the caged dragon master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the others, he could not help but frown slightly. Could the company have encountered a crisis recently? Why didn't he know about it? Teacher, what's going on? Is there a faction among us humans who dares to provoke our Mirror Universe Corporation? Chu Zhou looked at his teacher, King Bei Kang, with a puzzled expression. Their company was one of the 5 giants of humanity. They were strong and had deep foundations. Even among the 5 giants, their overall strength was second only to the Infinite Battle Arena, which had a saint guarding it. What other force among humans would dare to provoke their company? Let me do the talking. Before King Bei Kang could speak, the Spring and Autumn Master interrupted. He looked at Chu Zhou and asked, Chu Zhou, do you know how many overlords we humans have? 32, I think. Chu Zhou replied with uncertainty. On the surface, there are 32 of them. There are still some hidden in the human holy temple. However, only the great elder of the holy temple and the martial ancestor knows how many are hidden, the Spring and Autumn Master corrected. Chu Zhou was not shocked when he heard this. Compared to the 5 giants, the human holy temple was actually the supreme force of humanity. However, the human holy temple never interfered in the internal affairs of humans, nor did they participate in any internal disputes. Instead, they handed over the internal affairs of humans to the 5 giants and many human factions to manage. However, no matter what, the human holy temple was the supreme faction of the human race. It was almost impossible for there to be no overlord in the human holy temple. Chapter 1073, Advance Great Overlord. Peerless Overlord. 3. Chu Zhou had long suspected that there were many overlord-level experts hidden in the human holy temple. Let's not talk about how many overlords are hidden in the human holy temple for now. Let's just look at the 32 overlords on the surface. The Spring and Autumn Master said in a deep voice as he asked Chu Zhou again, Chu Zhou, you should know how many overlords came during the 3 days of your celebration, right? Chu Zhou nodded and said, a total of 20 people came to the celebration. Among them, there were 6 from the Infinite Battle Arena, 4 from the Universe Adventurer Alliance, 3 from the Universe Galaxy Bank, and 3 from the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. There were also the Thunder Clan's ancestor and the other 4 overlords who did not belong to the 5 giants. Not bad, 20 of them came. The Spring and Autumn Master nodded and said, excluding you, a new overlord, we humans have 32 overlords on the surface. After deducting 6 from our company, there are already 20 overlords who have come. There are still 6 who haven't come. However, our company has sent invitations to all the human overlords. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that these 6 overlords are a threat to our company? The Spring and Autumn Master nodded with a dark expression. That's right. These 6 people joined forces to establish the Sanctuary Alliance. All these years, they have been secretly working to rope in ambitious cosmic nations and factions. They want to replace us and become one of the 5 giants. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard the words Sanctuary Alliance. He suddenly recalled the Saint token he had once obtained. The Saint token was obtained by killing Universe Lord Ming Luo's clone in the Forbidden Area of the 9 Mountains royal family. He had even asked his teacher about the origins of King Bei Kang's Saint token. However, his teacher had said that he wasn't a Universe Lord yet and wasn't qualified to know the inside story of the Saint token. Later on, he was busy with other matters and forgot about the Saint token. Teacher. That Saint token. Chu Zhou looked at his teacher, King Bei Kang. King Bei Kang knew what Chu Zhou wanted to ask. He nodded slightly and said, that's right. The Saint token you obtained back then came from the Sanctuary Alliance. Only human experts who joined the Sanctuary Alliance can have the Saint token. The Sanctuary Alliance is huge, but you weren't even a Universe Lord back then. Therefore, I didn't let you understand the Sanctuary Alliance in depth. Chu Zhou understood. However, he had another question in his heart. Among the 5 giants of humanity, the Infinite Battle Arena had the martial ancestor overseeing it, so its strength was undoubtedly the strongest. However, their Mirror Universe Corporation was not weak either. Even after the death of the true Night Master, they still had a total of 6 Universe Overlords. The number of Overlords was more than the other 3 giant organizations. In other words, the overall strength of their Mirror Universe company was second only to the Infinite Battle Arena. Why did Sanctuary Alliance target their company and not the other 3 giant forces? Chu Zhou voiced his doubts. The Spring and Autumn Master was silent for a moment before saying solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, not only does the Sanctuary Alliance want to become one of the 5 giants, but they also have their eyes on the Mirror Universe network controlled by our company. You should know how important the Mirror Universe network is. It can be said that as long as you master the Mirror Universe network, it's basically equivalent to mastering more than 99% of the intelligence and information of us humans. What's more, the Mirror Universe network not only involves intelligence and information, but also all aspects of us humans." Chu Zhou was shocked. Indeed, the Mirror Universe network was too important to humans. No matter which faction controlled the Mirror Universe network, they could quickly grasp all aspects of humanity. "Martial Ancestor, do you know about the existence of the Sanctuary Alliance and its ambitions?" Chu Zhou asked. "Of course I know. It's impossible to hide it from the Saint," said the Spring and Autumn Master. "Then, Martial Ancestor, why didn't you stop the Sanctuary Alliance?" Chu Zhou frowned and immediately realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei King, Caged Dragon Master, and company all smiled bitterly. "Chu Zhou, the position of the Martial Ancestor is basically the same as the position of the human Holy Temple. The Martial Ancestor will not interfere in the internal conflicts of the human race. Of course, as a member of the Infinite Battle Arena, if the Infinite Battle Arena is threatened, the Martial Ancestor will definitely attack." The Heartlight Master explained to Chu Zhou. This, Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Could it be that the Martial Ancestor doesn't know that if our Mirror Universe Corporation goes to war with the Sanctuary Alliance, the losses will cause the overall strength of our human race to weaken? Of course the Martial Ancestor knows. However, he will still choose to be like the human Holy Temple and ignore it, the Heartlight Master said solemnly. Why? Chu Zhou found it hard to understand. Perhaps the Martial Ancestor and the human Holy Temple all think that the internal power structure of our human race should not be like stagnant water, eternally unchanging, class solidified, and then slowly decay. Instead, it should be like flowing water, constantly flowing and changing, and changing. Only then can we maintain our vitality. The Spring and Autumn Master sighed with emotion. In fact, the rule of the Saint and the human Holy Temple not interfering in the competition and replacement of the internal forces of the human race was set by Emperor Shi and the Martial Ancestor together. Therefore, no wonder the Martial Ancestor didn't interfere. Lord Emperor Shi and the Martial Ancestor are standing on the heights of all mankind and looking at the problems of us humans. Their thoughts should be right. However, this is the logic. However, when it's our turn, we can't treat it calmly either. Chu Zhou fell silent. Indeed. At different heights, the attitudes towards problems were different. Different positions would have different reactions to problems. Everyone was like this. A moment later, a sharp look flashed across his eyes. The help of the Mirror Universe Corporation was the reason why he could achieve his current achievements so smoothly. When he was in danger several times, it was the company that mobilized experts to resolve it for him. Moreover, his teacher and friends were in the company. No matter what, he would never watch helplessly as the Mirror Universe Corporation was replaced by other forces. The Sanctuary Alliance? Hehe, you actually want to replace our Mirror Universe Corporation? Let me see how capable you are. Chu Zhou smiled coldly. A murderous aura gathered in his eyes. Chapter 1074, I'm invincible against anyone who is not yet a saint. 1. The Mirror Universe Company. In an ancient starry sky, King Bei King, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, and the others stood on a huge meteorite and looked at the two figures confronting each other in the distance. Chu Zhou, let me see your strength. The Spring and Autumn Master was surrounded by phantom worlds. In some worlds, countless flowers were rapidly growing and blooming. In others, countless flowers were constantly withering and withering. Between flowers blooming and falling, spring and autumn rotated. Chu Zhou stood on a meteorite. When he heard the Spring and Autumn Master's words, he smiled. Okay. With that said, he decisively took the initiative to attack and pointed at the Spring and Autumn Master at lightning speed. Boom! A huge and boundless reincarnation gear phantom appeared in the void where the Spring and Autumn Master was. In an instant, a substantial resistance of samsara attacked the minds of King Beikang and the others. King Beikang and the others were in a daze. They felt that under the push of the resistance of samsara, everything in the universe was quickly in the cycle of reincarnation. They were walking towards decline and destruction before finally turning into nothingness in the cycle of reincarnation. The Spring and Autumn Master felt it even more deeply as the target of the attack. Moreover, it was not just a feeling. He personally sensed that the countless meteors and planets around him were rapidly deteriorating and aging. It was as if an endless amount of time had passed in the blink of an eye. The substances that formed the meteorite and the planet were declining at an astonishing speed. Not long after, many meteors and planets turned into dust and then into nothingness. What shocked him even more was that he felt that even the surrounding universe laws and rules were rapidly deteriorating and aging under the effect of the terrifying resistance. Even the laws of the universe couldn't resist the corrosion of that terrifying reincarnation power. This discovery shocked the Spring and Autumn Master. Subsequently, he discovered that he himself had been severely affected. His body, soul, and even his nomological sparks actually began to show signs of decay. Each of their attacks seemed to shake the endless space-time. Spring and Autumn Master had a solemn expression as he shouted. The divine power around him boiled as countless chains of order rapidly shuttled through his body, expelling the power of reincarnation that was spreading in his body. At the same time, his hands drew two profound trajectories as he shot a vast black-green light at Chu Zhou. The light was like the sea. Countless flowers bloomed in the sea of light, and countless flowers withered in the sea of light. The power of spring that was filled with vitality and the power of autumn that was filled with the aura of death fused and rotated, forming a terrifying power. The billions of kilometers of starry sky collapsed. The void where Chu Zhou was instantly turned into chaos. When the terrifying power descended, Chu Zhou only smiled faintly and did not resist. He allowed the peerlessly domineering terrifying power to affect him. Bang! His body was crushed into a bloody mist. Chu Zhou! What are you doing? He won't be defeated so easily, right? King Beikang and the others frowned as they looked at Chu Zhou, who had been crushed into a bloody mist. They didn't understand why Chu Zhou didn't block or dodge just now. Instead, he allowed the Spring and Autumn Master's attack to land on him. Under normal circumstances, as a peerless giant, even if Chu Zhou was no match for an old giant like the Spring and Autumn Master, he shouldn't have lost so quickly. The Spring and Autumn Master also frowned as he looked at the blood mist that Chu Zhou had transformed into. He did not think that he could defeat Chu Zhou so easily. Soon, under the gazes of the Spring and Autumn Master, King Beikang, and the others, the blood mist underwent a shocking change. A faint gear suddenly appeared in the blood mist. Then, a baby crawled out of the blood mist. However, the baby grew at a terrifying speed. In less than 3 breaths, it grew into an adult and turned into Chu Zhou's original appearance. When the Spring and Autumn Master and company saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. If Chu Zhou had only reconstructed his body, it would have been nothing. However, they could clearly sense that the scene just now was not a reconstruction of their bodies at all, but a complete beginning of a new life. In other words, Chu Zhou had already died and been reborn. However, this process of death, rebirth, and growth was infinitely compressed by Chu Zhou. This impact on the Spring and Autumn Master and company was too great. Is this reincarnation? The Spring and Autumn Master said in a daze. That's right, this is reincarnation. Chu Zhou smiled and replied in an affirmative tone, the current me can control the cycle of all things in the universe within a certain range, including myself. Spring and Autumn Master and company were extremely shocked when they heard this. In that case, doesn't that mean that no one can kill you now? Spring and Autumn Master stared at Chu Zhou with a moved expression. After all, you have control over reincarnation. You have control over your life and death. Indeed, no one below the saint can kill me. Chu Zhou smiled and said calmly. As for the saints, if they can interrupt my reincarnation process, they might have a chance to kill me. Even saints might not be able to kill him. Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei King, Caged Dragon Master, Heart Light Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, and the others were all moved. After Chu Zhou advanced to an advanced Great Overlord, they knew that a giant who had grasped the law of reincarnation was probably extremely heaven-defying. Chapter 1075, I'm invincible against anyone who is not yet a saint. 2. How was this heaven-defying? Simply invincible. King Bei King and the others looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Then, they were all pleasantly surprised. Even though Chu Zhou's current combat strength was inferior to a saint's, an unkillable giant was enough to intimidate all overlords. This was equivalent to a saint who was not a saint. With Chu Zhou in charge of the Mirror Universe Corporation, the situation was completely stable. No matter how many experts the Sanctuary Alliance had, they could only be defeated when facing an undefeatable opponent like Chu Zhou. Thinking of this, King Bei King and the others felt relieved. It was as if a heavy rock had been removed from their hearts. No more, no more. I've lost. The Spring and Autumn Master said with a bitter smile. He waved his hand and took the initiative to end the spar. Facing an undefeatable opponent like Chu Zhou, he knew that if he continued to fight, even if he was temporarily stronger than Chu Zhou, he would definitely be the one to lose in the end. Chu Zhou could continuously reincarnate and maintain his peak state. However, he couldn't. The energy he expended needed time to recover. If he was injured, he would need time to recover. Therefore, he would definitely lose in the end. When Chu Zhou heard the Spring and Autumn Master admit defeat, he smiled and appeared beside King Bei King and the others with a flash. Tisk tisk, I finally understand why so many saints from other races coveted the law of reincarnation on the Lord of Reincarnation back then. In the end, they even joined forces to attack the Lord of Reincarnation and wanted to take it down. Indeed, the law of reincarnation is too heaven-defying. The Wild Wave Master's gaze continuously swept across Chu Zhou as he clicked his tongue in admiration. Bei King, I suddenly realized that your greatest contribution to our company is not how heaven-defying you are, but that you have taken in a good disciple. The Caged Dragon Master looked at King Bei King mockingly. King Bei King smiled slightly with a calm expression. I'm indeed quite lucky to have taken in a good disciple. At this moment, the Spring and Autumn Master flew over and looked at Chu Zhou in surprise. Chu Zhou, your law of reincarnation is too heaven-defying. With you around, our Mirror Universe Corporation will have nothing to worry about. Chu Zhou smiled and did not say anything. He was calm and confident. With his current strength, unless a saint attacked, he was indeed enough to protect the company. After the spar, Chu Zhou returned to the Coiling Dragon Manor in Emperor Shi Holy City. Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and the others were still in the Coiling Dragon Prefecture. After knowing that Chu Zhou had advanced to an advanced Great Overlord and become a peerless overlord, they were almost petrified. They did not dare to imagine that Chu Zhou would break through again and become an advanced Great Overlord just a few days after the celebration. Even though they did not know much about overlords, they knew that an advanced Great Overlord who could be called a peerless overlord was far from what a beginner Great Overlord and an intermediate Great Overlord could compare to. A peerless giant was a super expert second only to the Universe Saint in the universe. Chu Zhou had become a peerless powerhouse so quickly. It was really shocking. After the initial shock, Dongfang Mingzu felt incomparably excited. Chu Zhou becoming a peerless giant meant that the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation's status among humans had increased again. Oh! There's an incident that's very important to me that's about to happen. Chu Zhou was talking to Dongfang Mingzu and the others when he suddenly felt a sudden impulse. His expression immediately turned solemn. As one of the three taboo laws, the power and profundity of the karma law was not inferior to the space-time law. Chu Zhou had grasped the law of karma. When anything related to him was about to happen, he would sense it. Of course, there were strong and weak ones. He might even ignore some weaker senses. This time, the reaction was extremely strong. Even the 6 nomological sparks in his consciousness space vibrated violently. This immediately made him realize that something very important was about to happen. Furthermore, This matter was greatly related to the 6 nomological laws he grasped: chaos, yin-yang, space-time, karma, and samsara. I actually have a great connection with the 6 laws I grasped. Could it be that what is about to happen is related to the laws of fate? His mind trembled as he activated the law of karma with all his might to deduce. He immediately deduced that a ruin that had a huge impact on him was about to appear. Furthermore, this ruin was within his Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. The ruin that's about to appear in Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Could it be that the ruin that's about to appear is the ancient stone hall that teacher mentioned? He was shocked and could not help but think of the most mysterious stone palace in Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Back then, he had chosen to establish the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation in the chaotic star domain. It was because his teacher, King Bei Kang, had told him that there was an extremely mysterious stone hall in the chaotic star domain. That stone hall had appeared 3 times in the chaotic star domain. Every time, a supreme treasure flew out. However, every time the stone hall appeared, it would disappear in less than 10 seconds. The martial ancestor, many saints, human overlords, and overlords of the other races had all searched for the stone hall, but none of them had succeeded. The martial ancestor, many saints, human overlords, and overlords of the other races had all searched for the stone hall, but none of them had succeeded. His teacher wanted him to establish a cosmic nation in the chaotic star domain so that he could try his luck and see if he could enter the stone hall. If the remnant that's about to appear is really the stone hall, then, I'm indeed fated with the stone hall. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and decided to return to Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation immediately. He acted as soon as he thought of it. He activated his divine sense and bade farewell to his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the others. He immediately tore apart the great cosmos and left with Dongfang Mingzu and the others. After becoming a peerless giant, his traveling speed in the dark universe was even faster than an overlord-level spaceship. Furthermore, he had grasped the space-time law. His cosmic travel speed was hundreds of times faster than ordinary overlord-level spaceships. In less than 10 days, he returned to Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Oh! What a coincidence! As soon as he returned to Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, Chu Zhou sensed with his divine sense that there were ripples in space not far away from Coiling Dragon Star. A faintly discernible stone hall was about to appear. That stunned him. This was too much of a coincidence. He had always believed that there were not so many coincidences in the world. Most of the coincidences might be carefully planned. Regardless of whether it's a coincidence or not, since it has appeared, we can't miss it. Chu Zhou was now absolutely confident in his own strength. Even a saint would find it difficult to kill him. Therefore, when he sensed that the stone hall was about to appear, he did not hesitate and disappeared into thin air. Dongfang Mingzu and the others were stunned to see Chu Zhou suddenly disappear. Chu Zhou had returned in a hurry this time. He did not even take a spaceship. Instead, he crossed the universe with his physical body and rushed back to Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation at full speed. And now it had suddenly disappeared. It was obvious that Chu Zhou had something important to do and was in a hurry to return to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation to settle it. What exactly was it that made Chu Zhou so anxious? Dongfang Mingzu and the others couldn't stop guessing. In the dark starry sky, a mysterious and ancient stone hall was faintly discernible. Circles of spatial ripples spread out. Swoosh! Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in front of the stone hall. Is this the mysterious stone hall that teacher mentioned? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Chu Zhou carefully sized up the stone hall in front of him. At first glance, the stone hall in front of him was very simple and crude, as if it was made of the most ordinary stones. It was neither gorgeous nor majestic, and there was no energy fluctuation at all. However, it was obvious that the stone hall in front of him was definitely not simple. Otherwise, even the saint would not have paid attention to it. It looked easy, but he had yet to discover anything special about it. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. With a thought, Chu Zhou rushed towards the stone hall hidden in the center of the spatial ripples. What surprised him was that he did not encounter any restrictions or obstacles. He easily rushed into the stone hall. The person I was waiting for, you're finally here. After entering the stone hall, Chu Zhou immediately heard a sound. His expression could not help but change slightly. Everyone should be able to tell that they had been gathering all kinds of foreshadowing recently. This book was already in its final episode. It was estimated that it would be completed this month. Chapter 1076, All 7 Laws. 1. The person I've been waiting for, you're finally here. Chu Zhou had just entered the stone hall. Before he could observe the situation in the stone hall, he heard a voice in his ear. Who's there? Chu Zhou had just entered the stone hall. Before he could observe the situation in the stone hall, he heard a voice in his ear. However, before he could use his divine sense to investigate, countless milky white threads quickly appeared in the stone hall. The countless threads intertwined, forming a profound and unfathomable array. At the center of the formation, a translucent figure appeared. When Chu Zhou saw the figure in front of him, he immediately realized that this extremely weak afterimage could be destroyed at any time. I am the Master of Fate. I have been waiting for you for a long, long time. The translucent figure smiled at Chu Zhou. I've never met you. Chu Zhou frowned slightly. He was sure that he had never seen this person who claimed to be the Master of Fate. Not to mention knowing him. However, the other party said that he had been waiting for him for a long, long time. This sounded a little ridiculous. It's true that we haven't met. We don't know each other, but that doesn't stop me from waiting for you here. The person who claimed to be the Master of Fate seemed to know what Chu Zhou was thinking and said with a smile. Chu Zhou was stunned. Reason, he asked. Let me tell you my story first. The Master of Fate didn't answer Chu Zhou directly. He sighed and said. The law of fate is listed as one of the 3 great taboo laws. It is indeed very powerful and can allow me to predict my future fate in advance. Being able to predict the future has given me immense help during my long cultivation life. It has allowed me to avoid countless dangers and obtain countless opportunities. With this, I successfully advanced to a peerless powerhouse. Moreover, I took half a step above the peerless powerhouse and touched the threshold of the saint. Chu Zhou's gaze froze. This Master of Fate had actually taken half a step above the peerless powerhouses and touched the threshold of the saint realm. He could be called a half-saint, completely incomparable to the peerless giants. How powerful was a half-saint who had mastered the law of fate? It was hard to imagine. However, being able to predict the future is indeed beneficial, but sometimes, it's not good to know too much. The Master of Fate suddenly took a turn. A hint of melancholy appeared on his face. Especially when you know in advance that you're going to die in the future and that it's difficult to change. This is simply despairing. Chu Zhou was silent. Indeed, if a person knew in advance that they were going to die, and that no matter what they did, it would be difficult to change the outcome, it would indeed be very despairing. What has this got to do with me? Chu Zhou couldn't help but interrupt. The Master of Fate glanced at Chu Zhou and said. After knowing in advance that I was about to die and that it would be difficult to change the outcome, I fell into great despair. At the same time, I was very curious as to whether my death would have any impact on the world. Even if it was just a little bit, it would be good. Therefore, I spared no expense to activate the law of destiny with all my might and once again made a prediction about my own fate. In that prediction, I saw you. I saw the relics left behind after my death. It might have affected you, and I also saw a corner of your future. You saw me? And a glimpse of my future. Chu Zhou was stunned. Then, he was very curious about what the Master of Fate had seen. What was the reason that made the Master of Fate make a decision and wait for him here for countless years? He hurriedly asked the Master of Fate. The Master of Fate smiled faintly and shook her head. I didn't see it clearly either. It's just that I vaguely saw that you will be an extremely great existence in the future. Chu Zhou frowned. Is this the reason you're waiting for me here? Yes. The Master of Fate nodded affirmatively, this is the reason. In my opinion, the death of a life is not a true death. As long as there are still people in this world who remember him, there will still be traces of him in this world. He will still exist. True death is completely forgotten by everyone after the death of a life. As for you, you are very likely destined to be a great existence that surpasses the saints in the future and is eternally immortal. If I can be remembered by you, I will be equivalent to immortality. Furthermore, if I can help a great existence grow when I'm about to die, it will also be an achievement. When Chu Zhou heard this, he did not know what to say. However, he had to admit that the Master of Fate's words made sense. All right. You've waited for me for so many years. How are you going to make me remember you forever? Chu Zhou said with a faint smile. I'll give you everything I have in the past to help you completely master the law of fate. After the Master of Fate finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Rumble. The entire stone hall instantly shook violently. A wave of life essence that was billions of miles long, like the Milky Way, suddenly rushed out of the array in the middle of the stone hall and rushed towards Chu Zhou. What a powerful life essence wave! It's several times more majestic than what the true Night Master gave me. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He immediately turned into a human-shaped black hole and instantly swallowed the billion-meter-long wave of life essence. At this moment, milky white divine power surged out of the stone hall like a tsunami. Surging divine power surged into Chu Zhou's body. At this moment, countless comprehension and memories of the law of fate surfaced in Chu Zhou's mind. Chapter 1077, All Seven Laws. 2. In almost an instant, his law of fate reached the beginner realm. Furthermore, his comprehension of the law of fate was still rising at an astonishing speed. 1%, 2%, 10%, 81%. After reaching the beginner level of the law of fate, his comprehension rose from 1% to 81% in less than 10 minutes. Description: Beginner Great Overlord 61-70%, Intermediate Great Overlord 71-80%, Advanced Great Overlord 81-90%, Extreme Great Overlord 91-99%. In other words, in less than 10 minutes, his law of fate had advanced to the Advanced Great Overlord level. This was too shocking. A surging and vast power of fate swept out from Chu Zhou's body. His body emitted endless divine light of fate, and a mysterious river of fate vaguely appeared behind him. Above his head floated a brand new fate nomological sparks. Right then, the mysterious stone hall suddenly disappeared, turning into a dark golden compass that flew above Chu Zhou's head. It slowly rotated and emitted a mysterious divine light. Name: Chu Zhou, Advanced Universe Overlord. Attribute points: 500 trillion, plus 500 trillion. Rule: Chaos Law, 60%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 60%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 60%, upgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 60%, upgradable. Karma Law, 60%, upgradable. Law of Fate, 81%, plus 81%, upgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 83%, upgradable. Absolute Arts. Time Reincarnation, Level 2, perfected, unupgradable. Book of 7 Calamities, Level 2, condense 7 demonic sabers of joy, anger, worry, thinking, sadness, fear, surprise, unupgradable. Reincarnation Technique, Level 3, reincarnation of all things, unupgradable. Divine Rune A, level of comprehension and control reached advanced grade universe nobility, unupgradable. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time, unupgradable. Soul Armor, Level 7 Soul Armor, unupgradable. Killing Sword Art, Level 24, perfection. Completely comprehended 24 slaughter sword diagrams, unupgradable. Chaos Dharma Body, 10 million meters Chaos Dharma Body, unupgradable. 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 48 clones, 12 Universe Nobility clones, 35 Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone, unupgradable. Attribute points increased by 500 trillion. The 7 laws have finally been completed. Chu Zhou looked at the change in information on his attribute board and could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Ever since he had decided on the cultivation path, the 7 laws involved in the cultivation path had been completely completed. Next, he only needed to continuously harvest attribute points to level up the comprehension of the 7 laws to the limit. How powerful would it be if all 7 laws were upgraded to the limit? Even if he was not a saint, his strength would probably not be inferior to a saint. This time, the life essence that the Fate Master gave me also gave me an additional 500 trillion attribute points. 500 trillion attribute points can completely upgrade the comprehension of the Chaos Law, Yin-Yang Law, Space-Time Law, 5 Elemental Laws, Law of Karma, and the other 5 laws to the Overlord level. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou immediately made his attribute board increase his comprehension of the 5 laws. Not long after, the information on the attribute board changed again. Chaos Law, 61%, unupgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 61%, unupgradable. Space-time law, 61%, unupgradable. 5 elemental laws, 61%, unupgradable. Law of karma, 61%, unupgradable. Law of fate, 81%, unupgradable. Law of reincarnation, 83%, unupgradable. At this moment, the 7 laws that Chu Zhou had grasped had all reached the overlord level. Chu Zhou stood in the void with the dark gold compass above his head. Threads of deep, vast, and surging power fluctuations kept emanating from his body. He just stood there and did nothing. The surrounding void constantly shattered and turned into chaos. Countless earth, wind, water, and fire surged. Under the influence of his power, the void around him actually automatically split open the world. This was an unbelievable scene. Powerful. It is unimaginably powerful. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt invincible. His intuition told him that as long as he was willing, he could instantly destroy the entire coiling dragon cosmic nation and turn it into cosmic dust. So, this is the power of the 7 laws after all of them reached the overlord level? It's indeed unimaginably powerful. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Even he himself could not judge how strong he was now. He only knew that if he faced the Lord of the Universe Light again, he could destroy it with one palm strike. The Fate Compass? Integrate it with the Book of Dharma and become a part of it. Chu Zhou looked up at the dark gold compass floating above his head. This dark gold compass was also left behind by the Master of Fate. It was once the exclusive weapon of the Master of Fate and was also an advanced Great Overlord weapon. With a thought from Chu Zhou, the Book of Dharma appeared. With a whoosh, the Fate Compass fused into the Book of Dharma. Rumble! A terrifying roar that shook the heavens and the earth sounded from the Book of Dharma. A new page had been added to the Book of Dharma Fate chapter. The energy fluctuations emitted by the Book of Dharma had also reached the level of an advanced Great Overlord. He directly transmitted all his comprehension of the Law of Fate to me, allowing me to comprehend 81% of the Law of Fate in a short period of time. He even gave me all his life essence, giving me an additional 500 trillion attribute points. He even left the Fate Compass for me. Master of Fate, you've succeeded. I'll remember you. Chapter 1078, All 7 Laws. 3. Chu Zhou sighed and restrained all the energy fluctuations on his body. He also stored the Book of Dharma in his consciousness space. Then, he took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared. Soon, Chu Zhou appeared outside Coiling Dragon Planet and was about to enter. Boom! An earth-shattering bang suddenly sounded, and an unforeseen event occurred. A crystalline route that was billions of miles long suddenly extended from the depths of the dark starry sky. It tore through the great cosmos, and wherever it passed, layers of space collapsed. In the starry sky, many star realms instantly turned to dust. Lord of the Universe Light. In the starry sky, many star realms instantly turned to dust. His expression was calm. With a thought, the Book of Dharma flew out of his consciousness space and became the size of a planet. Endless divine light descended and enveloped the entire planet, protecting it. On planet Coiling Dragon, many experts saw through their divine senses that an incomparably huge root was rapidly spreading from the depths of the universe. Wherever it passed, the terrifying scene of the star realms filling the sky collapsing one after another. All of them sensed an incomparably intense danger of death, and their expressions changed drastically. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a huge book appeared and protected the entire planet. It's the king's weapon, the Book of Dharma. The king has taken action and protected planet Coiling Dragon. Many people heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw the gigantic Book of Dharma. It was too dangerous just now. If the massive root was allowed to strike, all the living beings on Coiling Dragon Star would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Didn't he see that all the star realms around Coiling Dragon Planet had instantly turned to dust? Not good. Someone wants to deal with Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi's expressions changed. Chu Zhou was now a universe overlord. With Chu Zhou around, most factions and living beings in the universe did not dare to attack the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. However, if someone were to make a move, it meant that the person might be an overlord as well. Moreover, it was very likely that he was here for Chu Zhou. At the thought of this, they could not help but worry for Chu Zhou. Outside the Coiling Dragon Star, facing the root that was larger than a planet, Chu Zhou was like an insignificant speck of dust. The contrast was intense. However, with a casual wave of his palm, he blocked the huge root, making it difficult for the root to move forward. As for the incomparably turbulent spatial power that erupted from the root, it could not get close to Chu Zhou at all. It was obliterated by the faint nomological fluctuations that spread out from his body. Lord of the Universe Light, you're keeping a close eye on me. Chu Zhou's expression was calm as he sighed faintly. Swoosh! An incomparably huge tree suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Its dense branches and leaves covered most of the starry sky. Streams of rivers of time surrounded the giant tree. There were also countless star realms that dotted the leaves like glass beads. A terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from the huge tree and spread like a lightning storm, instantly spreading throughout the entire Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Instantly, countless living beings of Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation felt an incomparable pressure, as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Countless living beings were pressed to the ground. Chu Zhou, you will definitely die this time. A huge human face appeared on the trunk of the huge tree. Its eyes were like 9 layers of ice as it stared coldly at Chu Zhou. Another 6 majestic figures appeared around the Lord of the Universe Light following the Lord of the Universe Light's voice. Dongfang Mingzu and the others saw the Lord of the Universe Light and the 6 majestic figures. Their expressions changed drastically. An upheaval. Chapter 1079, Killing the Lord of the Universe Light with one finger. The Lord of the Universe Light's true form stood tall in the starry sky. Its huge and boundless tree body seemed to cut through the starry sky. The dense branches and leaves that extended into countless spacetimes covered most of the starry sky like a huge and boundless umbrella. On the tree trunk, the huge human face was extremely dignified. Its eyes emitted a cold light, like 2 bolts of lightning that split the universe. Beside the Lord of the Universe Light stood 6 other figures. While the 6 figures were not as big as the Lord of the Universe Light, their auras were not inferior to the Lord of the Universe Light. They were like majestic demon mountains, emitting a terrifying aura that crushed the eternal blue sky. It's the Lord of the Universe Light. He attacked Chu Zhou again. The other 6 terrifying figures are probably all peerless giants of the foreign races. Chu Zhou's situation is not good. On planet Coiling Dragon, Dongfang Mingzu and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the Lord of the Universe Light. They were all worried for Chu Zhou. On the other hand, Chu Zhou's expression was as calm as water when facing the Lord of the Universe Light and the other 7 alien races. Chu Zhou, you were lucky enough to escape last time. Today, you will definitely die. The Lord of the Universe Light's voice was like thunder, shaking the starry sky. Many star realms were shattered into dust. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was calm and composed. He glanced at the Lord of the Universe Light's huge main body and said, Lord of the Universe Light, your original body is not bad. It contains an abundance of the nomological power of time and space. I think that if your original body is integrated into my Book of Dharma, it will definitely strengthen the power of the Book of Dharma. How dare you? The Lord of the Universe Light flew into a rage. He didn't expect Chu Zhou to be so calm at a time like this. Not only was he not afraid of death, he was also targeting his main body. He attacked without hesitation. Dozens of crystalline roots that were billions of kilometers long carried the terrifying power of the laws of space and time. Like bolts of lightning that flashed and disappeared, they tore through the great cosmos and attacked Chu Zhou. It seems that, Lord of the Universe Light, you are very eager to integrate into my Book of Dharma. Chu Zhou smiled indifferently. With a simple wave of his hand, the power of the 7 nomological laws swept through the starry sky like a storm. Dozens of crystalline roots that were billions of kilometers long turned into ashes before they could approach him. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After saying this, Chu Zhou's figure had already appeared in front of the huge face of the Lord of the Universe Light. He pointed at the Lord of the Universe Light's glabella. When the Lord of the Universe Light saw that its dozens of roots were easily destroyed by Chu Zhou with a wave of his hand, it fell into endless shock. Before he could come back to his senses, he saw Chu Zhou's finger quickly pointing at his glabella. At this moment, he felt a huge crisis. Space-time disorder. In an instant, the Lord of the Universe Light instinctively used its strongest technique. The huge tree body suddenly bloomed with infinite divine light and erupted with the power of space-time like a vast sea. The billions of space-time around him instantly shattered layer by layer. Countless space-time fragments swept towards the surroundings like rolling snowflakes. At this moment, not only was Chu Zhou attacked by countless spatial fragments, even the other 6 foreign race giants were attacked by countless space-time fragments. Lord of the Universe Light, don't be indiscriminate. Humph, Lord of the Universe Light, is Chu Zhou enough to make you panic? The 6 alien giants were dissatisfied with the Lord of the Universe Light while dodging the attacks of the space-time fragments. At this moment, the Lord of the Universe Light was not in the mood to care about the complaints of the other 6 alien giants. He stared at the finger that was getting closer and closer to him with a heavy expression. He was shocked that his ultimate technique, space-time chaos, was useless against Chu Zhou. The countless spatial fragments that were rolling like snowflakes silently melted as soon as they approached Chu Zhou's body. Except, how was this possible? In his life, he had killed many overlords and fought against many giants. He had never met an opponent who could ignore his ultimate technique. Could it be that his strength has already surpassed mine, or even the peerless authorities? At this moment, the Lord of the Universe Light couldn't help but have this thought. The thought was unbelievable. It also made him feel fear. However, he didn't have time to think too much. That finger easily pierced through countless space-time fragments. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. Under the Lord of the Universe Light's stunned gaze, it pointed at his glabella. Pfft! The Lord of the Universe Light's eyes dimmed. His soul fluctuation disappeared. With just a finger, this unparalleled giant who had shaken the universe for countless years had fallen just like that. Chu Zhou expressionlessly reached out and grabbed. Billions of spacetime folded and compressed crazily. The Lord of the Universe Light's huge and boundless tree body quickly turned into a palm-sized tree. He opened his mouth and sucked out a green wave of life essence from the small tree into his stomach. Then, he threw out the palm-sized tree. Instantly, the tree flew towards the Book of Dharma that was floating above Coiling Dragon Planet at lightning speed. It was instantly devoured by the Book of Dharma. Boom! The Book of Dharma shook as its aura rose steadily. Streaks of the river of time appeared around it. Obviously, after devouring the Lord of the Universe Light's giant tree, the Book of Dharma became stronger again. The Lord of the Universe Light is dead. Ancient Ancestor Mo Luo, Tyrant Scarlet, Lord of the Abyss, Lord of Wind Demon, Lord of Truth, Lord of Holy Feather, and the other giants all looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. They still found it hard to believe that the Lord of the Universe Light had been killed by Chu Zhou just like that. Throughout the entire process, the Lord of the Universe Light had no power to resist at all. Can a newly advanced overlord do that? Or rather, the legendary law of reincarnation was actually so heaven-defying that even a newly advanced overlord had the power to easily kill a peerless overlord? Looks like we misjudged his strength. Ancient Ancestor Mo Luo said gloomily. Its huge insect body was even larger than the sun. Its entire body was covered in black and white patterns. Endless light and darkness erupted from its body at the same time. There were 28 huge horns on its head. We missed our best chance to kill him. Tyrant Scarlet's huge mechanical body lay across the starry sky like a scarlet steel fortress. His body was burning with a layer of blood flames, giving off a huge pressure. That's right. We should have killed him long ago when we knew that he had comprehended the law of reincarnation. We acted too late and let him become a force to be reckoned with. The Abyss Master's tone was faint. His eyes were like 2 bottomless black holes, as if they could devour all light. Humph! Isn't it because everyone wants to harvest the ripe reincarnation fruit that gave him a chance to grow? The Storm Lord stood in the middle of a huge green tornado and laughed coldly. Hearing this, all the foreign race giants fell silent. Indeed, from the day they found out that Chu Zhou had comprehended the law of reincarnation, the overlords of the foreign races and many saints of the foreign races had already coveted Chu Zhou. The reason why they did not attack Chu Zhou was because Chu Zhou's comprehension of the law of reincarnation was not high at that time. Even if they killed Chu Zhou and deprived him of his memories, the insights they obtained regarding the law of reincarnation would not satisfy them. That was why they had inadvertently allowed Chu Zhou to grow up. They all wanted to pluck this ripe fruit when Chu Zhou comprehended the law of reincarnation to the overlord level. However, they had obviously gone overboard. Chu Zhou's growth speed was too fast. It was much faster than they had imagined. Initially, they thought that even though Chu Zhou had just become an overlord a few days ago and had grasped the law of reincarnation, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary newly advanced overlords, he would at most be comparable to an intermediate great overlord and would definitely not be a match for peerless giants like them. However, what happened just now completely shattered their judgment of Chu Zhou's strength. The dignified Lord of the Universe Light was actually killed by Chu Zhou with a single finger. This was unbelievable. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou's strength was definitely not just comparable to an intermediate great overlord. Instead, he had at least reached the level of an advanced great overlord, or even the level of an extreme overlord, or even stronger. Why? Didn't you come here to deal with me? Why have you all stopped now? Chu Zhou glanced at ancient ancestor Mo Luo and the other 6 foreign race giants like a dragon looking down at ants. There was only indifference in his eyes. Ancient ancestor Mo Luo and the other 6 foreign race giants felt Chu Zhou's contempt and were immediately furious. What kind of people were they? They were actually belittled by a new overlord. Chu Zhou, you're courting death. Ancient ancestor Mo Luo let out a long cry. The dense black and white patterns on his body that were even larger than the sun came to life and instantly emitted endless yin-yang divine light. The mighty yin-yang divine light gathered on the 28 huge horns above its head like a tide. Boom 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 boom. The 28 horns trembled and shot out 28 yin-yang sword beams that shook the heavens and the earth. The vast starry sky seemed to be about to be shattered by the 28 yin-yang sword beams. Boom. Tyrant Scarlet also attacked. He suddenly extended his huge mechanical arm and instantly shattered the void. Carrying endless blood flames, he grabbed at Chu Zhou. Almost at the same time, the Lord of the Abyss let out a sharp cry that pierced through billions of space-time. From the unknown, it summoned a huge and boundless abyss of darkness, wanting to devour Chu Zhou. Apart from the Universe Saint, no one would be able to calmly deal with the combined attack of the 3 peerless giants. However, Chu Zhou was like an ancient reef. He stood rooted to the ground and did not resist or counterattack. A scene that shocked ancient ancestor Mo Luo happened. Be it the 28 chaotic yin-yang sword beams, the mechanical arm that carried endless blood flames, or the abyss that seemed to want to devour everything, they were all suddenly obliterated by a terrifying force when they approached Chu Zhou. Ancient ancestor Mo Luo, I remember that when the true Night Master broke through to the Saint Realm, you attacked, right? Chu Zhou's figure appeared above ancient ancestor Mo Luo's head like a ghost. He looked down coldly. The true Night Master has done me a favor. Today, I'll use your life to repay him a little. He casually took a step as he spoke. Boom. In an instant, the entire universe seemed to be trampled under his feet. The entire coiling dragon cosmic nation shook. An unimaginably vast force pressed down. Chapter 1080, Invincible. Boom. Chu Zhou's gaze was cold as he stepped down. In an instant, the starry sky shook and the entire coiling dragon cosmic nation shook as though the entire universe was being stepped on by that foot. An unimaginably powerful force exploded. The ancient ancestor Mo Luo, whose body was even larger than the sun, instantly exploded like an ordinary bug with a bang with that kick, turning into a blood mist the size of a nebula. A terrifying devouring power emitted from Chu Zhou's body. The nebula-sized blood mist immediately turned into streams of mist that quickly surged towards Chu Zhou and fused into his body. Ancient ancestor Mo Luo is also dead. Tyrant Scarlet, Lord of the Abyss, Lord of Wind Demon and Lord of Holy Feather felt their hearts palpitate when they saw the scene before them. I hate the machinery race the most. Chu Zhou's figure appeared in front of Tyrant Scarlet with a whoosh and said coldly. Do you know why? It's because non-corpse life forms like you contain too little life elementium. You're simply trash. With a disdainful voice, Chu Zhou punched the Tyrant Scarlet expressionlessly. Tyrant Scarlet's mechanical eyes that were filled with red light stared fixedly at Chu Zhou's fist. When he clearly saw that there were 7 nomological threads wrapped around Chu Zhou's fist, he almost crashed on the spot. 7 laws. How is this possible? He looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. Endless fear arose in his heart. He instantly unleashed all the power in his body. Endless blood flames erupted from his body. The surrounding space-time was directly burned by the unique blood flames on his body. He punched out as well, prepared to block Chu Zhou's attack with his fist. However, when his mechanical fist collided with Chu Zhou's fist, a look of despair appeared on his face. Time seemed to have slowed down countless times. Under Tyrant Scarlet's gaze, his mechanical fist immediately began to shatter the moment it collided with Chu Zhou's fist of flesh and blood. First, the mechanical fist shattered, then the mechanical arm, then his mechanical body, and then his mechanical head. In the end, his mechanical body shattered into countless particles. His consciousness also fell into eternal darkness. Tyrant Scarlet died with one punch as well. Chu Zhou opened his mouth and absorbed a life elementium from the spot where the Tyrant Scarlet died. This life elementium was much lesser than ancient ancestor Mo Luo and the Lord of the Universe Light. It was only about a third of both. You like to summon the abyss to devour enemies, right? We seem to have a common hobby. I also like to devour enemies. After killing the Tyrant Scarlet, Chu Zhou teleported in front of the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss looked at Chu Zhou in front of him and his expression changed. He immediately retreated with all his might and even set up thick black light walls in front of him. After personally witnessing Chu Zhou easily kill the Lord of the Universe Light, ancient ancestor Mo Luo, and Tyrant Scarlet, the Lord of the Abyss was already filled with fear for Chu Zhou. Hence, when he saw Chu Zhou approaching, he retreated without hesitation, wanting to distance himself from him. Unfortunately, he did not know that the difference in strength between him and Chu Zhou was too great. Even if he took the initiative to retreat and defend, it was useless. Chu Zhou glanced at the Lord of the Abyss indifferently and reached out to grab it. Boom! In an instant, the starry sky in front of him boiled and completely collapsed. The chaotic energy surged and roared. The starry sky in front of him boiled and completely collapsed. The chaotic energy surged and roared. Even the Lord of the Abyss itself shattered into a bloody mist. Phew! Chu Zhou opened his mouth, and a superstorm blew in the turbulent starry sky. The blood mist transformed by the Lord of the Abyss turned into a waterfall-like stream of mist that flowed into his stomach. The Lord of Wind Demon. The Lord of Holy Feather. The Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather were completely dumbfounded at this moment, almost petrified. What they saw earlier made them feel like they were in a dream. It was hard for them to imagine that the Lord of the Universe Light and the other two peerless leaders had been killed by Chu Zhou so easily. If not for the fact that they did not sense the nomological fluctuations of a saint from Chu Zhou, they would have thought that he was a universe saint. Even if he's not a saint, he's probably already at the level of the great heaven demon god back then. The Lord of Wind Demon quickly came back to his senses and said with extreme fear. Damn it! The great heaven demon god also grew up step by step. Although he became a taboo figure in the end, there are traces of his growth. But Chu Zhou, this is completely unreasonable. He has only advanced to a beginner grade overlord for a few days, but he suddenly reached the level of a great heaven demon god. This is too ridiculous. The Lord of Holy Feather said with a trembling voice. If he had not witnessed Chu Zhou's terrifying strength with her own eyes, he would never have believed that someone would become so powerful and terrifying after just becoming a new overlord for a few days. Whatever it is, let's escape. After the Lord of Wind Demon finished speaking, he transformed into a huge green tornado. With a bang, he shattered the starry sky and quickly escaped into the dark universe. The Lord of Holy Feather also did not hesitate at all. The 28 holy wings on its back flapped fiercely, and its speed directly exceeded the speed of light. With a whoosh, it also entered the dark universe. In front of me, other than the saint, no one can escape. Chu Zhou looked at the Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather who had escaped into the dark universe. He smiled coldly and suddenly pressed his hands into the void. In an instant, the timeline of Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation was forcefully reversed by him. A large-scale reversal of time. The Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather, who had just escaped into the dark universe, quickly followed the trajectory of escaping into the dark universe and returned to the starry sky. That scene looked like a movie going backwards. Damn it! It's time reversal. The Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather were slightly stunned when they saw themselves appear in the starry sky again. They immediately realized the problem. They had seen the Lord of the Universe Light use similar methods before. At this moment, only then did they realize. Not only had Chu Zhou grasped the terrifying law of reincarnation, he had also grasped the space-time law known as the Forbidden Law. It was undoubtedly a joke for them to escape from an overlord who had grasped the space-time law. Damn it! The Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather immediately realized the danger and could not help but feel a trace of fear. However, they did not have time to think too much. Chu Zhou attacked again. Boom! A huge and boundless palm cut through the starry sky, disrupting yin and yang and creating a world in the universe. The Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather were unable to resist at all. Their palms that were suppressed were directly slapped into a bloody mist. Chu Zhou opened his mouth and swallowed the blood mist that the Lord of Wind Demon and the Lord of Holy Feather had turned into. On planet Coiling Dragon, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and many other powerful cultivators all stared blankly at Chu Zhou. All of them were petrified. The Lord of the Universe Light and the other leaders of the 7 foreign races descended. They were originally worried for Chu Zhou. Who would have thought that Chu Zhou's strength was so heaven-defying that he could easily kill the Lord of the Universe Light and the other 7 alien races like swatting flies? Such strength was simply so strong that it made one tremble. In their hearts, they could not help but think of one word: invincible. Boss, you're invincible. Bai Bei crawled out of Chu Zhou's divine kingdom and squatted on Chu Zhou's left shoulder, screaming excitedly. Even though it was hiding in Chu Zhou's divine kingdom, it did not care about the scenes of Chu Zhou killing the Lord of the Universe Light and the others. Those scenes made its blood boil. Invincible? Not yet. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and placed his hands behind his back. When I find the time to kill a saint, I might be able to use these 2 words. Find time to kill a saint? Tisk tisk, boss, you can already kill saints. Bai Bei clicked her tongue in surprise, her eyes shining. This time, Chu Zhou did not reply. He wasn't sure if he could kill a saint. However, he felt that he might be able to give it a try. Attribute points, 2.3 trillion, plus 2.3 trillion. Chu Zhou glanced at his attribute board and immediately realized that after devouring the life elementium of the Lord of the Universe Light and the other 7 alien races, he had obtained another 2.3 trillion attribute points. 2.3 billion attribute points, how should I use it? He fell into deep thought and had 2 upgrade plans. One was to use it all to increase his comprehension of the law of reincarnation. The comprehension of the law of reincarnation was currently at 83%. If he used all of it to upgrade the law of reincarnation, it was estimated that he could upgrade it to 90%, which was the limit of an advanced great overlord. The other plan was to first raise his understanding of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture to the overlord level. As long as his understanding of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture increased to the overlord level, he could condense many overlord level clones through the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture. Soon, he made up his mind. He first raised the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture to the overlord level. He had too many overlord level world hearts now. Previously, he had 8 overlord level world hearts. When he killed the Lord of the Universe Light and the other 7 foreign race giants, he also took their divine kingdoms and could refine another 7 overlord level world hearts. If the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture was upgraded to the overlord level, he could condense a total of 15 advanced great overlord avatars. The temptation was too great. Upgrade the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture. Chu Zhou's heart stirred. Soon, the attribute board vibrated crazily. There were a total of 40 volumes of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture. Book 1 to 10 corresponded to the World Overlord realm. After comprehending Book 1 to 10, one could condense a World Overlord clone. Books 11 to 20 corresponded to the Universe Lord realm. After comprehending all of them, one could condense a Universe Lord clone. Books 21 to 30 corresponded to the Nobility realm. After comprehending all of them, one could condense a Nobility realm clone. Books 31 to 40 corresponded to the Overlord realm. After comprehending all of them, one could condense an Overlord clone. Book 1, Book 30, he had already comprehended it. At this moment, all the mysteries of the 31st to 40th volumes appeared in his mind. In a moment, Chu Zhou understood all the profundities of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture. There was a glint in his eyes. However, he did not immediately begin to condense an Overlord level clone. He looked at his attribute board. Attribute points, 1.3 trillion. There were still 1.3 trillion attribute points on his attribute board. Upgrade the law of reincarnation. With a thought, he let his attribute board upgrade the law of reincarnation. The law of reincarnation fluctuation on his body rose steadily. Attribute points, 10,000 quintillion. Law of reincarnation, 87%, plus 4%. Unupgradable. After consuming 12,000 quintillion attribute points, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation increased by 4%. He was only 3% away from reaching the limit of an advanced Great Overlord. Above that was the level of an extreme Great Overlord. Easy took a look at the changes in his attribute board and Chu Zhou teleported back to Dongfang Mingzu and the others. After greeting Dongfang Mingzu and the others simply, he immediately entered the palace where he often went into seclusion. He was about to condense an Overlord-level clone. Chapter 1081, Chaos in the Sanctuary Alliance. The Imperial Palace at the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged and looked at the 15 Overlord-level world hearts floating in front of him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Before returning to Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, he had extracted 8 Overlord-level world hearts from the corpses of the 8 Overlord-level creatures. There were also the 7 Overlord-level world hearts contributed by the Lord of the Universe Light and the other 7 foreign race giants. Let's start condensing clones. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and immediately circulated the Thousand Bodies Holy Scripture. In an instant, countless mysterious runes flowed out of his body like dense ants. Those boundless runes were still constructing one mysterious array after another in the void. Soon, a tide of runes and countless mysterious formations surged into the 15 world cores in the void. The world hearts immediately emitted a light brighter than the sun. A tsunami-like energy wave continuously washed over the palace. If Chu Zhou had not used his strength to stabilize the palace, the entire palace would probably be reduced to dust in an instant. In fact, even the entire coiling dragon star and the countless star spirits on it were crushed by the vast and mighty energy. There was a very long pause. The energy fluctuations in the palace calmed down. 15 more figures appeared in the palace other than Chu Zhou. Every figure looked exactly like Chu Zhou. Thousand Bodies Holy Scripture, 63 clones, 15 Advanced Great Overlord clones, plus 15, 12 Universe Nobility clones, 35 Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone, unupgradable. On the attribute board, there were 15 new Advanced Great Overlord clones. Chu Zhou smiled. With these 15 Advanced Great Overlord clones, his overall strength had increased by a large margin again. Moreover, it was much more convenient to do things. With a thought, he stored all 15 Advanced Great Overlord clones into his Divine Kingdom. Prompt: King Beikang is inviting you for a video call. Suddenly, Deep Blue's notification sounded in his mind. Teacher invited me for a video call. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. His consciousness immediately connected to the network of the mirror universe and agreed to the video call. Swoosh! King Beikang's figure immediately appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, the Sanctuary Alliance has made their move. This was the first thing King Beikang said after seeing Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's pupils constricted, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Teacher, what exactly is the situation? Just now, the experts and army of the Sanctuary Alliance attacked many branches of our mirror universe. Furthermore, the 6 overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance brought a huge army and blocked the exit of our mirror universe's headquarters, making it difficult for the experts in our headquarters to support many branches. King Beikang's tone was heavy and his expression was cold. As soon as he attacked many branches of our company and blocked the company's entrance and exit, preventing us from rescuing many branches. Hehe. Looks like the Sanctuary Alliance has been planning this for a long time. Chu Zhou said faintly, killing intent condensing in his eyes. They've been planning this for a long time. King Beikang nodded and said seriously, no matter what, the Sanctuary Alliance has already attacked our company. We have to retaliate. Furthermore, we have to suppress them cleanly. Otherwise, the dignity of the company will be lost. It will be troublesome in the future. Chu Zhou nodded in agreement. Even though many factions in the human race would unite against the foreign races when facing the threat, the competition between the various large factions of the human race was also extremely cruel. Chu Zhou had long known this. He had clearly realized this back in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. A powerful faction could even control the fate of a weaker faction like the Juggernauts. They even reduced everyone from the weaker factions to slaves. The law of the jungle was not only applicable to the relationship between humans and many foreign races. It was also applicable to humans. The Mirror Universe Corporation was one of the 5 giant factions of humanity. All the power and resources they had were extremely exaggerated. Naturally, it would make countless human factions jealous. It would be fine if the Mirror Universe Corporation maintained its prosperity. As long as the Mirror Universe Corporation revealed its weak side, the other factions would swarm over like sharks that had smelled blood. Among the 6 overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance, 2 of them are more difficult to deal with. One of them is the Alliance Master of the Sanctuary Alliance, Master of Origin Extreme. Master of Origin Extreme has unfathomable strength and has been hiding it for many years. He rarely makes a move. However, according to the information that our company has secretly investigated, the Master of Origin Extreme might be an extreme great overlord. The other person is the Deputy Alliance Master of the Sanctuary Alliance, the Master of the Departing Abyss. We can confirm that the Master of the Departing Abyss is an advanced great overlord. King Bei Kang's gaze was solemn as he told Chu Zhou the core information about the Sanctuary Alliance. Chu Zhou was slightly surprised. It was certain that the Sanctuary Alliance had an advanced great overlord. Otherwise, the Sanctuary Alliance would not dare to have designs on the Mirror Universe Corporation. However, he had not expected that there might be an extreme great overlord in the Sanctuary Alliance. Advanced great overlords and extreme great overlords were all known as peerless overlords. However, there was no doubt that an extreme great overlord was much stronger than an advanced great overlord. Description: Advanced Great Overlord Nomological Comprehension Rate 81-90%, Extreme Great Overlord Nomological Comprehension Rate 91-99%. In fact, once living beings reached the level of an extreme great overlord, they would have the qualifications to attempt to break through to the Universe Saint Realm. Chapter 1082, Chaos in the Sanctuary Alliance. 2. Back then, True Knight Master was an extreme great overlord. To think that the Alliance Master of the Holy Alliance might be an extreme great overlord. No wonder he dared to attack our company. Chu Zhou said coldly, his voice as cold as ice. Chu Zhou. Currently, the Master of Origin Extreme and the Master of the Departing Abyss are leading many experts and armies of the Sanctuary Alliance to block the entrance and exit of our company, making us unable to move. In a short period of time, even without the support of the headquarters, the various branches should be able to withstand the attack of the Sanctuary Alliance army. But it won't work over time. Therefore, we need your strength to break the stalemate. King Bei Kang stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said, "All right. I'll rush to the company's headquarters immediately. The Sanctuary Alliance, they won't succeed." With that, Chu Zhou closed the video. Thereafter, he sent a voice transmission to Dongfang Mingzu and the others to explain the situation before arranging for an overlord clone to oversee Coiling Dragon Star. Then, his figure flashed and he directly entered the Dark Universe, rushing towards the location of Emperor Shi's plane at full speed. After Chu Zhou grasped the 7 nomological laws and all of them reached the overlord level, his flying speed was more than 10 times faster than when he returned to Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation from Emperor Shi Holy City. However, no matter how fast he was, it would take him a day or 2 to reach the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation. At the entrance of the Mirror Image Company's headquarters was a huge vortex of stars. Kill! Kill! At this moment, the void around the vortex of stars had already become an incomparably vast slaughter battlefield. Countless powerhouses in the Mirror Universe Corporation's standard armor fought crazily with countless powerhouses in golden armor. The scene was extremely tragic and bloody. At a glance, the entire void was filled with corpses and weapons. Higher up on the battlefield, King Bei Kang, Spring and Autumn Master, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the other 6 were fighting fiercely with the other 6 figures. At this moment, the only advanced great overlord of the Mirror Universe Corporation, the Spring and Autumn Master, was fighting a white-faced and beardless silver-robed elder. "Spring and Autumn Master, why struggle? You know that you are no match for me." The silver-clothed elder smiled as he looked at the Spring and Autumn Master and said indifferently, "Humph, Master of Origin Extreme, don't be so arrogant. To attack our company today is the biggest mistake of the Sanctuary Alliance. When that person returns, all the overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance will die here, including you." Spring and Autumn Master's eyes shone with a cold light as he sneered in his heart. Other than the overlord of their Mirror Universe Corporation, everyone else only knew that Chu Zhou had just advanced to the overlord realm and had no idea that he had already advanced to the advanced grade. He also did not know that Chu Zhou's strength far exceeded that of an advanced grade overlord. In fact, even overlords of extreme grade were 90% no match for Chu Zhou. Only the Sanctuary Alliance did not know about this. Otherwise, the Sanctuary Alliance would not dare to attack their company. Therefore, in the eyes of the Spring and Autumn Master, the Holy Alliance Master, Master of Origin Extreme, was already a dead person. At this moment, the Spring and Autumn Master's hands drew a profound trajectory as he struck out a chaotic black-green light at the Master of Origin Extreme. That person? Hehe, is there an overlord stronger than you in your company? The Master of Origin Extreme stretched out a white jade-like finger and tapped gently. As if he was tapping the surface, the black and green light that whistled over first shattered in the middle, then quickly shattered to the outer layer. Finally, it completely shattered into countless light spots. The Spring and Autumn Master didn't say anything else. He just looked coldly at the Master of Origin Extreme and circulated his ultimate technique, Spring and Autumn Rotation, with one hand grasping the profundity of Spring and the other grasping the profundity of Autumn. His two hands attacked consecutively. Terrifying divine light that shattered the starry sky blasted towards the Master of Origin Extreme like an avalanche. On the other hand, the Master of Origin Extreme calmly pointed his finger out continuously. Streams of nomological power that had been condensed to the extreme continuously erupted in the void. The terrifying divine lights that whistled over were all shattered by the continuously erupting power. On the other side, King Beikang was also fighting with the Deputy Alliance Master of the Sanctuary Alliance, the Master of the Departing Abyss. At this moment, King Beikang unleashed his full strength. His entire body floated in a huge golden black sun. The ancient divine rune on his glabella emitted boundless blood light. Billions of sword chi gathered into a terrifying sword chi waves that continuously whistled out from the golden black sun. The sword chi waves were like ferocious and terrifying dragons that continuously chased after the figure of the Master of the Departing Abyss and killed him crazily. However, the strength of the Master of the Departing Abyss was not to be trifled with. As an advanced Great Overlord, his raw strength was much stronger than that of beginner Great Overlords and advanced Great Overlords. Even in a situation where he was being strangled like a ferocious dragon, he was still able to calmly resist the dense sword chi attacks. King Beikang, even though your talent is astonishing and you can be said to be the protagonist of the era, as a new overlord, you're still too inexperienced. The Master of the Departing Abyss suddenly roared, and a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from his body. His entire body transformed into a deep shadow that instantly pierced through billions of sword chi and appeared in front of King Beikang. One of his black palms pierced through King Beikang's chest with a puff. Chapter 1083, Chaos in the Sanctuary Alliance. 3. You're the naive one. However, King Beikang didn't seem to feel any pain. One of his hands suddenly transformed into a scarlet killing sword engraved with countless ferocious words as he spoke coldly. He coldly waved the killing sword and directly beheaded the Master of the Departing Abyss. Then, he continuously swung his sword, cutting the headless body into 18 pieces. Swoosh! 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 The 18-stage body and the head of the Master of the Departing Abyss quickly distanced themselves from King Beikang and reconstructed their bodies in the distance. However, after reconstructing his body, the Master of the Departing Abyss's aura was clearly much weaker, and his face turned pale. It was obvious that even though he was not directly killed by King Beikang, he was still severely injured. King Beikang, you crackpot! The Master of the Departing Abyss stared fixedly at King Beikang, his face ashen. He understood almost instantly. The reason why King Beikang was so easily tricked just now was actually a trap to lure him close. King Realm expert Beikang had used his own life as bait to lure him close and fight him to the death. No, it should be said that he was gambling with his life. Let's see who dies first. King Beikang ignored the ashen-faced Master of the Departing Abyss. The Master of the Departing Abyss had just reconstructed his body when he pounced at the other party like a ferocious tiger capturing a sheep. Do you want to continue gambling with your life? Hehe, let's see who's tougher. The Master of the Departing Abyss looked at King Beikang, who took the initiative to pounce over, and smiled sinisterly. He also charged towards King Beikang. What had he not experienced in his life as an overlord? It was just a life bet. It wasn't like he didn't dare to. Soon, the battle between King Beikang and the Master of the Departing Abyss entered an extremely cruel white-hot state. From time to time, their bodies would be pierced or torn apart by each other before quickly reforming. Then, they would fight violently again. The cycle repeated. Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the other two were also locked in battle with their opponents. However, the Spring and Autumn Master's situation was extremely bad. The Spring and Autumn Master's strength was definitely incomparably powerful, on the same level as the Lord of the Universe Light. However, the Master of Origin Extreme he was facing now was an extreme great overlord. The Master of Origin Extreme was almost suppressing the Spring and Autumn Master. From time to time, it would shatter the Spring and Autumn Master's body. Every time the Spring and Autumn Master's body exploded, it would rain blood. The scene was extremely tragic. The Spring and Autumn Master knew that as long as he delayed it until Chu Zhou arrived, he could reverse everything. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and reconstructed his body again and again to fight the Master of Origin Extreme. 2 days later, King Bei Kang and the Master of the Departing Abyss's bodies exploded into countless fragments, turning into flesh and blood that filled the sky and fell onto the battlefield in the bloody battle. When King Bei Kang and the Master of the Departing Abyss barely reassembled their bodies, they no longer had the strength to fight. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the void. When King Bei Kang and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation saw this, their expressions changed drastically. The Spring and Autumn Master's body was almost completely shattered and only a head was left. At this moment, the Master of Origin Extreme was ruthlessly grabbing at the Spring and Autumn Master's head. A huge and vast energy caused the entire battlefield to shake like seawater. The Master of Origin Extreme was clearly prepared to kill the Spring and Autumn Master in one move. At this moment, King Bei Kang and the others' hearts were almost in their throats. They really wanted to save the Spring and Autumn Master. However, other than his eyes that could barely move, King Bei Kang could not move anything else. The Caged Dragon Master and the others were also held back by their opponents. At this moment, King Bei Kang, Caged Dragon Master, Heart Light Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, and the others revealed a trace of grief in their eyes. They could not bear to watch the Spring and Autumn Master die. As for the many overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance, they were ecstatic. According to the information they had gathered, the only advanced grade overlord in the Mirror Universe Corporation was the Spring and Autumn Master. If the Master of Origin Extreme killed the Spring and Autumn Master, the Mirror Universe Company's most important pillar would be completely gone. Even if they killed the Spring and Autumn Master with the Mirror Universe Corporation's huge foundation, it was still very, very difficult to completely defeat the Mirror Universe Corporation. The Mirror Universe Corporation was created by Emperor Shi after all. Who knew what trump cards Emperor Shi had left for the Mirror Universe Corporation? It was also because of this that they did not dare to directly charge into Emperor Shi's plane. But no matter what, once the Spring and Autumn Master died, the Mirror Universe Corporation would suffer a huge blow. They could continue to block this exit and stop the people from the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters from coming out. At the same time, they could continuously devour the branches of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the universe and gradually strengthen themselves. When the Sanctuary Alliance's strength grew to a certain extent, they might be able to really kill their way into the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Company, Emperor Shi. Under everyone's gazes, the Master of Origin Extreme's palm was getting closer and closer to the Spring and Autumn Master's head. However, the Spring and Autumn Master's head wasn't crushed by the Master of Origin Extreme's hand that contained boundless power. Instead, the Master of Origin Extreme's palm was grabbed by a white palm that suddenly appeared. Then, it was crushed into meat paste. Swoosh! The Master of Origin Extreme's expression changed and he instantly retreated 1,000,000 kilometers. As for King Bei Kang and the others, they revealed looks of joy and heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw the white palm save the Spring and Autumn Master. They knew that Chu Zhou had arrived. Chapter 1084, Suppressing Everything. A fair palm suddenly stretched out from the void and grabbed the palm that the Master of Origin Extreme used to slap the Spring and Autumn Master's head. The Master of Origin Extreme's palm was crushed into meat paste with a light grab. The Master of Origin Extreme's expression changed. He made a prompt decision and instantly retreated 1,000,000 kilometers. He looked at the fair palm that stretched out from the void in shock. Chu Zhou is here. King Bei Kang and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. Swoosh! Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared beside the Spring and Autumn Master's head. It's Chu Zhou. The Master of Origin Extreme's pupils constricted when he saw Chu Zhou. Then, disbelief appeared on his face. How? How is this possible? Chu Zhou actually crushed the president's palm. The Master of the Departing Abyss and the other 5 overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance were also shocked. Their alliance master, Master of Origin Extreme, was an extreme great overlord with unparalleled strength that far surpassed ordinary giants. It was also their greatest confidence in attacking the Mirror Universe Corporation. However, his palm was crushed into meat paste by a newly advanced overlord like Chu Zhou. No matter how he looked at it, it was unbelievable. Spring and Autumn Master, are you all right? Chu Zhou glanced at the Spring and Autumn Master's head. If you had come any later, my soul might have dissipated. The Spring and Autumn Master smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the cosmic energy like a dragon sucking in water. Endless starlight gathered from all over the universe and was sucked into his mouth. Soon, his body was reconstructed. Hehe, even if I hadn't come, you wouldn't have died. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and glanced at a corner of the starry sky in the distance. Maybe. The Spring and Autumn Master replied and looked at the distant starry sky in thought. By the way, doesn't our company have the backup plan and many foundations left behind by Lord Emperor Shi? Why aren't we using them at this time? Chu Zhou asked curiously. He had also learned some of the company's most confidential secrets after becoming a universe overlord. He knew that Emperor Shi had left many backup plans and foundations for the company before he disappeared. Under normal circumstances, with the trump cards and foundation left behind by Emperor Shi, even if the Sanctuary Alliance came knocking on their door, they should be able to wipe them out quickly. No matter what, he shouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. I probably would have had no choice but to use the trump card and foundation left behind by Lord Emperor Shi to completely kill the Master of Origin Extreme if you had appeared a second later. The Spring and Autumn Master tidied his messy clothes and said calmly. However, the trump cards and foundations left behind by Emperor Shi are the ultimate trump cards of our Mirror Universe Corporation. They are to prevent the invasion of the saints of the foreign races. It would be a pity to use it against the Sanctuary Alliance. Then, we thought that as long as you came, the problem would be resolved. Therefore, we have been holding back from using Lord Emperor Shi's trump card and foundation. I see, Chu Zhou rubbed his chin and came to a realization. Chu Zhou and the Spring and Autumn Master didn't hide their conversation from others. Therefore, the Master of Origin Extreme, the Master of the Departing Abyss, and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance heard the conversation between Chu Zhou and the Spring and Autumn Master. At that moment, the expressions of the Master of Origin Extreme, the Master of the Departing Abyss, and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance froze. In fact, they all thought that as one of the 5 giants, the Mirror Universe Corporation was definitely not simple. They probably had unknown trump cards and methods. Except, they did not expect the trump cards and methods of the Mirror Universe Corporation to be so shocking. They could actually prevent the saints from invading. If Spring and Autumn Master and the others had used the Mirror Universe Corporation's foundation to deal with them just now, what would have happened? At the thought of this, the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, they realized that they had greatly underestimated the Mirror Universe Corporation. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Even if they wanted to retreat now, Spring and Autumn Master and company probably wouldn't agree. At that moment, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master and the others had also shaken off their opponents. They flew to King Bei Kang's side and looked at the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance calmly. They all looked calm. He was not nervous at all. It was as if his reaction just now was all fake. In contrast to King Bei Kang and the others, the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance had solemn expressions. President, Chu Zhou has hidden himself too well. The Master of the Departing Abyss and many other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance flew to the side of the Master of Origin Extreme and looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. President, if what the Spring and Autumn Master said just now is true, then our current situation is very bad. What should we do? An overlord of the Sanctuary Alliance asked worriedly. We'll take one step at a time. The Master of Origin Extreme's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. They were still asking him what they should do? How would he know? At that moment, Chu Zhou suddenly took a step forward and appeared in front of the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. Kneel down and surrender. Chu Zhou placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently to the Master of Origin Extreme and the others with an indifferent expression. Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, and the others. What did Chu Zhou say just now? Were they hallucinating? The Master of Origin Extreme, the Master of the Departing Abyss and the other 6 overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance were all stunned. They also wondered if they were hallucinating. Chu Zhou actually wanted them to kneel down and surrender? Chu Zhou's gaze could not help but turn cold seeing that the Master of Origin Extreme and the others did not react. Why aren't you kneeling down and surrendering? Are you really forcing me to attack? Chapter 1085, Suppressing Everything. 2. This time, the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance confirmed it. They did not hear wrongly just now. Chu Zhou was indeed asking them to kneel down. Instantly, the Master of Origin Extreme, the Master of the Departing Abyss, and the other 4 overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance were all flushed and their eyes were almost on fire. Humiliation. This is a huge humiliation. They were universe overlords, existences that stood above countless beings. They could shake countless starfields just by stomping their feet. Yet Chu Zhou was actually asking them to kneel and surrender? There was no greater humiliation than this. Chu Zhou, how dare you? The Master of Origin Extreme was so enraged that his entire body was trembling. As an overlord of extreme grade, he could not tolerate such humiliation. And so, he made his move. Fast. Extremely fast. The figure of the Master of Origin Extreme tore through the universe in a billion seconds and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. He punched Chu Zhou's head ruthlessly. This punch was silent as though it did not contain any power. However, it contained an unparalleled power that could pierce through 3,000 great worlds. However, the power inside was restrained to the extreme, so there were no energy fluctuations emitted. When the Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, and the others saw the Master of Origin Extreme's punch, their pupils involuntarily constricted. As universe overlords, they truly felt how terrifying this punch was. From their perspective, wherever this punch passed, the nomological threads blocking in front of the fist were torn apart by the fist. That punch was enough to move all the overlords. And yet, a figure walked out of Chu Zhou's body and gently reached out to grab the Master of Origin Extreme's terrifying punch. What? How is this possible? At this moment, whether it was the Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, the overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation, or the Master of the Departing Abyss and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance, they were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene in front of them. They were all petrified. The figure walked out of Chu Zhou's body. It was naturally Chu Zhou's clone. Chu Zhou himself did not make a move at all. One of his clones made a move and actually blocked the furious punch of the Master of Origin Extreme as if it was nothing. If Chu Zhou had personally taken action and blocked the Master of Origin Extreme's punch, there would be nothing to say. It could only mean that Chu Zhou's strength was astonishing. However, the one who attacked was one of his clones. This was too scary. To think that a mere clone would possess powers comparable to an extreme great overlord. This is impossible. The Master of Origin Extreme found it difficult to accept his all-out punch. It was easily blocked by Chu Zhou's clone. This was an unimaginable blow to his heart. I can suppress you without requiring my main body to attack. The clone sneered at the Master of Origin Extreme and grabbed his palm. With a bang, one of his arms exploded into a bloody mist. At the same time, he raised his hand and opened his fingers slightly. Like the 5 fingers of an ancient Buddha, he slammed down to suppress the demons. The palm that was pressing down was wrapped in 7 nomological waves the size of a thin rope. The power of the 7 nomological laws fused together, emitting a terrifying aura that made everything in the universe tremble. Boom! The universe collapsed and the stars trembled. The Master of Origin Extreme's body was ruthlessly struck by the palm that was pressing down. The Master of Origin Extreme's powerful body, which had been tempered by the laws billions of times, was directly shattered into millions of pieces at this moment. His head flew backward like a meteor, piercing through nearly 100 planets. Seeing that, the Master of the Departing Abyss and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance trembled. It was too terrifying. It was just a clone, but it had such terrifying power. The Master of Origin Extreme could not even withstand a single blow from him as an overlord of extreme grade. At this moment, 5 more clones walked out of Chu Zhou's body. The auras emitted by the 5 clones were not inferior to the previous clone. Am I dreaming? 6 clones. Every single one of them is not weaker than an extreme great overlord. We're finished. The Master of the Departing Abyss and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance revealed looks of despair. The 5 new Chu Zhou clones attacked almost instantly. They appeared in front of the Master of the Departing Abyss and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. Each of Chu Zhou's clones only used one palm to severely injure the Master of the Departing Abyss and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. Then, they grabbed the necks of the Master of the Departing Abyss and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance and lifted them up. The first clone also returned with the Master of Origin Extreme, who had just reconstructed his body. He also grabbed the Master of Origin Extreme's neck and lifted him in midair. The Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance had ashen faces and despair in their eyes, as though they were completely immersed in a huge blow. I know that Chu Zhou is very strong, but I didn't expect even his clone to be so abnormal. Master of Origin Extreme and the others must be in despair. But if it were me, I would also be in despair. Chu Zhou is simply an unprecedented freak. It's fine if his strength far exceeds that of a peerless giant, but even his clones are so abnormal. Most importantly, he actually has so many clones. Fortunately, Chu Zhou is one of us. Otherwise, I probably won't even be able to sleep in the future with such an enemy. The Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, and company watched as Chu Zhou carried the Master of Origin Extreme and company back like dead ducks. They were all shocked and speechless. Chapter 1086, Suppressing Everything. 3. The slaughter on the entire battlefield had stopped at some point in time. The army of the Sanctuary Alliance and countless experts looked at the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. All of them were like dead ducks. Chu Zhou's clone grabbed their necks and lifted them in midair. Instantly, they all fell into a huge fear and trembling. On the contrary, when the army of the Mirror Universe Company saw this scene, their blood boiled. They looked at Chu Zhou with admiration. What should we do with them? Kill them all. Chu Zhou flew in front of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others and asked calmly. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Spring and Autumn Master and company. If possible, they really wanted to kill the Master of Origin Extreme and company. However, before the Spring and Autumn Master and company could speak, a figure with thick black hair and a majestic body that seemed to be filled with endless power suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou and company. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked when they saw this figure. Even the eyes of the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance lit up. Martial Ancestor. Chu Zhou and the others bowed to the people who came. Yes. The one who appeared was the only saint of humanity, the Martial Ancestor. The Martial Ancestor nodded slightly and slowly swept his gaze across everyone. When his gaze swept across Chu Zhou and his 6 avatars, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In the end, the Martial Ancestor's gaze stopped on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, let them go. The Martial Ancestor said slowly. Okay. With a thought from Chu Zhou, his 6 clones released the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. Then, the 6 clones fused back into his body. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask anything. He believed that the Martial Ancestor would give him a reason or explanation. After the Master of Origin Extreme and the others regained their freedom, they did not do anything and just stood there silently. The Martial Ancestor nodded in satisfaction when he saw Chu Zhou let go of the Master of Origin Extreme and the others. Then, he said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, it's not easy for us humans to nurture an overlord. We need to consume countless resources and even providence. Overlords are high-end combatants among the myriad races in the universe and are very important to any race. The death of any overlord is a loss to the race. Therefore, I stopped you from killing them. I hope you can understand. I understand. Chu Zhou looked at the Martial Ancestor with a serious gaze. I just want to ask the Martial Ancestor. If our company's Spring and Autumn Master was really killed by the Master of Origin Extreme just now, would you have attacked? Of course. Without any hesitation, the Martial Ancestor said, we humans can compete and fight among ourselves, but overlords can't suffer any casualties. There are also some universe nobility and universe lords with sufficient potential who can't die in a civil war. It's the iron rule of us humans. Hearing the Martial Ancestor's explanation, Chu Zhou felt relieved. As long as it was fair. At this moment, the martial ancestor shifted his gaze and looked at the ashen-faced Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. You've lost this battle for power. You guys are overlords and the high-end combatants of us humans. Therefore, you have to avoid death. But, this doesn't mean that you don't have to pay the price. From now on, you can enter the human holy temple to cultivate. From now on, all matters in the human domain have nothing to do with you. Also, since you guys failed, everything in the Sanctuary Alliance belongs to the Mirror Universe. Do you have any objections? The Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance gloomily accepted the martial ancestors' arrangements. As losers, they were already lucky to survive. What other objections could they have? At this moment, Chu Zhou vaguely understood why the human holy temple had so many experts. It was obvious that many overlord-level experts in the human holy temple were losers in the competition and had no choice but to join the holy temple. Once he joined the sanctum, he would no longer be able to interfere in the affairs of the human domain. Chapter 1087, Peak of Extreme Grade. I'm taboo. 1. The martial ancestor left with the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. Without the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords, the army of the Sanctuary Alliance was easily suppressed by the army of the Mirror Universe. In fact, after personally witnessing the Master of Origin Extreme and many other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance being easily taken down by Chu Zhou's clones, the morale of the Sanctuary Alliance army plummeted. Therefore, it was almost effortless for the Mirror Universe's army to suppress the Sanctuary Alliance's army. Soon, the Spring and Autumn Master and the others spread the news of the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance being defeated by Chu Zhou, as well as the news of the suppression of the Sanctuary Alliance army that attacked the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters through the Mirror Universe network. Among them was the video of Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance being easily crushed by Chu Zhou's 6 clones. In an instant, it was as if a deep water bomb had been thrown into a calm lake. The entire human race, countless factions, and countless experts were in an uproar. The experts from the Universe Adventurer Alliance, Universe Galaxy Bank, Infinite Battle Arena, Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, many god races, top factions, and many other factions watched the video of Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance being easily crushed by Chu Zhou's 6 clones. They were all dumbfounded and shocked speechless. They all knew that Chu Zhou was a new overlord. He also knew that Chu Zhou, a new overlord who had grasped the law of reincarnation, was not someone ordinary beginner-grade overlords could compare to. However, he never expected Chu Zhou to be so abnormal. With just 6 clones, he could easily crush the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance. If Chu Zhou personally took action, how terrifying would it be? No one could imagine it. The Sanctuary Alliance has been defeated. From now on, there will be no more Sanctuary Alliance for humanity. The Sanctuary Alliance's luck is too bad. They have prepared for billions of years and have already made perfect preparations. Who would have thought that a monster like Chu Zhou would appear in the Mirror Universe Corporation? That's right. Chu Zhou is indeed a monster. How long has it been since he became an overlord? He's already so strong so quickly. If he's not a monster, what is he? Do you guys think Chu Zhou is no longer the #1 overlord of humanity? I guess so. With such terrifying strength, there's probably no overlord among us humans. No, even among the myriad races in the universe that can compare to him. Gasp! Such an invincible overlord is comparable to a taboo figure like the great heaven demon god. His clones can already defeat overlords of extreme grade. Furthermore, he has so many clones. If he's not a taboo figure, what is he? The entire human race was in an uproar. Countless people lamented that the Sanctuary Alliance had lost too quickly. More people were talking about Chu Zhou. Many people, including the overlords of the major factions, believed that Chu Zhou had already become the #1 overlord of humanity. There were also many people who felt that Chu Zhou was no longer just an overlord. Instead, he had become a taboo figure comparable to the great heaven demon god. At the same time, the news that Chu Zhou had been attacked by the Lord of the Universe Light and 7 other foreign race giants in Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation and had killed 7 of them also quickly spread on the Mirror Universe network. Instantly, countless people were in an uproar again. More and more people regarded Chu Zhou as a taboo. The Emperor Shi Holy City. Chu Zhou, you're really perverted. That's right. The Lord of the Universe Light, Ancient Ancestor Mo Luo, Tyrant Scarlet, the Lord of the Abyss, the Lord of Truth, the Lord of Wind Demon, and the Lord of Holy Feather are all famous giants of the foreign races. They were all killed by you. Fufu, there's already someone outside who calls you the Overlord Reaper. The Spring and Autumn Master and company also looked at Chu Zhou in shock. A few days ago, they had been fighting a bloody battle with the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance and did not have the time to pay attention to the news. After the battle ended, they found out that Chu Zhou had already killed the Lord of the Universe Light and 7 other foreign race giants before he came to support them. This moved all of them. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and said calmly, "It's just killing some petty people. It's nothing." The Spring and Autumn Master and the others rolled their eyes. While the entire human race was in an uproar, the Zerg race, the Machinery race, the Origin race, the Mana race, the Crystal race, and the other top races, as well as the Freedom Alliance, the Paramitha Alliance, and many other cosmic races and factions, were not calm either. Our plan has failed. Human Chu Zhou has already become a taboo figure. I don't think anyone among the peerless giants is his match. A peerless giant of the Zerg race sighed heavily. To think that Chu Zhou would grow so quickly. Even his clone can suppress an extreme great overlord. From now on, the overlord of my race shouldn't attack him. Otherwise, he'll be tempting fate for nothing. In the Machinery race, an incomparably ancient giant analyzed Chu Zhou's situation to the other Machinery race overlords with a serious expression. Even though I don't know how he could grow so fast, no matter what, he has already grown to the level of a taboo figure. In the future, he can only be dealt with by the ancestral gods. In the Origin race, many overlords revealed complicated expressions. The leaders of the Mana race, Crystal race, Freedom Alliance, Paramitha Alliance, and other factions were all talking about Chu Zhou's situation. They all had a tacit understanding that Chu Zhou was no longer someone the overlord could deal with. Only the Universe Saint could deal with Chu Zhou, while the rest unanimously listed Chu Zhou as a taboo person they could not provoke. Chapter 1088, Peak of Extreme Grade. I'm taboo. 2. Chu Zhou did not care about what was going on in the outside world. After the battle ended, he cultivated in the Coiling Dragon Manor in Emperor Shi Holy City. He kept receiving good news from the Spring and Autumn Master and the others. Without the protection of the Master of Origin Extreme and the other overlords of the Sanctuary Alliance, the army of the Sanctuary Alliance that attacked the many branches of the Mirror Universe was quickly defeated. After the various armies of the Sanctuary Alliance were defeated, most of them chose to surrender and wait for the Mirror Universe Company to deal with them. All the territories and cosmic nations that the Sanctuary Alliance secretly controlled were also taken over by the Mirror Universe Corporation. What excited Chu Zhou the most was that the wealth and resources that the Sanctuary Alliance had accumulated over billions of years had all fallen into the hands of the Mirror Universe Corporation. Among them were 20 storage worlds that collected corpses. There was also the corpse of an overlord-level creature. This time, Chu Zhou was undoubtedly the main reason why the Mirror Universe Corporation could turn the situation around so easily. Therefore, after a discussion, the Spring and Autumn Master and the others handed over the 20 warehouse worlds that they had obtained from the Sanctuary Alliance to Chu Zhou to deal with. Not only that, they also agreed to give Chu Zhou the 10 warehouse worlds of the Mirror Universe Company as a reward. 30 storage worlds for corpses and the corpse of an overlord-level creature. To Chu Zhou, who was severely lacking in attribute points, this was simply a rainfall from the sky. He accepted them all without hesitation. Then, he began to devour the corpses in the 30 warehouse worlds and the corpse of the overlord-level creature. Attribute points, 9.3 trillion, plus 9.2 trillion. Seeing his attribute points increase by 9.2 trillion, Chu Zhou smiled. This was the first time his attribute points had increased the most. He looked at the many laws and techniques on the attribute board and thought about which one to upgrade. A bird in hand is better than a bird in the forest. Now that my comprehension of the law of reincarnation has reached 87%, it's the highest among the 7 nomological laws. This time, I'll raise the law of reincarnation to the peak of the extreme great overlord. After making up his mind, he got his attribute board to upgrade the law of reincarnation. Boom! In an instant, in the depths of his consciousness, his attribute board vibrated crazily. The law of reincarnation was summoned and descended. Countless huge reincarnation gears appeared in the sky above Emperor Shi's plane again. There was also an incomparably majestic reincarnation pillar of light that pierced through billions of spacetime and descended with a bang, enveloping the entire coiling dragon manor. The reincarnation gear has appeared again. Looks like Lord Chu Zhou is about to break through again. Tisk tisk, how crazy! Lord Chu Zhou's improvement speed is already terrifying enough, but he's actually going to break through again so quickly. If word gets out, it'll probably scare people to death. This is Lord Chu Zhou. He can break through at any time. This time, when they saw the reincarnation gear descend again, the experts in Emperor Shi Holy City were much calmer. They all understood that Chu Zhou was about to break through again. Swoosh! 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 Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, and company appeared around Coiling Dragon Manor. They each occupied a direction and surrounded Coiling Dragon Manor to prevent anyone from interfering with Chu Zhou. In the Coiling Dragon Manor, countless profundities regarding the law of reincarnation surged out of Chu Zhou's mind like a fountain. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation increased. He stared at the attribute board and watched the changes in his comprehension of the law of reincarnation. 88%. 89%. 90%. Soon, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation reached 90%. A 90% comprehension of nomological laws was already the pinnacle of an advanced great overlord. After the comprehension of the law of reincarnation reached 90%, it did not stop there. Instead, it continued to increase. 91%. 92%. 99%. After an unknown period of time, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation had already risen to 99%. It had reached a point where there was no room for improvement. At this moment, Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, endless reincarnation gears appeared in the depths of his eyes. He gave off the feeling that he had become the embodiment of reincarnation. He was reincarnation, and reincarnation was him. Name, Chu Zhou, Extreme Grade Universe Overlord, Advanced Grade Rightward Arrow Extreme Grade Overlord. Attribute points, 4.8 trillion, 4.5 trillion. Law of Reincarnation, 99%, unupgradable. Chu Zhou glanced at the information on his attribute board. After spending a total of 4.5 trillion attribute points, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation had only increased from 87% to 99%. After my comprehension of the laws reaches 91% of the extreme grade, I can attempt to break through to the saint realm. My current comprehension of the law of reincarnation has reached 99%. I'm only a step away from becoming a universe saint. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and closed his eyes slightly. He felt the power of reincarnation in his body increase again. His body became slightly transparent, and endless reincarnation gear phantoms appeared under his feet. As for himself, he seemed to have transformed into a huge reincarnation gear. At this moment, his majestic and vast consciousness fused into the endless reincarnation gear in the universe. In an instant, his consciousness swept through the entire universe along the endless reincarnation gears. Boom! His consciousness rumbled, and for the first time, he saw the full view of the primal universe. The entire original universe was like an incomparably huge egg floating above the endless chaos sea. However, after taking a peek at the entire universe, Chu Zhou felt immense fatigue in his consciousness. He immediately instinctively retracted all the consciousness that had fused with the countless reincarnation gears. Chapter 1089, Peak of Extreme Grade. I'm Taboo. 3. I didn't expect that after my law of reincarnation advanced to the peak of the extreme grade, my consciousness could actually integrate into the entire universe's reincarnation gears. I can even peek at the entire universe through the reincarnation gears that cover the entire universe. This discovery shocked Chu Zhou and he was pleasantly surprised. Chu Zhou called this the reincarnation perspective. The reincarnation perspective was too useful. Through the reincarnation perspective, he could secretly investigate the situation of the various races in the universe at any time and obtain information. In other words, it was very difficult for him to have any secrets about the myriad races in the universe. Apart from reincarnation perspective, he also discovered that at this moment, he could enter the reincarnation gears in any corner of the universe at any time and use the reincarnation gears to reincarnate. This ability was also extremely heaven-defying. With this ability, he could finally confirm that even if he faced a universe saint, he could completely protect himself. Apart from these two abilities, the biggest change is actually my understanding and mastery of the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. At this moment, he felt that he had almost completely grasped all the profundities of reincarnation in a universe. As long as he integrated all these profundities of reincarnation, he could advance to the universe saint realm. The key point for an overlord to become a saint appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. If an overlord wanted to advance to the saint realm, other than facing the saint tribulation, there were still 3 steps to go. The first step was the fusion of the nomological sparks and the nomological laws. The second step was the fusion of the soul and the nomological laws. The third step was the fusion of the body and the nomological laws. There was no strict order in these 3 steps. One could choose the order of fusion at will. He had to complete all 3 steps before he could successfully advance to the universe saint realm. The saint tribulation was the interference and obstruction of other living beings. It came from the outside world. The key was the 3 steps. At this moment, Chu Zhou basically understood that the process of fusing the nomological sparks, soul, body, and other laws of the universe was the process of integrating and controlling all the nomological profounds. After the entire process was completed, his comprehension of the nomological laws would naturally increase to 100%, and he would naturally advance to the universe saint realm. If I try to become a universe saint now, my success rate will probably be much higher than the true Knight Masters. Chu Zhou thought to himself. The higher one's comprehension of laws, the harder it was to improve. Therefore, many extreme great overlords who chose to break through to the universe saint realm did not have a comprehension of laws that exceeded 95%. Some extreme great overlords would even choose to break through to the saint realm when their comprehension of laws was still around 93%. According to the Spring and Autumn Master and the others, before the true Knight Master broke through to the saint realm, his comprehension of laws was 94%. It had been nearly 10 billion years since the true Knight Master's nomological comprehension had reached 94%. After that, it was difficult to advance an inch. He felt that 94% of his comprehension of the laws was already his limit. He had no hope of continuing to improve in his life, so he chose to break through to the saint realm. Unfortunately, he failed. Compared to the true Knight Master, Chu Zhou felt that his success rate would be much higher. However, he was just thinking about it. It was impossible for him to break through to the saint realm like that. The outcome of failing to break through to the saint realm was almost 100% death. This was unacceptable to him. To him, even if the success rate was 99%, as long as there was a 1% risk, it was still a risk. With the attribute board, there was no need for him to take the risk. As long as he collected enough attribute points, he could break through the barrier between the realms of overlords and saints. At that time, he could advance to the universe saint without any risk. To Chu Zhou, there was a 100% chance of success. He was a fool to take the risk. The universe saint is not far away. He looked at the attribute board again. He still had a total of 4.8 trillion attribute points that he could continue to increase. The comprehension of the law of fate has reached 81%. It's the highest other than the law of reincarnation. Moreover, it's a taboo law. Let's improve it. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he began to upgrade the law of fate. Chapter 1090, The Secret of the Ancient Divine Text. 1. Attribute points, 1 quintillion. Law of fate, 95%, unupgradable. Divine light surged around Chu Zhou's body. The surging power of fate surged out of the void around him like a tsunami and gathered on his body, forming a huge divine power vortex around him. Behind him, a river of fate that was hundreds of millions of kilometers long was faintly discernible. In the vast river of destiny, the phantoms of countless living beings floated like bubbles with the water in the river of destiny. Every living being phantom moved in a different trajectory in the river of destiny. Those moving trajectories were the trajectories of fate. The fate of every living being seemed to have been predetermined. Unless there was a special power interfering, causing its fate to change. At that moment, Chu Zhou was like the only juggernaut who ruled over the fate of all living beings. He looked down at the river of destiny and observed the fate trajectory of living beings. Through the fate trajectory, he could see through the lives of those living beings. I've become stronger again. I wonder how far my current strength is from that of a saint. Chu Zhou muttered to himself with a hint of confidence in his eyes. Even if he could not defeat a saint now, he was no longer afraid of saints. He thought that even if he faced a saint, he would have enough strength to protect himself. He glanced at the attribute board again. Chaos Law, 61%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 61%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 61%, upgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 61%, upgradable. Law of Karma, 61%, upgradable. With a thought, he used the last 1 trillion attribute points to increase his space-time law comprehension to 62%. I still have to get more attribute points as soon as possible and raise the chaos, yin-yang, space-time laws, 5 elemental laws, law of karma and the other 5 nomological powers to the level of an extreme great overlord. I have a feeling that when these 5 nomological powers advance to the level of an extreme overlord, there will be a huge change. Chu Zhou thought to himself. His premonition was completely different from the premonition of other living beings. He cultivated the laws of space-time, karma, fate, samsara, and so on. To a certain extent, these laws were strongly related to the future. Therefore, his premonition was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more accurate than the premonition of other creatures. He also believed in his premonition. Therefore, he was eager to obtain more attribute points and raise the 5 nomological laws of chaos to the level of an extreme great overlord. Thinking of the attribute points, Chu Zhou couldn't help but think of an email sent to him by the Spring and Autumn Master. With a thought, a light screen appeared in the void in front of him, and an email appeared in front of him. He quickly scanned the contents of the email and could not help but smile. The Sanctuary Alliance had been developing in secret for billions of years. The power that they controlled in secret was also very huge. Among them, 16 cosmic nations secretly joined the Sanctuary Alliance. Now that the Sanctuary Alliance was defeated by the Mirror Universe Corporation, these 16 cosmic nations were also taken over by the Mirror Universe Corporation. For Spring and Autumn Master and the others, Chu Zhou was the main reason why the Mirror Universe Corporation was able to defeat the Sanctuary Alliance. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to hand these 16 cosmic nations over to Chu Zhou to manage. That's very thoughtful of them. Chu Zhou was very grateful for what the Spring and Autumn Master and the others had done. He knew that Spring and Autumn Master and the others must have discovered that the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation had been vigorously developing the Yan Huang religion and collecting power of faith. They guessed that the power of faith was very useful to him, so they handed the 16 cosmic nations to him to manage and help him become stronger as soon as possible. Chu Zhou didn't reject the good intentions of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others. He replied to the email, indicating that he was willing to accept 16 cosmic nations. After that, he contacted Dongfang Mingzhu and the others and asked them to immediately send the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nations experts and troops to take over the 16 cosmic nations. Dongfang Mingzhu and the others acted very quickly. After receiving Chu Zhou's notice, they immediately mobilized 16 armies, a large number of Yan Huang religion elites, and many universe lords and universe nobility from the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Then, they marched into 16 cosmic nations and began to take over 16 cosmic nations. The elites and troops that Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation mobilized this time around were extremely powerful overall. However, it seemed a little insufficient after being distributed to the 16 cosmic nations. However, all the factions of the 16 cosmic nations immediately expressed their submission to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation's elite and army. The upper echelons of these factions knew that the master of Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation was Chu Zhou. Facing Chu Zhou, who had already become a taboo figure, they did not have the courage to resist him. Under such circumstances, Dongfang Mingzhu and the others successfully took over the 16 cosmic nations. He also established the Yan Huang religion in all 16 cosmic nations. In an instant, the Yan Huang religion became a super sect that spanned across 17 cosmic nations and shocked the entire human race. Even the tens of thousands of races in the universe began to spread the name of the Yan Huang religion. Time passed quickly. 100 years later, in the Coiling Dragon Prefecture. Attribute points, 28 quintillion, plus 28 quintillion. Chu Zhou looked at the new attribute points on his attribute board and fell into deep thought. The power of faith contributed by a cosmic nation every year was about 100 quintillion after being converted into attribute points. The 17 cosmic nations combined could contribute 1,700 quintillion contribution points every year. Chapter 1091, The Secret of the Ancient Divine Text. 2. Other than the power of faith, the 17 cosmic nations also helped him collect corpses and various cultivation resources that could be converted into attribute points. These could also contribute 1,000 quintillion attribute points to him a year. There were also some other fragmented contribution points that could give him about 100 quintillion attribute points a year. In total, 17 cosmic nations could contribute about 2,800 quintillion attribute points to Chu Zhou in a year. It would be 2.8 million quintillion attribute points in 100 years. It could be said that this was a very considerable profit. 2.8 million quintillion attribute points in 100 years meant that it was 28 million quintillion in 1,000 years. The total attribute points consumed to advance from beginner universe overlord level to the peak overlord level were about 10 million quintillion. His 5 nomological laws, chaos, yin-yang, 5 elements, space-time, and karma had all just reached universe overlords. He needed about 50 million quintillion attribute points to upgrade these 5 nomological laws to the peak of the extreme overlord realm. If he consumed another 1.6 million quintillion, he could also upgrade the nomological laws of fate to peak extreme overlord. In other words, in less than 2,000 years, he would be able to upgrade all the 6 nomological powers other than the law of reincarnation to the peak overlord realm. 2,000 years was nothing for universe overlords. Some overlords even slept for 3,000 to 4,000 years. To Chu Zhou, it was also fast enough for him to upgrade all 6 nomological laws to peak overlord realm in 2,000 years without doing anything. If he could, he was willing to wait for 2,000 years. Unfortunately, even if I'm willing to wait for 2,000 years, those saints of the foreign races won't allow me the luxury of this time. Chu Zhou heaved a long sigh in his heart. For the past 100 years, he had been staying in Emperor Shi Holy City and had not gone anywhere. However, even so, in recent years, he had often sensed the spying from the unseen. Emperor Shi's plane had countless restrictions and arrays set up by Emperor Shi back then. The spiritual force of a universe overlord could not penetrate the restrictions and arrays of Emperor Shi's plane, let alone spy on him. Furthermore, given his current strength, there was no way they could avoid his search if any overlords dared to spy on him. However, the peeking from the dark not only penetrated the restrictions and arrays of Emperor Shi's plane, but also avoided his search. Chu Zhou knew very well that the person who was secretly spying on him was definitely a universe saint even if he thought with his toes. Moreover, it was definitely a saint of the foreign races. Recently, there have been more and more words being spied on from the unseen world. Moreover, the time between them has been getting shorter and shorter. If my deduction is correct, he, or they, are probably getting impatient. Perhaps he, or they, are going to attack me soon. Chu Zhou's expression was serious with this thought in mind. With his current strength, he was actually no longer afraid of the universe saint. However, just because he was not afraid of the universe saint did not mean that he could defeat him. He was just confident enough to protect himself. If possible, he hoped that the saints of the other races who were peeking at him could endure for another 2,000 years. That way, his 7 nomological laws would all be at the peak of extreme great overlord. At that time, if a saint from another race attacked him, he would be confident enough to kill a saint. However, he also knew very well that the saints of the other races were not fools. They would not give him such a chance and time to grow. Looks like just 17 cosmic nation contribution points aren't enough. I have to open up more channels to harvest attribute points. Sensing the urgency of time, Chu Zhou had some ideas. He was not idle over the past 100 years. Let's upgrade it first. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he let his attribute board upgrade the law of fate. A moment later, an incomparably abundant divine power of fate erupted from his body, shaking billions of space-time. Attribute points, 1.2 million quintillion, 1.6 million quintillion. Law of fate, 99%, plus 4%. Unupgradable. After consuming 1.6 million quintillion attribute points, his destiny rule was finally upgraded to 99%, which was the pinnacle of an extreme great overlord. Chu Zhou did not stop there. He continued to improve the space-time law. Time divine power surged. Countless profundities of the space-time law appeared in his mind. Attribute points, 0, 1.2 million quintillion. Space-time law, 72%, plus 10%. unupgradable. After consuming 1.2 million quintillion attribute points, his comprehension of the space-time law rose from 62% to 72% and entered the level of an intermediate grade overlord. The law of reincarnation and the law of fate had both reached the pinnacle of overlord extreme grade. His space-time law had also reached the level of an intermediate grade overlord. Chu Zhou became even more terrifying. Just by sitting there quietly, he gave off a terrifying feeling that he had broken through countless years and controlled the fate and reincarnation of all living beings. The speed of improvement is still not fast enough. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He slowly stretched out his right hand and opened his palm in front of him. In an instant, a golden ancient divine rune slowly rose from his palm. It was the ancient divine rune with the character A. Chu Zhou stared at the divine rune with the word A and immediately saw that the divine rune contained one vast armor world after another. For the past 100 years, he had been studying the divine runes of the word A. Chapter 1092, The Secret of the Ancient Divine Text. 3. As his strength increased, he had deduced the ultimate profound of the A divine rune even without using the attribute board to increase his understanding of the A divine rune. It's not just the A divine rune. There are also two other ancient divine runes. Countless words appeared in his palm with a thought. Finally, these words converged into an ancient book with the words Book of Seven Calamities written on it. However, the Book of Seven Calamities quickly changed again, slowly turning into a distorted black word. Similar to the A character, the devil character was actually a complete ancient divine rune. At this moment, countless blood-colored sword chi suddenly appeared from Chu Zhou's palm. Countless sword chi intertwined and formed 700 books and 28 slaughter sword diagrams. Combined with the 28 slaughter sword diagrams, these 700 books were the complete killing sword art. At this moment, the 700 books and 28 slaughter sword diagrams slowly combined under Chu Zhou's control, finally turning into a blood-red word. The word kill was also a complete ancient divine rune. A, demon, kill, and the other three ancient divine words floated above Chu Zhou's palm. Every ancient divine rune emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Moreover, they were endlessly devouring some mysterious power. Chu Zhou stared at the three ancient divine runes and fell into deep thought. 100 years ago, after sensing that someone was spying on him for the first time, he realized the danger in his heart and knew that there was not much time left for him to continue becoming stronger. Therefore, he tried his best to think of other channels other than the 17 cosmic nations that could allow him to quickly obtain attribute points. After thinking about it again and again, he thought of the Book of Seven Calamities. He suddenly thought of the Book of Seven Calamities, a special ultimate technique. All living beings with emotions would develop emotions. Those who cultivated the Book of Seven Calamities could mobilize the seven extreme emotions of countless living beings. At that moment, Chu Zhou suddenly thought that emotions were also a form of energy that could be converted into attribute points by the attribute board. With this thought in mind, he began to study the Book of Seven Calamities in depth. Unexpectedly, this research allowed him to discover the secret contained in the Book of Seven Calamities. After he completely understood the profound of the Book of Seven Calamities, it automatically turned into a divine rune with the word demon. Furthermore, the efficiency of the divine rune with the word demon in absorbing the seven extreme emotional powers was far higher than that of the Book of Seven Calamities. However, in terms of the use of seven extreme emotions and the eruption of power, the Book of Seven Calamities was better than the divine rune of the word demon. This discovery made him ecstatic. He recalled that his father's third life, the great heaven demon god, had once obtained the divine rune of the word demon. The Book of Seven Calamities was also created by the great heaven demon god. Then, he recalled that his teacher, King Bei Kang, had also obtained the divine rune with the word kill and created the killing sword art. He immediately began to study the killing sword art in depth. Perhaps it was because he had advanced to the peak of the pinnacle realm and his seven nomological laws had all reached the overlord level, his comprehension and deduction abilities had all been enhanced to a heaven-defying level. He quickly deduced the word kill from the killing sword art. Similar to the divine rune with the word demon, the efficiency of the divine rune with the word kill in absorbing the killing power was much higher than the killing sword art. However, in terms of the use and eruption of killing power, it was inferior to the killing sword art. Chu Zhou did not care too much about the use and eruption of the power of the divine runes. What he cared about was the efficiency of the divine runes absorbing energy. Chu Zhou stared deeply at the three ancient divine runes in the sky above his palm. In his sea of consciousness, billions of divine senses were deducing these three ancient divine runes. If I'm not wrong, the person who created these ancient divine runes is not trying to use these ancient divine runes to increase his strength. Instead, he's trying to use these ancient divine runes to condense an origin independent of the universe. Chu Zhou guessed as he sensed with his perception that the three ancient divine runes were endlessly devouring the three powers that were different from the laws of the universe. He basically confirmed his guess in an instant. At his level, he could already clearly sense the mysteries of the ancient divine runes. The power contained in the ancient divine runes was indeed powerful. It could greatly increase the strength of an overlord. However, in reality, for existences at the level of extreme great overlords, the amplification power of the ancient divine runes was only so-so. An extreme great overlord level weapon would also increase one's combat strength in no way inferior to the ancient divine runes. What made an extreme great overlord like Chu Zhou still interested in the ancient divine runes was the source of their power. It was not the laws, but some other unique power. If a universe saint wanted to transcend the universe and become a chaos juggernaut, he had to have a source that belonged to him and was independent of the universe. Moreover, he had to use his own source to evolve laws and open up a small universe. Combined with the above-mentioned information, Chu Zhou was basically certain that the person who created the ancient divine rune was very likely to use the ancient divine rune to condense a source that was independent of the universe. After 100 years of research, Chu Zhou had too many theories and thoughts about ancient divine runes. However, to him, the most important thing was that the ancient divine runes could absorb some strange power. This was extremely important to him. It was also an important channel for him to harvest attribute points. Other than being able to harvest attribute points through the three ancient divine runes, demon, and kill. Perhaps I should take the initiative to attack and harvest attribute points from all the races in the universe, not just limited to us humans. Chu Zhou quickly made a decision. He felt that he didn't have much time left. He had to hurry up and become stronger. Suddenly, his expression changed. He suddenly raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the layers of space and time to look at the sky above Emperor Shi's plain. A pair of huge and majestic eyes immediately entered his sight. That pair of eyes was boundlessly huge, even larger than the combined size of 10 suns. Moreover, it emitted an extremely noble, dignified, and great pressure, as if it wanted to suppress the entire universe below. Oh no! He's making a move. Chu Zhou's expression froze as he suddenly stood up. The pit of the ancient divine runes was finally filled with not many threads left. Chapter 1093, Facing the Saint, 1. A pair of majestic eyes more than 10 times larger than the sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Emperor Shi's plain. A substantial pressure seeped through the void layer by layer like seawater and enveloped the entire Emperor Shi dimension. At this moment, in Emperor Shi's plain, everyone felt suffocated. What's that? Many people raised their heads to look at that pair of huge and boundless eyes. They instantly felt as if their souls were frozen, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This is the saint's eye. Oh no, a saint from another race has invaded our company's headquarters. Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei King, Caged Dragon Master, Heartlight Master, Camel Mountain Master, Wild Wave Master, and the other 6 universe overlords appeared in the sky above Emperor Shi Holy City immediately. They looked at the sky with extremely solemn eyes. They immediately confirmed that it was the saint's eyes. It's the insect mother. Spring and Autumn Master's tone was solemn as he said in a heavy voice, "Look carefully at that pair of eyes. Are there many other eyes hidden in them? This is the insect mother's unique 10,000 colored pupils." When King Bei King and the others heard this, they immediately observed the pair of huge and boundless eyes in the sky seriously. They soon saw many pairs of eyes in those huge and boundless eyes. When they looked at those huge eyes, they immediately felt as if they were being watched by countless pairs of eyes at the same time. This feeling was hair-raising. After confirming that the owner of the eyes was the insect mother, the spring and autumn master, and the others, their expressions became even more solemn. The insect mother was the master of the Zerg race. She created the Zerg race single-handedly and even made the Zerg race one of the 6 pinnacle races. The insect mother's strength could be said to be among the top even among saints. Now that the insect mother had suddenly descended into the Emperor Shi dimension, it was clearly not a good thing for the Mirror Universe Corporation. Insect mother, I remember that the saints of the 6 pinnacle races have to abide by a rule. They can't enter the territory of other races. You've crossed the line now. Aren't you afraid that the martial ancestor will pursue the matter? The Spring and Autumn Master suddenly stood up and shouted at the huge eyes in the sky. Swoosh! That pair of huge and boundless majestic eyes instantly looked at the Spring and Autumn Master. Boom! An invisible force instantly struck the Spring and Autumn Master. The Spring and Autumn Master's expression changed. He instantly fell onto the long street of Emperor Shi Holy City like a meteor. With a loud bang, it spread throughout the entire Emperor Shi dimension. Emperor Shi Holy City and the entire Emperor Shi dimension shook. Countless mysterious cosmic engravings instantly appeared on Emperor Shi Holy City and Emperor Shi's throne, dissolving a terrifying impact. If not for the appearance of these universe engravings, the entire Emperor Shi Holy City and even the entire Emperor Shi plane would have collapsed under the terrifying impact just now. When King Bei Kang and the others saw that the Spring and Autumn Master had been attacked, they couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly looked at the plane where the Spring and Autumn Master had fallen. They immediately saw the Spring and Autumn Master embedded in the floor of the long street. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the Spring and Autumn Master's body. Traces of blood appeared from the dense cracks. Spring and Autumn Master, how are you? King Bei Kang and the others flew to the Spring and Autumn Master's side and dug it out from the ground. I'm fine, don't worry. As the Spring and Autumn Master spoke, he ignored the injuries on his body and the intense pain all over his body. He looked up at the huge pair of eyes again. He immediately realized that those huge eyes were no longer paying attention to him. Instead, they were firmly locked onto the coiling dragon manor where Chu Zhou was. Ignored. The Spring and Autumn Master muttered to himself as he truly felt the insect mother's arrogance and indifference. However, I can be considered to have personally experienced how terrifying a saint is. Even a casual strike is not something an advanced great overlord can contend against. Her target seems to be Chu Zhou. King Bei Kang also noticed a pair of huge eyes that were firmly locked onto the coiling dragon manor where Chu Zhou was. Instantly, a deep killing intent flashed in his eyes. Everyone, use the foundation and backup plan that Lord Emperor Shi left for us. We can't let the insect mother attack Chu Zhou, he said coldly. Spring and Autumn Master and company looked at each other and nodded. Chu Zhou was the future hope of their Mirror Universe Corporation. They really could not let the insect mother attack Chu Zhou. In the next moment, the hands of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others drew a profound trajectory before shooting out an energy pillar towards the Sacred Academy in the center of Emperor Shi Holy City. Rumble! The entire Emperor Shi Holy City shook violently in an instant. Then, the entire Emperor Shi dimension shook. It was as if a primordial behemoth that was lying dormant in the deepest depths of the Emperor Shi dimension had woken up from its slumber. An extremely terrifying aura slowly rose from the Sacred Academy. In the next moment, a huge black and white Taiji painting suddenly flew out of the Sacred Academy. The black and white Taiji painting instantly became incomparably huge, enveloping the entire Emperor Shi plane. After the black and white Taiji painting enlarged, it vaguely turned translucent. Therefore, the living beings in Emperor Shi's plane could still see that pair of majestic eyes through the huge and boundless Taiji painting. As the black and white Taiji painting enveloped the entire Emperor Shi dimension, the suffocating feeling brought about by those huge eyes disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1094, Facing the Saint, 2. Could this be Lord Emperor Shi's weapon back then, the Yin-Yang Taiji painting? In Emperor Shi's plane, many members of the Mirror Universe Corporation looked up at the huge black and white Taiji painting. All of them were extremely excited. As the founder of the Mirror Universe Corporation, Emperor Shi's various deeds and related information had always been circulated among the members of the Mirror Universe Corporation. The Yin-Yang Taiji painting was naturally known by everyone as Emperor Shi's exclusive weapon. At this moment, seeing the appearance of the Yin-Yang Taiji painting, many members of the Mirror Universe Corporation were very excited. In the sky, the huge Yin-Yang Taiji painting slowly rotated. Two Yin-Yang fishes, one white and one black, rotated, triggering the yin-yang nomological laws in the unseen world and emitting an aura that suppressed time and space. Emperor Shi's yin-yang Taiji painting. In the void, a pair of huge and dignified eyes looked at the sudden appearance of the yin-yang Taiji painting with a hint of seriousness. Emperor Shi was a sacred emperor, so while it was naturally extremely afraid of Emperor Shi, the yin-yang Taiji painting in front of it was only a weapon. Humph, you want to stop me with just a weapon left behind by Emperor Shi? A cold snort filled with killing intent came from those majestic eyes. In the next moment, countless clear green gold eyes suddenly appeared in those eyes. Every green gold eye emitted a light that was even more scorching than the sun. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of green gold lightning shot out from the countless green gold eyes and struck the yin-yang Taiji painting. Every bolt of green gold lightning contained unfathomable power. Space was obliterated, and everything vanished into nothingness everywhere it passed. Even though the Spring and Autumn Master and the others were separated by the yin-yang Taiji painting, they felt a sharp pain as if their souls were being torn apart when they saw the green gold lightning. In Emperor Shi's plane, many people looked up and saw the green gold lightning. Their bodies and minds were in pain, and they vomited blood and fainted. Apart from Overlord-level living beings like the Spring and Autumn Master, even universe nobility would be mentally injured when their gazes landed on the green gold lightning. Everyone, listen up. Close your eyes and guard your minds. Don't look at the green gold lightning. Spring and Autumn Master had a solemn expression as he hurriedly reminded. When the humans in Emperor Shi's plane heard this, they hurriedly closed their eyes and guarded their minds. In the sky, dense green gold lightning struck the yin-yang Taiji painting. The yin-yang Taiji painting shook violently and spun crazily. The black and white yin-yang divine light spun continuously and obliterated the green gold lightning bolts. However, as the dense green gold lightning continued to descend, the yin-yang Taiji painting seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The light of the yin-yang Taiji painting gradually dimmed. The entire Emperor Shi plane also shook like a tide. Layers of pressure spread throughout the entire Emperor Shi plane like ripples. In an instant, countless people in Emperor Shi's plane felt as if they had been struck by lightning and spat out blood. Even overlords like the Spring and Autumn Master were greatly shocked. Not good. The Insect Mother is not an ordinary universe saint. Her strength is much stronger than ordinary saints. Although the yin-yang Taiji painting is powerful, it needs the power of a saint to completely activate it. With our strength, we can at most activate the yin-yang Taiji painting to block the attacks of ordinary saints. However, we can't block the Insect Mother. When the Spring and Autumn Master saw this scene, his face couldn't help but turn pale. King Bei Kang and the others also looked at the situation in the sky with solemn expressions. Their strength was far inferior to the Insect Mother. Even if they knew that the yin-yang Taiji painting could not stop the Insect Mother, they could not do anything. Perhaps we can only use all the trump cards left behind by Lord Emperor Shi. Let's hope that after using all the trump cards, we can force the Insect Mother back. Otherwise, our Mirror Universe Corporation probably won't be able to survive this calamity today. Heartlight Master's expression was heavy as he sighed faintly. I have no choice but to do this. The Caged Dragon Master also sighed and said, under normal circumstances, the Martial Ancestor will definitely intercept the Insect Mother when it enters our human territory. However, the Martial Ancestor hasn't appeared for a long time. It's obvious that the Martial Ancestor is also being held back by the other saints. We're on our own now. King Bei Kang, Camel Mountain Master, and Wild Wave Master did not speak. Their expressions were solemn. They all knew very well that if the trump cards left behind by Emperor Shi were still unable to stop the Insect Mother after using them all, their Mirror Universe Corporation would be in danger today. Even though the Insect Mother's target was Chu Zhou, they also knew very well that after the Insect Mother killed Chu Zhou, it was very likely that it would flatten their Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters. The many trump cards left behind by Lord Emperor Shi are our company's last trump card. There's no need to use them. I'll go and meet it since it is here for me. Chu Zhou's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others. The Spring and Autumn Master and company were alarmed as they saw Chu Zhou's figure suddenly soar into the sky from the Coiling Dragon Manor. In an instant, he appeared at the edge of the yin-yang Taiji painting and looked into the pair of huge and boundless eyes on the other side. Insect Mother. Chu Zhou stared coldly at those huge eyes and spat out two words. Human Chu Zhou, the memories and comprehension of the law of reincarnation in your mind are mine. Chapter 1095, Facing the Saint, 3. A greedy and cold voice came from those majestic eyes. Hehe, you want to obtain all the memories and comprehension of the law of reincarnation in my mind? It depends on whether you have the ability. Chu Zhou sneered and raised his foot, about to step out of the yin-yang Taiji painting. Chu Zhou, don't act rashly. That's right. Chu Zhou, you're still the overlord. There's no need for you to fight to the death with a saint. Chu Zhou, the backup plan left behind by Lord Emperor Shi is enough to stall the insect mother for a while. I believe that the martial ancestor will definitely be able to get out of trouble and come to save us as long as we stall her for a while. There's no need for you to take the risk now. When Spring and Autumn Master and company saw that Chu Zhou was about to fight the insect mother, they couldn't help but shout and persuade Chu Zhou to stop. Upon hearing the Spring and Autumn Master and company's words, Chu Zhou's raised right foot paused in midair. He looked back at the Spring and Autumn Master and company with a confident smile. Trust me. It will be very, very difficult for it to kill me even if it is a universe saint. With that said, he didn't wait for the Spring and Autumn Master and the others to recover from their shock. He suddenly took a step forward and stepped out of the protection of the yin-yang Taiji painting. At this moment, Chu Zhou was facing the universe saint's insect mother. A hint of surprise appeared in the depths of his huge and dignified eyes when he saw Chu Zhou walk out of the yin-yang Taiji painting. Chu Zhou, if you continue to hide in the yin-yang Taiji painting, I won't be able to do anything to you for the time being. But I didn't expect you to seek your own death. The insect mother's cold voice sounded from her majestic eyes. In the next moment, billions of green gold lightning bolts suddenly shot out of the huge eye and struck Chu Zhou. At this moment, the Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, and company stared intently at Chu Zhou's figure as their hearts tightened. Insect mother, do you think you can kill me with such child's play? Chu Zhou smiled coldly. His body suddenly trembled, as if billions of ghosts and gods were moving at the same time, causing the surrounding endless space to tremble. A boundless aura rose from his body. In an instant, a huge and dazzling law of the sun appeared behind him. Then, it was the second law of the sun, and then there was the third law of the sun. In the end, a total of 7 laws of the sun appeared behind him. Each of the 7 nomological laws corresponded to one law of the sun. Every law of the sun was 10,000 times more resplendent than the real sun. In particular, one of the nomological suns that appeared with countless reincarnation gears and one of the nomological suns that floated with a torrent of destiny shocked the endless space and time. The aura it emitted seemed to be able to crush the myriad worlds. A total of 7 laws of the sun floated behind Chu Zhou. The power of the 7 laws of the sun fused together and gathered into a terrifying power that made the Spring and Autumn Master and the other overlords tremble and feel their hair stand on end. Billions of green gold lightning bolts were evaporated almost instantly by the vast light emitted by the 7 laws of the sun. Boom! Chu Zhou raised his hand coldly. The 7 laws of the sun moved quickly and formed a ring, crashing into the huge and dignified eye. In an instant, it shattered the pair of huge and boundless majestic eyes. What? Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei Kang, and company were almost petrified when they saw this scene. Is Chu Zhou so powerful now? Not only did he easily resolve the attack of a saint, but he also shattered the eye condensed by the saint. Chapter 1096, Insect Mother's Bloodbath. 1. Chu Zhou shattered a pair of majestic eyes that were 10 times larger than the sun with a single strike, shocking everyone. Those were the eyes of the universe saint, the insect mother. Boom! The moment the majestic eye shattered, the void above Emperor Shi's plane suddenly collapsed, turning into an endless chaotic world. The entire world seemed to return to its chaos state. A woman with 108 wings on her back appeared in the depths of the chaotic world, emitting a terrifying aura that suppressed the worlds and time. At this moment, a terrifying aura seeped into Emperor Shi's plane even with the obstruction and protection of the yin-yang Taiji painting. In an instant, other than the Spring and Autumn Master and the other overlords, all the living beings below the overlord level in Emperor Shi's plane fainted under the impact of that shuddering aura. Even the Spring and Autumn Master and the other overlords felt an overwhelming pressure as they looked at the figure of the woman with 108 wings with solemn expressions. The insect mother's main body has appeared. Spring and Autumn Master took a deep breath and said solemnly. King Bei Kang and the others did not say anything. Their expressions were very serious. Blasphemy saint, die! The insect mother stood in the boiling depths of the chaos. She stared coldly at Chu Zhou's figure and suddenly stretched out her hand. In an instant, a jade white palm pierced through the chaos, destroying space and time as she attacked Chu Zhou. At this moment, a mighty force that was above all things swept through the small universe where Emperor Shi's plane was. The entire miniature universe shook violently. Countless nomological threads in the small universe were broken by a terrifying force unknowingly. For a moment, the entire small universe shook violently. Countless star realms were destroyed, and endless wind, fire, and water surged. The entire miniature universe seemed to be on the verge of complete destruction. Chu Zhou stared at the white jade palm that stretched out from the boiling chaos and annihilation of space and time with a solemn expression. In his eyes, it was not just a palm, but a universal law. Endless nomological threads and nomological runes wrapped around the palm, forming a complete nomological law. Therefore, at this moment, what was suppressing him was not just a palm, but a complete nomological law. An unimaginable pressure pressed down on him from all directions, as if the entire universe was suppressing him. The space-time around him shattered, turning into countless snowflake-like space-time fragments. If not for the 7 laws of the sun protecting him, Chu Zhou would probably have turned into countless powder and particles at this moment. Seeing that the white jade palm was getting closer and closer, Chu Zhou did not panic. He was calm. Suddenly, with a thought, the 7 laws of the sun floating behind him instantly fused into one, turning into a 7-colored sun. The book of Dharma flew out of his body and fused with the 7-colored sun. Boom! In an instant, the book of Dharma bloomed with infinite brilliance, illuminating endless space and time as if it had become the only one in the universe. At this moment, the energy fluctuations emitted by the book of Dharma actually overshadowed the yin-yang Taiji painting, shocking the spring and autumn master and the others. Chu Zhou pointed forward, and the book of Dharma immediately struck the white jade palm at lightning speed. Instantly, it was as if the universe had exploded. Boundless light and boundless energy erupted from the point of collision between the book of Dharma and the white jade palm like rays that filled the universe. The spring and autumn master and company could no longer see Chu Zhou and the insect mother. They only saw endless energy fluxes. In their eyes, the void of the Emperor Shi dimension had shockingly turned into a roaring sea formed by endless energy flux. At this moment, the Emperor Shi dimension was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. They were constantly attacked by waves from all directions. The spring and autumn master and the others were shocked. Chu Zhou and the insect mother were too terrifying. Even the energy shockwaves from the battle made their hearts palpitate. No, I can't continue fighting in this small universe. Otherwise, I might destroy the entire small universe and Emperor Shi's plane. Chu Zhou lowered his head and saw Emperor Shi's plane floating in the roaring energy sea like a lonely boat. Then, he saw countless spatial cracks appear in the small universe. He immediately knew that continuing to fight the insect mother here would cause huge damage to Emperor Shi's plane and the small universe. His body moved, and he immediately performed the great spatial move, appearing at the exit of the small universe. With another move, he rushed out of the small universe, trying to run. When the insect mother saw Chu Zhou rush out of the small universe, it sneered and instantly chased after him. Chu Zhou stepped on the river of time and space and used his fastest speed to quickly leave the normal star fields where countless humans lived. The insect mother chased after him. Even though she had not grasped the space-time law, she was too powerful so she could forcefully tore through the multiverse and chased closely behind Chu Zhou. She did not look any slower than Chu Zhou. The two of them exchanged blows as they moved at high speed. Every time they clashed, an extremely terrifying energy would erupt. Many human experts noticed them. Hiss, the person fleeing in front is Chu Zhou. Who is that foreign race woman chasing after him? Her strength is too terrifying. A human overlord could not help but shudder when he saw the confrontation between Chu Zhou and the insect mother. Be it Chu Zhou or the insect mother, the energy that erupted was too powerful. It was as if it wanted to shatter the entire starry sky. Chapter 1097, Insect Mother's Bloodbath. 2. Not good. The foreign race woman who's chasing after Chu Zhou is the insect mother of the Zerg race. The insect mother actually attacked Chu Zhou. Someone recognized the insect mother and could not help but be shocked. Chu Zhou. He's actually so powerful that he can fight the insect mother, a universe saint. Many people were excited as they watched Chu Zhou and the insect mother fight while moving at high speed. The insect mother was a universe saint, and an extraordinary universe saint. However, Chu Zhou was only an overlord. Chu Zhou was actually able to fight the insect mother to a draw without losing. This was simply heaven-defying. Soon, the news that Chu Zhou and the insect mother were fighting spread on the Mirror Universe network. Instantly, countless humans were in an uproar. Many human experts were paying attention to the latest news of the battle between Chu Zhou and the insect mother through the Mirror Universe network. There were also many experts who followed the traces left behind by Chu Zhou's battle with the insect mother, wanting to personally witness the battle between Chu Zhou and the insect mother. Boom! A star field that was several light years in size collapsed with a bang. Countless planets in it were instantly reduced to dust. Chu Zhou and the insect mother rushed out of the collapsed star domain and killed their way into a dark void. Fighting here shouldn't affect us humans much. After entering the void, Chu Zhou suddenly stopped and turned to face the insect mother with an indifferent expression. You're not running anymore. The insect mother looked at Chu Zhou indifferently as well. The 108 wings on her back flapped gently, bringing with them ripples of nomological laws that could make overlords tremble. There were also countless chains of order hanging down from the 108 wings. It emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed the myriad worlds. She vaguely knew that the reason why Chu Zhou brought her to this space was because he was afraid that their battle would destroy the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Company. However, she didn't care about that. She only wanted to suppress Chu Zhou and take him down. She also wanted to take away the memories and comprehension of the law of reincarnation from Chu Zhou's soul. Of course, she would definitely destroy Chu Zhou after all. It was impossible to allow a dangerous person like Chu Zhou to continue to grow. Escape. When Chu Zhou heard the insect mother's words, he couldn't help but sneer. I brought you here just to find a suitable burial ground for you. When the insect mother heard this, her gaze could not help but turn cold as ice. You want to kill a saint? That's right. I'm going to kill a saint today. Chu Zhou said calmly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Arrogance. For the first time, the insect mother's face revealed anger, and monstrous killing intent emanated from her body. Your ability is indeed not bad to be able to exchange so many moves with me. However, this is not a reason for your arrogance. You're still far from killing a saint. The insect mother attacked as soon as she finished speaking. The 108 wings suddenly extended into the depths of space and time. Then, they slashed down ruthlessly like the 108 world destruction heavenly blades. In an instant, 108 beams of world destruction light formed by the boundless chains of order pierced through this empty space dozens of light years in diameter. This vast void space was directly shattered. Facing the insect mother's terrifying attack, Chu Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only did he not retreat, he also attacked forcefully. In his consciousness space, the 7 nomological sparks chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and samsara vibrated at the same time. The 7 nomological rivers descended from the darkness and landed on the book of Dharma above his head. Then, 3 ancient divine runes A, demon, and kill appeared on his forehead. His body was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the 3 special forces. Apart from that, he also activated the myriad transformation secret manual, reincarnation technique, chaos dharma body and many other ultimate techniques. At this moment, the power he erupted with had reached the peak of his life. Rumble. Chu Zhou transformed into a chaos giant that was 10 million meters tall. He held the book of Dharma that was the size of the sun in his hand and suppressed the 108 beams of world destruction. Almost instantly, the 108 beams of world destruction light were forcefully shattered by the book of Dharma in his hand. Finally, the book of Dharma struck the insect mother violently. Amidst an earth-shattering bang, the insect mother was blasted flying while vomiting blood. What? The insect mother was injured by Chu Zhou. Unbelievable. Chu Zhou is simply heaven-defying. Is he going to be the second person to slaughter a saint after becoming the great heaven demon god? Many human overlords, universe nobility, and universe lords watched the battle between Chu Zhou and the insect mother from afar through their divine senses. When they saw the insect mother being sent flying by Chu Zhou while vomiting blood, they were all extremely shocked. In the universe, there was a saying that everyone below the saint realm was an ant. This sentence did not come out of thin air. It was according to the power displayed by many universe saints in history. The overlords in the universe acknowledged it. The universe saint completely controlled the power of a universe law. They were really too strong. The difference between the overlords and them was like heaven and earth. However, there were always some people whose strength exceeded the standard. The great heaven demon god, who had once dominated the universe ocean and made the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions wary, for example, was a super existence. Chapter 1098, Insect Mother's Bloodbath. 3. He was the first overlord in history to complete the feat of killing a saint. It was also from the day the great heaven demon god successfully slaughtered the saint that people knew that overlords could actually be so strong and could also kill saints. However, it was a pity. There had never been a second overlord in the universe who could kill a saint after the great heaven demon god. At this moment, when many human experts saw Chu Zhou holding the Book of Dharma and sending the insect mother flying while vomiting blood, they could not help but have a thought. Perhaps Chu Zhou would become the second overlord to successfully kill a saint. In the void, the insect mother was completely enraged after being blasted flying by Chu Zhou. She was actually injured by Chu Zhou, an overlord. This was simply a great humiliation. Moreover, Chu Zhou actually wanted to kill a saint. This was unacceptable. Rumble. In an instant, the insect mother's body expanded and expanded at an astonishing speed. Waves of energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out from her body. The entire void was shattered into countless pieces. When everything calmed down, everyone looked at the towering figure of the insect mother in shock. At this moment, the insect mother's body was really too big. It was a light year tall, which was 9,460 billion kilometers. From afar, the insect mother's body seemed to fill the entire starry sky, occupying all vision. In fact, many human experts could only see a portion of the insect mother's body. There was still a portion that was beyond their vision and could not be seen at all. At this moment, many human experts raised their heads and looked at the huge and boundless towering figure in front of them. They only had one feeling: shock. They felt like ants in front of a towering mountain. When they looked up, the mountain was endless, and they could only see a small portion of the mountain. When the chaos first opened, it was divided into yin and yang. When it was judged to be 4, it was listed as the 5 elements and evolved into all things. The circulation of all things, the cycle of karma, and the trajectory of fate were already predetermined. Everything in the world will ultimately be reincarnated. At that moment, the profundities of the 7 nomological laws: chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and samsara appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. Moreover, the profundities of the 7 great laws were cleverly fused together. In his heart, they explained the complete process of birth, evolution, development, prosperity, degeneration, death, reincarnation, and so on. Back when the thunderclap star helped Big Sister Saber become stronger, he had the idea of creating a supreme technique that involved the 7 laws of chaos. However, at that time, his foundation was still insufficient. Moreover, he had yet to comprehend the 2 great laws of karma and destiny, so he could not create them. However, after he successfully comprehended and mastered the 7 great laws, he gradually formed the embryonic form of this unique skill in his heart. 7 laws were cultivated to the overlord level. This unique technique gradually became clearer after all. It was not until the law of reincarnation and the law of fate advanced to the peak overlord level that he finally created this ultimate technique. Chu Zhou called this ultimate technique the Epic Divine Fist. The meaning of the Epic Divine Fist was that it represented a universe and an era. With a single punch, it deduced the entire process of birth, evolution, development, prosperity, decline, nirvana, reincarnation, and so on. One punch was the entire life of the universe. Chu Zhou's gaze was sharp and his divine light was like the sea. The aura on his body instantly rose to the extreme, like an unparalleled god that had broken through the ages. Epic Divine Fist! He suddenly shouted. Chapter 1099, Slaying a Saint. The insect mother's body was really too big. It filled the entire starry sky, and even the entire starry sky seemed to be unable to accommodate it. Many human experts looked up and could only see a small portion of their bodies. This incomparably huge body was enough to make many human experts feel immense pressure. This is actually her true body. Chu Zhou also looked up at the insect mother's incomparably huge body with a solemn expression. He was surprised to discover that the body in front of him, which was a full light year in size, or 9,460 billion kilometers in size, was actually the insect mother's main body. This was a little hard to imagine because of its sheer size. Comparatively speaking, his 10 million meter chaos true body was like a speck of dust in front of the other party. Of course, it didn't mean that the bigger one was, the stronger one would be. Chu Zhou, die! The insect mother's voice rumbled like billions of thunderbolts, shaking the entire starry sky. Her eyes, which were larger than the sun, looked down at Chu Zhou and shot out 2 beams of divine light that were billions of meters long. Her palm suddenly pressed down on Chu Zhou. It was as if a vast universe was pressing down. Everything was collapsing. Chu Zhou's expression was solemn as he activated the Book of Dharma to block. Boom! He instantly felt a surging and vast power rush into his body. He felt a sharp pain in his internal organs and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he activated the power of the space-time law with all his might and stepped on the long river of space-time. In an instant, he appeared 2 light years away and avoided the suppression of the incomparably huge palm in time. A sinister smile appeared on the insect mother's cold face when she saw Chu Zhou vomit blood. Her huge body moved and smashed through layer after layer of space as she charged towards Chu Zhou. Countless green gold eyes suddenly appeared on her huge body. Eyes rolled around, looking extremely terrifying. If someone with trypophobia was here and saw so many eyes, they would directly faint. The countless rolling green gold eyes suddenly shot out chains of order that resembled green gold chains that pierced towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou snorted coldly. With a thought, countless golden karma threads appeared in the void, interweaving into a huge karma net. The chains of order that pierced over were all connected by many karma threads. In the next moment, the Book of Dharma shook violently. The Chaos Chapter, Yin-Yang Chapter, Space-Time Chapter, 5 Elements Chapter, Karma Chapter, Fate Chapter, Samsara Chapter, and other pages quickly flipped. Chaos Divine Lightning, Yin-Yang Divine Light, Long River of Space-Time, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Karma Divine Light, River of Destiny, Reincarnation Gears, and so on flew out from the Book of Dharma. Furthermore, almost as soon as it appeared, it struck the chains of order that were flying over along the lines of karma. All the chains of order were instantly shattered. The insect mother's pupils constricted when it saw this. The strength Chu Zhou displayed shocked her more and more. Gradually, she felt threatened. I have to kill him. He's already so strong now, how are we able to do anything when he becomes a saint? The insect mother's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 108 wings on her back slashed at Chu Zhou like 108 bolts of lightning that tore through the universe. This time, the attack strength of the 108 wings was more than 10 times stronger than the first attack. Time and space seemed to have been shattered. Wherever the 108 wings passed, the void collapsed and turned into boiling chaos. Many human overlords were severely injured when they sensed the aura emitted by the 108 wings from afar. They spat out blood. Chu Zhou responded calmly. Boundless light spread out from his body, and time on his body accelerated by 10,000 times. He struck out 108 consecutive palm strikes. Under the effect of 10,000 times time acceleration, his 108 palms seemed to have struck out at the same time. The 108 wings that slashed over were sent flying by his 108 palms. Kill! Chu Zhou let out a long roar that shook the galaxy. He no longer used passive defense and chose to take the initiative to attack. He stepped on the river of time and space and moved quickly beside the insect mother. He constantly mobilized the power of the 7 nomological laws and continuously used the myriad transformation secret manual, reincarnation technique, and other absolute arts. He even repeatedly activated the 3 ancient divine runes, A, Demon, and Kill, to continuously attack the insect mother. Facing Chu Zhou's crazy attacks, the insect mother also retaliated forcefully. Countless eyes on her body constantly shot out dense rays, chains of order, and green gold lightning. The 108 wings on her back slashed out continuously like 108 peerless heavenly sabers. Other than that, the most terrifying thing was her 2 snow-white arms. Those 2 snow-white arms were like the embodiment of the laws of the universe. Every time they waved, they were like the laws of the universe pressing down. The intensity of Chu Zhou and the insect mother's battle exceeded everyone's imagination. They fought fiercely in the void for 3 days and 3 nights. The void space with a diameter of at least 10 light years was directly shattered by the aftershock of their battle. In the end, this vast void space directly transformed into a boiling sea of chaos. On the 4th day, Chu Zhou and the insect mother suddenly separated. They stood in the boiling chaotic sea and stared at each other solemnly. At this moment, both Chu Zhou and the insect mother were in a very sorry state. Both sides were covered in wounds and blood. They looked like 2 bloody figures. Chu Zhou, you really surprised me. You haven't become a saint yet, but you can actually force me to such a state. The insect mother stared deeply at Chu Zhou and suddenly smiled. However, I won this battle in the end. Saints are immortal, and no matter how strong you are still not a saint. With that said, a huge wave of laws descended from the darkness and enveloped her body. The countless wounds on her body healed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. Saints are undying and indestructible. No matter how serious the insect mother's injuries are, it can quickly recover and be restored through the power of the laws of the universe. However, Chu Zhou is only an overlord. No matter how strong he is, he's far inferior to the insect mother in terms of recovery and restoration. Chu Zhou. His situation is not good. Many human experts were originally amazed by Chu Zhou's strength when they saw that he could fight the insect mother for 3 days and 3 nights without losing. It was truly a miracle for an overlord to be so powerful. Still, when they saw the insect mother quickly recover from its injuries through the power of laws, they immediately recalled the indestructible nature of the universe saint and could not help but worry for Chu Zhou. On the other hand, the overlords of the mirror companies like the Spring and Autumn Master and King Bei Kang, who had been observing this battle, seemed very calm and composed. They knew that while Chu Zhou was not indestructible, he could reincarnate at any time. In terms of recovery and restoration, he was not inferior to a saint. Still, Chu Zhou did not choose to recover from his injuries through reincarnation. He only smiled faintly and suddenly jumped to the same height as the insect mother's head after hearing the insect mother's words. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he closed his eyes slightly. When the chaos first appeared, it was divided into yin and yang. It then became the 5 elements and evolved into all things. The circulation of all things, the cycle of karma, and the trajectory of fate were already predetermined. Everything in the world will ultimately be reincarnated. At that moment, the profundities of the 7 nomological laws chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and samsara appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. Moreover, the profundities of the 7 great laws were cleverly fused together. In his heart, they explained the complete process of birth, evolution, development, prosperity, degeneration, death, reincarnation, and so on. Back when the Thunderclap Star helped Big Sister Saber become stronger, he had the idea of creating a supreme technique that involved the 7 laws of chaos. However, at that time, his foundation was still insufficient. Moreover, he had yet to comprehend the 2 great laws of karma and destiny, so he could not create them. However, after he successfully comprehended and mastered the 7 great laws, he gradually formed the embryonic form of this unique skill in his heart. 7 laws were cultivated to the overlord level. This unique technique gradually became clearer after all. It was not until the law of reincarnation and the law of fate advanced to the peak overlord level that he finally created this ultimate technique. Chu Zhou called this ultimate technique the Epic Divine Fist. The meaning of the Epic Divine Fist was that it represented a universe and an era. With a single punch, it deduced the entire process of birth, evolution, development, prosperity, decline, nirvana, reincarnation, and so on. One punch was the entire life of the universe. Swoosh! Chu Zhou's eyes suddenly widened, and the aura on his body instantly rose to the extreme. He was like a peerless god that had broken through the ages, and endless divine light bloomed from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have become the only one in the universe. Epic Divine Fist! He suddenly shouted and threw a punch at the insect mother. This was an unimaginable punch. The entire chaos sea suddenly collapsed almost in an instant. Half of it rose and the other half sank. At the same time, a huge black and white Taiji painting phantom appeared in the middle of the 2 halves of the chaos sea and slowly rotated. There was also a mighty river of time and space flowing out. Under the push of the black and white Taiji painting phantom and the long river of time and space, the mighty chaos airflow quickly transformed into countless metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth quickly evolved into the sun, moon, and stars. There were also countless mountains, rivers, forests, seas, continents, and countless living beings. After countless living beings appeared, all kinds of dazzling civilizations quickly developed. This was the formation of a universe and the birth and development of all things in the universe. The flow of time in that universe was extremely fast. It seemed to be billions of times faster than the original universe. In the blink of an eye, that new universe became extremely prosperous and prosperous. Still, the new universe that was extremely prosperous and prosperous quickly declined, and countless natural and man-made disasters erupted. Many civilizations were being destroyed. The entire universe began to decline. In the end, the entire universe was completely destroyed. There was only an incomparably huge reincarnation gear slowly spinning. At this moment, all the human experts who had witnessed Chu Zhou's punch fell into a trance. They had never expected that someone could master such a terrifying peerless technique. One punch had evolved the entire process of the birth and death of a universe. As for the insect mother, her expression instantly changed when she saw Chu Zhou's punch. The 108 wings on her back flapped crazily, trying to dodge Chu Zhou's peerless punch. However, the punch arrived. The phantom of a small universe instantly swallowed the insect mother's incomparably huge body. The insect mother's gigantic body was directly obliterated by the various evolution processes in the small universe, turning into a vast sea of blood. He killed a saint. At this moment, many human experts were petrified as they stared blankly at the vast sea of blood. Chapter 1100, Chu Zhou, I want to become a saint. 1. Chu Zhou, killed a saint. Many human experts witnessed the scene of the insect mother being blasted into a sea of blood by Chu Zhou with their own eyes. They were almost petrified and fell into a huge shock. The slaughter of saints was an ancient legend that had been passed down in the universe. Only the great heaven demon god had accomplished such a magnificent feat throughout history. They had personally witnessed the magnificent feat of killing a saint. Those below the saint are like ants. To saints, overlords are just slightly larger ants. Under normal circumstances, when overlords face saints, it would already be quite impressive if they are not casually slapped to death by saints. Chu Zhou, he's too heaven-defying. The Lord of Towering Sky exclaimed in shock. No wonder the martial ancestors said that Chu Zhou has the bearing of a saint. The martial ancestors' judgment is indeed accurate. The Monolith Master of the Universe Adventurer Alliance looked up at Chu Zhou's figure with a face full of emotion. We can only be glad that Chu Zhou is from our human race. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The first and second Master of the Universe Galaxy Bank said with a smile. That's great. Chu Zhou actually killed a saint. In that case, it won't be difficult for him to advance to the saint realm. Our Mirror Universe Corporation might have another universe saint. Bei King, I really envy you for having such a disciple. Spring and Autumn Master, King Bei King, Caged Dragon Master, and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation were extremely excited. In the boiling chaotic sea, Chu Zhou's eyes flashed when he saw the insect mother's huge body turn into a sea of blood. He rushed into the sea of blood without hesitation and transformed into a humanoid black hole. Rumble. A terrifying devouring power spread out from Chu Zhou's body and a sea of blood boiled and surged towards Chu Zhou's body. Time acceleration. Chu Zhou's heart stirred. The space-time law was pried open. In an instant, the time flow in the entire chaos sea suddenly accelerated by 10,000 times. Chu Zhou's speed of devouring the sea of blood instantly increased. The sea of blood that the insect mother had transformed into shrunk at a visible speed. In less than 10 minutes, the sea of blood that the insect mother had transformed into completely disappeared. At this moment, an angry voice sounded from the depths of the abyss. Chu Zhou, I won't rest until you die. The day I return will be the day you die. Her loud voice shook the entire starry sky. Everyone immediately recognized that it was the insect mother's voice. Chu Zhou's expression was calm when he heard this. He was not surprised. Saints were undying and indestructible. It was not an empty promise, but a reality. He had long known that even though he had killed the insect mother, it was impossible for him to really kill her. The universe saint had completely fused with a certain law of the universe. The saints would not die as long as the law was not destroyed. Therefore, anyone could only suppress and seal the saint at most. They could not really kill the saint. Saints would only truly die when the universe collapsed. I'll wait for your return. Chu Zhou smiled and did not care about the insect mother's threat at all. Even though saints were undying and indestructible, Chu Zhou believed that it would definitely not be that simple to recover after the saint was killed. It would take a long time at the very least. To Chu Zhou, he would only become stronger and stronger as long as he was given time. The current him could already slaughter the insect mother, but when the insect mother returned, he would only become stronger. At that time, he would slaughter the insect mother again. The insect mother did not respond, as if it had fallen into an endless sleep. The news of Chu Zhou killing a sage quickly spread to every corner of the human domain through the mirror universe. Countless human experts who heard the news were in an uproar. Chu Zhou did not care about the news from the outside world. He looked at his attribute board. Attribute points, 200,000 sextillion, plus 200 sextillion. Attribute points have increased by 200 sextillion. This is great. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board and was excited. He knew that the attribute points obtained from devouring the body of a dead saint would definitely be very shocking. However, he did not expect there to be 200 sextillion. It was much more than he had expected. After devouring an overlord, I can only obtain roughly 1 to 3 quintillion attribute points. However, devouring the body of a saint like the insect mother can obtain a total of 200 sextillion attribute points. Indeed, overlords and saints are completely incomparable. They are life forms from two different dimensions. Regardless of others, just the life elementium contained in them is far inferior to saints. Chu Zhou sighed in his heart, but he could not suppress the joy on his face. Breaking the realm barrier between an overlord and a saint would roughly consume 100 sextillion attribute points. He now had 200 sextillion attribute points. In other words, the time had come for him to advance to the saint realm. Of course, he could also use the 200 sextillion attribute points to increase the 5 laws of chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, and karma. However, he wouldn't do that even though he had a strong premonition that he would gain something surprising after raising all his nomological powers to the level of an extreme great overlord. As the saying goes, a bird in hand is better than a bird in the forest. Even if he used up all 200 sextillion attribute points, he could not upgrade chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, and the other 5 nomological laws to the extreme overlord level, and would not be able to allow him to break through the realm barrier between overlords and saints and help him advance to the universe saint realm. Chapter 1101, Chu Zhou, I want to become a saint. 2. There was no need to think too much. He naturally chose to advance to the universe saint first. The only problem now is that Dad is very likely already a reincarnation saint. Can I still advance to the saint realm through the law of reincarnation? Chu Zhou thought to himself. He would not think too much about it if it was any other universe law, since one universe law could only give birth to one saint. However, the law of reincarnation was special. It did not belong to the laws derived from the original universe. That was why he considered the possibility. Looks like it's time to see Dad again. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and instantly disappeared. Everyone! I'll return to Emperor Shi Holy City first. If you don't have anything important to do, return to Emperor Shi Holy City. I might need your help with something. Chu Zhou's voice sounded in the minds of King Beikang, the Spring and Autumn Master, the Caged Dragon Master, and the others. They looked at each other and immediately tore apart the universe to return to Emperor Shi Holy City. After Chu Zhou returned to the Coiling Dragon Manor, his consciousness immediately entered the reincarnation world formed by countless reincarnation gears. Dad, come out and meet me. I have something to ask you. Chu Zhou's voice spread far and wide in the reincarnation world through one reincarnation gear after another. His voice could be heard as long as there were reincarnation gears in the universe. He believed that with his father Chu Donglei's cultivation in the law of reincarnation, he would definitely be able to hear his voice transmission in the world of reincarnation and respond to him. Little Zhou, you're not bad. You actually killed the insect mother. Chu Donglei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou and smiled at him. Chu Zhou saw Chu Donglei's figure and smiled calmly. Dad, didn't you also kill a saint in your third life? You're the first person to complete the feat of killing a saint. It's different. Chu Donglei shook his head gently and said, saints are also divided into different levels. The Sith saint I killed back then was only the weakest among the saints. But the insect mother you killed is not ordinary. The insect mother's strength is relatively high even among the saints in the universe. The fact that you were able to kill the insect mother means that you far surpassed me back then. He looked at Chu Zhou with pride as he spoke. To be honest, he did not expect his son to be so fierce that he could even kill a saint like the insect mother. He was much more powerful than when he was the great heaven demon god back then. Chu Zhou was very happy to be recognized by his father. However, he did not forget the purpose of meeting his father this time. Dad, let me ask you something. Chu Zhou's expression suddenly turned serious. Speak. Chu Donglei couldn't help but become serious when he saw Chu Zhou's expression. Dad, tell me the truth. Are you a saint now? Chu Zhou stared deeply into Chu Donglei's eyes and asked. This time, Chu Donglei did not let Chu Zhou guess. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I am a saint and also a sacred emperor. A saint and also a sacred emperor? Chu Zhou was stunned. He had long known that his father was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have dared to plan for the entire human race to continue until the end of the universe. In his guess, his father had probably already secretly become a saint. However, he did not expect that his father was not only a saint, but also a sacred emperor. Saints controlled the laws of the universe while a sacred emperor was in charge of more than 2 nomological laws. While sacred emperors were technically also saints, sacred emperors were much stronger than ordinary saints. The impact on Chu Zhou's heart was too great. He took a deep breath and only slowly calmed down after a long time. At this moment, he could not help but have new doubts. Since his father was already a sacred emperor, his strength was definitely at the top of the pyramid of all races in the universe. Why does he still have so many concerns then? Chu Zhou asked the question in his heart. Chu Donglei was silent for a while, as if he was considering something. After a while, he looked at Chu Zhou seriously and said. Indeed. My strength has already stood at the peak of the universe. Among the myriad races in the universe, there is no one who can pose a fatal threat to me anymore. However, while there's no one in the original universe who threatens me, it doesn't mean that there's no one like that in the Chaos Sea. When Chu Zhou heard this, his mind trembled. He immediately thought of the Chaos Juggernauts who had transcended from the shattered universes. Those Chaos Juggernauts resided in the Chaos Sea. Dad, you're saying that the Chaos Juggernauts living in the Chaos Sea can descend to the original universe? Chu Zhou asked in shock. Chaos Juggernauts were existences that surpassed sacred emperors. They were also the ultimate existences among cultivators. If the Chaos Juggernauts could descend into the original universe, who could resist them in the original universe without being a Chaos Juggernaut themselves? If a Chaos Juggernaut really descended, it would probably not be difficult to unify all the races in the universe. The 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions could only submit obediently. Don't panic. Chu Donglei patted Chu Zhou's shoulder and calmly said. Chaos Juggernauts create their own small universe. The universes are mutually exclusive. The Chaos Juggernaut naturally can't descend into the original universe personally. If they want to forcefully descend, they will only be suppressed and killed by all the laws of the entire original universe. Chapter 1102, Chu Zhou, I want to become a saint. 3. Even though the Chaos Juggernauts are extremely powerful, they still can't contend with the original universe. He paused slightly before continuing. In fact, other than the Chaos Juggernaut, if some saints and sacred emperors from other universe eras who have received the protection of the Chaos Juggernaut and escaped the final calamity of the universe descend into the original universe, they will also be suppressed by the original universe. In the end, they don't cultivate the laws derived from the original universe. They will naturally be rejected and suppressed by the original universe. In that case, Dad, what else do you have to worry about? Chu Zhou asked in confusion. Chu Donglei said, even though the Chaos Juggernaut can't descend to the original universe, the methods of the Chaos Juggernaut are also unimaginable. They can use some special methods to interfere with the original universe. They can also suppress the saints and sacred emperors of the original universe. My plan concerns the future of the entire human race. Therefore, it's better to be cautious. Chu Zhou's heart sank when he heard this. He had never considered the Chaos Juggernauts who lived in the Chaos Sea. He had always felt that they were very far away from him. He never expected that the Chaos Juggernauts' tentacles could also extend into the original universe. Furthermore, they could threaten the saints and sacred emperors of the primal universe. At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly thought of Emperor Shi, who had disappeared for many years. Could Emperor Shi's disappearance also be related to the Chaos Juggernauts? Dad, is Emperor Shi's disappearance also related to the Chaos Juggernauts? Chu Zhou asked directly. There is a certain connection, but there are other reasons. Chu Donglei smiled faintly and said, you don't have to worry about Emperor Shi. He's fine now. When the time comes, I'll arrange for you to meet him. Is Emperor Shi still alive? Chu Zhou was overjoyed. Emperor Shi was the founder of their Mirror Universe Corporation. After Emperor Shi disappeared, countless people in the Mirror Universe Corporation were worried about his safety. Chu Zhou was also worried. It could not be any better now that he heard that Emperor Shi was still alive. Of course he's alive, Chu Donglei said. Don't forget, saints are immortal and indestructible. Even if the chaos juggernaut really descends, it's almost impossible to completely destroy a saint. He would only be suppressed and sealed. Emperor Shi is a sacred emperor. It's basically impossible to kill him. That's really good news. Chu Zhou laughed when he heard that. Then, he looked at his father worriedly. Dad, you're so cautious and careful. Could it be that a chaos juggernaut is targeting you? Hehe, don't worry too much. Chu Donglei saw Chu Zhou's worried expression and couldn't help but pat Chu Zhou's shoulder again. Even though the chaos juggernauts living in the Chaos Sea are powerful, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Even chaos juggernauts might not be able to do anything to me, let alone the special means of the chaos juggernaut. Don't forget that I cultivate the law of reincarnation. The law of reincarnation not only covers the entire original universe, but also the Chaos Sea. In other words, it's difficult to kill me, be it in the original universe or the Chaos Sea. Exactly. The law of reincarnation was special. Not only did it cover the original universe, but it also covered the Chaos Sea. In that case, it was basically impossible for even a chaos juggernaut to kill a saint who had fused with the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou immediately felt relieved after thinking this through. Then, he remembered the purpose of summoning his father this time. Dad, Chu Zhou looked at his father nervously and said, Dad, you've always said that the law of reincarnation is special. Then, I want to ask, can two reincarnation saints be born from the law of reincarnation at the same time? With that, he stared into his father's eyes, afraid of getting a negative answer. In that case, it would be impossible for him to become a saint with the law of reincarnation. When Chu Donglei heard Chu Zhou's words, his eyes lit up. He looked at Chu Zhou in extreme surprise. Are you going to break through to the saint realm? Little Zhou, don't worry. The law of reincarnation is indeed special. Other laws can only give birth to one saint, but the law of reincarnation doesn't have this restriction. This is great. When Chu Zhou heard this, his tense heart instantly relaxed. He could rely on the law of reincarnation to become a saint then. Chapter 1103, Becoming a Saint. 1. A smile appeared on Chu Zhou's lips when his consciousness returned from the world of reincarnation. He was relieved after confirming from his father, Chu Donglei, that he could still become a saint with the law of reincarnation. Oh! Teacher and the others are back. His expression changed slightly. He could sense that his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the others had returned to the pocket universe from the outside world. Teacher and the others came back at the right time. I need to explain to them about my breakthrough to the saint realm. Perhaps I need their help to make some preparations. He immediately sent a voice transmission to King Bei Kang and the others, asking them to come to Coiling Dragon Manor. Swish! 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 King Bei Kang and the others quickly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, your killing of a saint this time is really too shocking. You're the second person in countless years to complete the magnificent feat of killing a saint. In the future, you'll definitely be recorded in the history of the universe and be glorious for eternity. The Spring and Autumn Master patted Chu Zhou's shoulder and laughed heartily. Chu Zhou, even though you're not a saint yet, you're already equivalent to one. With you around, who would dare to offend our Mirror Universe Corporation in the future? Things like the Sanctuary Alliance invading our company will never happen again. The Heartlight Master flipped his long hair and smiled gently. The Caged Dragon Master, Wild Wave Master, and Camel Mountain Master looked at Chu Zhou and clicked their tongues in amazement. King Bei Kang did not say anything. He only smiled at Chu Zhou, a hint of pride appearing in his deep eyes. Chu Zhou smiled and waited for the Spring and Autumn Master and company to finish before saying, Everyone, I want to break through to the Saint Realm. The Spring and Autumn Master and company were stunned as soon as these words were spoken. Their movements froze on the spot. It was as if that sentence had the effect of stopping their movements. After a long time, the Spring and Autumn Master and company returned to normal. Chu Zhou, you just said that you want to break through to the Saint Realm. The Spring and Autumn Master took a deep breath and verified with Chu Zhou. King Bei King and the others also looked at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou straightened his body slightly and smiled calmly. That's right. I'm preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. After obtaining Chu Zhou's confirmation, the Spring and Autumn Master and the others were excited and expectant, but also filled with worry. They hoped that Chu Zhou could successfully become a saint. It would be great, be it for Chu Zhou himself, their Mirror Universe Corporation, or the entire human race. However, they were also worried that Chu Zhou would end up like the True Night Master, failing to break through to the Saint Realm and dying under the backlash of the laws. Still, they quickly adjusted their mood. They knew that as long as Chu Zhou wanted to advance to the Saint Realm, this day would come sooner or later. It was useless to worry. They could only face it. Chu Zhou, what can we help you with? Asked the Spring and Autumn Master. I need a suitable place to advance to the Saint Realm. Chu Zhou saw the nervous expressions of the Spring and Autumn Master and the others and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. I'm confident that my chances of success this time are at least 90%. Moreover, my situation is different from the True Night Masters. The True Night Master wants to use the laws of light and darkness to advance to the Saint Realm. Among the myriad races in the universe, there are many overlords who cultivate the laws of light and darkness. Those overlords can sense the abnormality of the laws of light and darkness and know that someone wants to become a saint of the laws of light and darkness. That's why they attacked the True Night Master. This is also the saint tribulation of the True Night Master. However, I'm prepared to use the law of reincarnation to advance to the Saint Realm. In the universe, other than the former Lord of Reincarnation, I'm the only one who has cultivated the law of reincarnation to the level of an overlord. Therefore, when I break through to the Saint Realm, no other overlord will sense the abnormality of the law of reincarnation. That doesn't mean that no overlord won't ambush me. In other words, I don't have the saint tribulation. Exactly. Chu Zhou was the only overlord of the law of reincarnation among the myriad races in the universe other than the Lord of Reincarnation back then. In that case, Chu Zhou indeed did not have the so-called saint tribulation. Spring and Autumn Master and company revealed looks of joy when they thought of this. Just the fact that he did not have the saint tribulation meant that Chu Zhou's conditions for becoming a saint were much better than the True Night Master's. Furthermore, Chu Zhou was also a super expert who had cultivated the 7 nomological laws to the overlord level at the same time and had even completed the magnificent feat of killing a saint. His strength and foundation far exceeded the True Night Master. In that case, Chu Zhou's success rate of advancing to the Saint Realm far exceeded that of the True Night Master. Their Mirror Universe Corporation might really give birth to another universe saint. I'll help you find a place. After King Bei King finished speaking, he instantly disappeared. I'll contact the martial ancestor and the many overlords of our human race. Chu Zhou, it's best if you have more experts guarding you when you try to break through to the Saint Realm. After Spring and Autumn Master finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The remaining Heart Light Master and the others quickly disappeared. They went to prepare the materials for Chu Zhou's guardian array. Chu Zhou's magnificent feat of killing a saint was still spreading crazily among the humans, causing more and more people to be shocked. However, many human overlords began to get busy secretly. 10 days later, in an empty space where a lone island was floating. The entire island was filled with glowing universal engravings. King Bei King and the other 6 overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation, as well as many other figures filled with the aura of overlords, circled the island and stared at the figure sitting cross-legged in the center. Chapter 1104, Becoming a Saint. 2. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the middle of the island and slowly swept his gaze across the many human overlords guarding the island. He smiled and nodded at them one by one. Today is the day I advance to the Saint Realm. He took a deep breath and with a thought, he allowed his attribute board to break through the realm barrier between an overlord and a saint. Boom! In an instant, the attribute board shook violently, and a vast force swept out. This mysterious force instantly swept through every cell in Chu Zhou's body, his soul, and all his nomological sparks. Crack! Unknowingly, there seemed to be the sound of a lock being unlocked. Not only did Chu Zhou hear this voice, but King Bei King and the others around the island also heard it. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt extremely comfortable. It was as if an invisible lock that had sealed his body, soul, and nomological sparks had been unlocked. His every cell, his soul, and all his nomological sparks transmitted a joyful emotion at this moment. I can feel it. The thick barrier between the overlord and the saint has shattered. Chu Zhou could not help but feel great joy. Rumble. The surging and vast power of reincarnation surged out of his body like endless seawater, like the collapse of the four seas. An extremely resplendent and majestic milky white sun slowly rose behind him, which illuminated billions of times of space in an instant. The entire void was illuminated white. In an instant, it illuminated billions of times of space. In the huge milky white sun, a huge and boundless reincarnation gear phantom appeared. Is it about to begin? What a powerful pressure! He's too strong. It's simply suffocating. Many human overlords looked up at the nomological sun that was slowly rising from the center of the island and felt an incomparably heavy pressure with a vast and boundless aura. When the true Night Master broke through to the Saint realm, many of them came to protect him. He had also seen the law of the sun that the true Night Master had manifested when he was breaking through to the Saint realm. However, the law of the sun manifested by the true Night Master was far inferior to the law of the sun that was slowly rising from the island. The nomological sun rising from the island was more than 10 times stronger than the true Night Master's nomological sun. This shocked the human overlords. As an overlord of extreme grade, Chu Zhou was actually much stronger than the true Night Master. They finally understood why Chu Zhou could complete the feat of killing a saint. Chu Zhou's foundation was too deep. In the center of the island, Chu Zhou released the divine power of reincarnation with all his might and activated the nomological sparks with all his might, calling out to the law of reincarnation. In the next moment, the island in front of him quickly faded and turned into a shadow. The world in front of him turned into a world of reincarnation formed by endless reincarnation gears. He could also sense the origin of reincarnation. A loud bang resounded through the void. A huge translucent wave seemed to have flowed over from the endless years. It traversed the past, present, and future and floated above the island. Huge reincarnation gears floating in this huge transparent wave. Is this the legendary law of reincarnation? Many human overlords looked at the translucent wave floating above their heads in shock. They were shocked to discover that the moment this translucent wave appeared, all the laws of the universe that permeated this void silently melted. It was as if all the laws of the universe had given way to the law of reincarnation that had descended. Many human overlords found it unbelievable. He also realized how special and powerful the law of reincarnation was. Plop! 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 Suddenly, a loud pulsating sound came from the island. It was as if a huge heart was beating fiercely. At the same time, the law of reincarnation floating above the island also shook violently. The frequency of its vibration was exactly the same as the pulsating sound coming from the island. It's starting. This is the sound of the laws pulsating. The Spring and Autumn Master and company immediately became vigilant. Generally speaking, if someone wanted to break through to the Saint realm, there would definitely be the sound of the nomological laws pulsating. The sound of the laws pulsating would be heard by the overlords who cultivated the same laws in the entire universe. At that moment, those overlords who heard the pulse of the laws would know that there was an overlord who cultivated the same laws as them and was preparing to break through to the Saint realm. Therefore, those overlords would rush over one after another to stop the overlord who was trying to break through to the Saint realm. That was the origin of the Saint Tribulation. The Spring and Autumn Master and the others knew very well that in the entire universe, other than the Lord of Reincarnation back then, only Chu Zhou had cultivated the law of reincarnation to the Overlord realm. Normally speaking, when Chu Zhou broke through to the Saint realm, the so-called Saint Tribulation would not appear. However, one can never be too careful. The Spring and Autumn Master and the other human overlords were still on high alert in order to prevent any accidents. Fortunately, no one appeared. No overlord came to kill Chu Zhou even after half a day. At this moment, a nomological spark that emitted the divine light of reincarnation suddenly rose from the center of the island. Chapter 1105, Becoming a Saint. 3. The law of the sun in the sky instantly fused into the nomological sparks. Boom! The nomological sparks shook slightly, and the void that spanned billions of kilometers instantly shattered. Countless silver-white space fragments rolled like snowflakes. Will it work? The Spring and Autumn Master and the others held their breaths and stared intently at the nomological sparks that emitted endless divine light. They knew that the 3 steps to advance to the Saint realm were about to begin. If an overlord wanted to successfully advance to the Saint Realm, he had to complete 3 steps. The first step was the fusion of nomological sparks and nomological laws. The second step was the fusion of the body and the laws. The third step was the fusion of the soul and the laws. There was no order to these 3 steps. It did not matter which step was completed first. He had to complete all 3 of the above steps before he could completely fuse with the laws and advance to an undying universe saint. Under the gazes of many pairs of eyes, a nomological sparks that was filled with endless reincarnation divine light slowly fused into the translucent law of reincarnation. In an instant, the reincarnation nomological sparks seemed to have undergone some unknown and mysterious change. A terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to crush the myriad worlds emitted from the reincarnation nomological sparks. All the overlords present felt an incomparable pressure. Many human overlords had the urge to worship the reincarnation nomological sparks. The nomological spark has successfully fused with the nomological laws. Many human overlords revealed happiness on their faces. 2 more steps, you have to succeed. Spring and Autumn Master and company clenched their fists as they broke out in cold sweat. Back then, the true Night Master had also successfully completed this step. Then, he failed at the second step. They were all very afraid that Chu Zhou would repeat the mistake of the true Night Master. Therefore, they were all very nervous. Under the nervous gazes of the Spring and Autumn Master and company, Chu Zhou took a step and soared into the air, appearing in front of the law of reincarnation. He could clearly feel the strange power in his attribute board circulating between his body and soul. With the attribute board, he knew that he would definitely be able to successfully fuse the law of reincarnation. Therefore, his expression was very relaxed and calm. He was not as solemn as the true Night Master back then. He took another step forward and calmly stepped into the law of reincarnation. Boom! In an instant, the entire law of reincarnation boiled. Endless reincarnation threads and endless reincarnation runes appeared in the law of reincarnation and surged crazily towards Chu Zhou's body. At this moment, Chu Zhou could clearly sense that his body was being rapidly modified by the law of reincarnation. The original cells, genes, and so on in his body were constantly collapsing. Then, endless reincarnation lines and reincarnation runes fused with countless shattered cells, genes, and so on, condensing new cells and genes that flickered with reincarnation symbols. At this moment, Chu Zhou's body was rapidly enlarging. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an incomparably huge giant. He was a full light year tall, which was 9,460 billion kilometers in size, the same size as the insect mother's body. At this moment, just Chu Zhou standing in the law of reincarnation without moving made the Spring and Autumn Master and the other human overlords feel suffocated. A body the size of a light year. This is a sacred body unique to the universe saint. Chu Zhou's physical body has successfully fused with the laws. Many human overlords activated their divine senses with all their might to measure Chu Zhou, who had become incomparably huge. When they measured that Chu Zhou's current body was a light year in size, all of them became excited. The size of his body was 1 light year. That was the symbol of the body of a saint. In the universe, only the body of a saint was so big. Is this the saint's body? It's indeed powerful. Chu Zhou stood in the law of reincarnation and felt the vast power flowing in his body like a galaxy. He felt that as long as he was willing, he could casually kill all the living beings in an entire cosmic country. This kind of extreme power was intoxicating. Still, he quickly came to his senses. He had just completed the second step and had yet to complete the third step. His heart skipped a beat, and in an instant, a huge phantom rose from his body. It was his soul. The moment his soul left his body, Chu Zhou sensed that countless threads were wrapped around his soul. He was very familiar with these threads, they were the threads of the law of reincarnation. He allowed the countless threads to wrap around his soul and urged it to fuse with the threads bit by bit. The third step, Chu Zhou has begun the third step. Success or failure depends on this. At that moment, all the human overlords looked at Chu Zhou nervously. Chu Zhou's advancement to the Saint Realm was too meaningful. If Chu Zhou successfully advanced to the Saint Realm today, humans would become the only race among the 6 pinnacle races that had 2 saints. At that time, humans would recover their status before Emperor Shi disappeared and become the #1 race in the universe again. At some point in time, a majestic figure appeared silently before the many overlords. Many human overlords were alarmed when they saw that majestic figure and bowed hurriedly, preparing to bow. Keep quiet so as not to disturb Chu Zhou. The martial ancestor's voice sounded in the minds of many human overlords. Many human overlords cupped their fists at the martial ancestor when they heard that. Then, they looked at Chu Zhou again. The martial ancestor was also staring at Chu Zhou. A trace of anticipation appeared in his deep eyes. Chu Zhou's soul fused with the nomological threads bit by bit in the law of reincarnation. Under the abnormal power of the attribute board, the fusion process did not encounter any obstacles and was extremely smooth. Moreover, the fusion speed was getting faster and faster. At a certain moment, his soul completely fused with the nomological threads. In an instant, his soul and nomological sparks returned to his body. Rumble! An extremely terrifying aura of reincarnation instantly swept out of Chu Zhou's body. It spread to the entire universe. The law of reincarnation wave and the cosmic void boiled over. At this moment, the entire universe and countless living beings felt a terrifying pressure that was like an abyss. A supreme and majestic figure appeared in the consciousness of all living beings. Countless living beings instinctively knelt in Chu Zhou's direction and worshipped him among the myriad races in the universe. All the overlords of the universe were shocked. They realized that a new universe saint had been born. In the law of reincarnation wave, a huge throne woven by the endless law of reincarnation slowly appeared. Chu Zhou slowly sat down on the throne like a supreme juggernaut who controlled reincarnation. Success! Chu Zhou has successfully advanced to the saint realm. Many human overlords looked at the majestic figure sitting on the throne and were so excited that they could not control themselves. He succeeded? He really didn't disappoint me. The martial ancestor smiled happily. Chapter 1106, Meeting Mother. The law of reincarnation boiled. Chu Zhou sat upright on the huge throne of reincarnation, his figure emitting a vast, holy, noble, and majestic aura. Many human overlords stared at Chu Zhou's figure excitedly. They knew that Chu Zhou had successfully advanced to the universe saint realm. The humans would have another saint. As expected of his son. Father and son are both heaven-defying. The martial ancestor looked up at Chu Zhou's figure and could not help but think of another majestic figure sitting on the reincarnation throne. Is this an universe saint? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He could clearly feel that he had fused with the law of reincarnation. Not only had his entire body, soul, and nomological sparks become a part of the law of reincarnation, but he had also left an eternal mark in the law of reincarnation. With this eternal imprint, even if he was killed by others in the future, he could also use the eternal seal to revive. Apart from that, he could also mobilize the power of the entire law of reincarnation with a thought and use it for himself. Immortal and indestructible, with endless power. This is the power of a saint. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his lips. Ever since he started cultivating on earth, he had overcome all obstacles and experienced countless storms. Today, he had finally stepped onto the peak of the universe. After becoming a saint, there was no one in the universe who could really kill him. Furthermore, because he was a saint of the law of reincarnation, and the law of reincarnation covered the original universe and the Chaos Sea at the same time, even if he left the original universe and headed to the Chaos Sea, no one could really kill him. In other words, he no longer had to worry about security. Sacred emperors and chaos juggernauts were still stronger than him, but no one could kill him anymore. I've already become a saint and achieved true immortality. Now, I only have one goal: to become a chaos juggernaut. Chu Zhou's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. While he knew that no one could kill him, he was still not satisfied. He still wanted to become the strongest and not allow anyone to press down on him from above. After confirming his next target, he stood up and his body instantly became the size of a normal person. The throne behind him slowly disappeared. With a move, he appeared in front of the martial ancestor and the human overlords. Greetings, Saint Coiling Dragon. Many human overlords, including King Bei King and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation, bowed to Chu Zhou excitedly. Chu Zhou's title was Coiling Dragon. At this moment, he naturally had to be addressed respectfully as Saint Coiling Dragon. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. You can still call me Chu Zhou from now on, Chu Zhou said with a smile. In addition, I'll definitely remember you for protecting me while I advance. With that, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands to the crowd. Many human overlords were shocked and hurriedly dodged when they saw Chu Zhou, a newly advanced saint, bowed to them. However, when they saw how grateful Chu Zhou was, many human overlords were delighted. He sighed inwardly. This trip was worth it. Among the many overlords, King Bei Kang and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation were the most excited. After Emperor Shi disappeared, their Mirror Universe Corporation no longer had a saint guarding it. Their company finally had a saint guarding it again. Chu Zhou nodded slightly at his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the others. Then, he walked up to the martial ancestor and said politely, "Martial ancestor, thank you for protecting me." The martial ancestor smiled and looked at Chu Zhou for a while. "You're not bad. You're far better than me and Emperor Shi back then." "Martial ancestor, you must be joking. The reason why we humans can become one of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe is all because of you and Emperor Shi. How can I compare to you?" Chu Zhou said solemnly. These were his points. Among the myriad races in the universe, humans were not strong in terms of bloodline, physique, or cultivation talent. They could even be ranked in the middle and low. In that case, how could humans become one of the 6 pinnacle races? He even became the number 1 race in the universe? It was because the 2 universe saints, Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor, had been born among the humans. Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor had forcefully raised the status of humans in the universe. With Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor holding down the fort, the territories of humans began to expand continuously, and they obtained more and more survival and cultivation resources. With sufficient resources, the number of experts born gradually increased. The number of powerful beings gradually increased, and the overall strength of humanity became stronger and stronger. In turn, they could obtain more resources and nurture more powerful beings in the universe. This formed a virtuous cycle. After a long period of benign development, humanity finally had its current situation. In short, Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor had contributed greatly to the rise of humanity. Chu Zhou knew the history of the rise of humans very well. Therefore, they truly admired Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor looked at Chu Zhou with a smile. Sensing the sincerity in Chu Zhou's words, he could not help but look at Chu Zhou with more admiration. "I have something to say to Chu Zhou in private. Wait here for now." As the martial ancestor spoke to the many overlords, he waved his hand and disappeared with Chu Zhou. In a dimensional space, the martial ancestor placed his hands behind his back and stared at Chu Zhou. "Chu Zhou, you should have come into contact with your father, right?" As expected, the martial ancestor also knew of his father's existence. Chapter 1107, Meeting Mother. 2. Chu Zhou immediately reacted hearing the martial ancestor's words. The martial ancestor knew of his father's existence. Even the martial ancestor was involved in his father's plan. Thinking about it, it was probably expected. His dad had to find a partner to lead the entire human race to transcend because it was difficult to do it alone. Who was more suitable to be a collaborator than the 2 saints of the human race, Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor? It was very likely that Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor were both participants in the development of the plan. "I did get in touch with father." Chu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "Father, he even told me his plan. He also said that Emperor Shi is still alive and well." "Hehe, your father really tells you everything. However, you do have the right to know our plan." The martial ancestor smiled. "Martial ancestor, you and Emperor Shi should have participated in my father's plan, right?" Chu Zhou asked in an affirmative tone. The martial ancestor nodded. "Your father's plan is called the Human Transcendence Project. He is the main core executor and person in charge of this plan. Emperor Shi and I are only assisting from the side. So that plan is called the Human Transcendence Plan? That's appropriate." This was the first time Chu Zhou knew the name of the plan. The martial ancestor recalled the first time he heard of the Human Transcendence Plan and could not help but exclaim. "Your father is too ambitious. Back then, when Emperor Shi and I heard your father's plan, we felt that it was very unbelievable and difficult to achieve. You have to know that it's very difficult even if the saint himself wants to transcend the universe. The chances are slim, let alone bring the entire race to transcend. However, after your father explained the details of the plan in detail, we felt that there was still hope for it to be realized. For this, we were willing to assist him and take a gamble." "Does it mean that Emperor Shi chose to disappear because he participated in this plan?" Chu Zhou couldn't help but ask. "Yes and no. The martial ancestor's expression froze slightly and was slightly serious. The reason why Emperor Shi chose to disappear is mainly because he attracted the attention of those people and was targeted. That's why he chose to disappear. On the one hand, I avoided the attention and targeting of those people. On the other hand, I secretly helped your father carry out his plan. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Are those people, referring to the Chaos Juggernauts who reside in the Chaos Sea? That's right. The martial ancestor nodded his head. A hint of coldness appeared in his majestic eyes. Other than the Chaos Juggernaut, who else in the primordial universe can threaten a sacred emperor? Why would those Chaos Juggernauts pay attention to Emperor Shi? Chu Zhou asked. It's not just focused on Emperor Shi. As long as a sacred emperor is born in the primordial world, it will attract their attention and target. There were a few sacred emperors in this universe before Emperor Shi. However, all of them are missing. They definitely won't die as sacred emperors. But I seriously suspect that they have been sealed away. Furthermore, Emperor Shi and I speculate that this is the work of those Chaos Juggernauts. As the martial ancestor spoke, he looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. Chu Zhou, if you become a sacred emperor one day, you must be careful of the Chaos Juggernaut living in the Chaos Sea. Even though I'm not very clear about the motives of those people. I'm sure that they don't want our original universe to have a sacred emperor, much less a Chaos Juggernaut. Chu Zhou was shocked when he heard that. He did not expect that Emperor Shi's disappearance was actually related to the Chaos Juggernaut. Furthermore, the few sacred emperors born in this universe were likely sealed by the Chaos Juggernauts. This put him on high alert. He felt that it would not take long for him to become a sacred emperor and he did not want to be sealed as well. I'll be careful. Chu Zhou nodded heavily at the martial ancestor. Alright, that's all I have to tell you. The martial ancestor smiled faintly and said, if you want to know more about your father's plan, you can head to the Demon Mountain continent and find him to understand it personally. After the martial ancestor finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared. Chu Zhou reappeared in front of the human overlords and told them that the martial ancestor had left. Other than King Bei Kang and the other overlords of the Mirror Universe Corporation, the other overlords of the human race also bid farewell to Chu Zhou and left. Teacher, everyone. Chu Zhou looked at King Bei Kang and the others and said, you guys can return to the company first. I still have something to do and have to make a trip to the Universe Ocean. Okay. King Bei Kang and the others cupped their hands at Chu Zhou and left. I've already become a saint. It's time to meet Dad and Mom. Chu Zhou looked at the gradually blurry figures of King Bei Kang and the others and muttered to himself. His figure slowly disappeared. At the border between the origin race and the machinery race, in a lonely starry sky. Boom! The starry sky boiled, and a mechanical figure that was a full light year in size descended with a bang. In an instant, countless star realms in the entire starry sky were crushed into powder by the majestic pressure. Soon, a crystal man, who was also 1 light year tall, arrived in the air. Wherever it passed, energy swept over like a tsunami. Another 9-colored figure descended. Countless 9-colored rivers that were billions of miles long surrounded him, giving off a supreme and holy feeling. Chapter 1108, Meeting Mother. 3. An ordinary-looking blade of grass suddenly appeared. That grass looked no different from the weeds on the roadside. Then, even from an endless distance, it still gave people a feeling of trembling and fear. Rumble! The roar of a vast ocean suddenly sounded, shaking the entire star field. Soon, a black sea emerged from the void. What made people tremble was that there were countless corpses floating in the Black Sea. At the center of the Black Ocean stood an incomparably huge black shadow. That black shadow gave off a feeling of endless sin with just a glance, as if it was the source of sin. There was also an ancient stone bridge that suddenly crossed over from an endless distance. A golden-robed figure stood on the stone bridge with his hands behind his back, emitting a pressure that made the myriad worlds tremble. There was also a blazing white sun that shattered billions of space-time and descended with a bang, illuminating the entire star field in blazing white. In the blazing white sun, there was a huge throne. A figure emitting endless light sat on the throne. If some overlords who had a deeper understanding of the universe saints were here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Therefore, other than the martial ancestor of the human race and Emperor Shi, the machinery race's mechanical master, the crystal race's ancestor of myriad crystals, the origin race's 9-colored ancestral god, the Mana race's ancient ancestor Mana, the Freedom Alliance's original Sin ancestor, the Paramitha Alliance's Paramitha ancestral god, and the known universe saints like Saint Sith had all descended here at this moment. Everyone, it's been many years since we've gathered like this, the mechanical master said coldly. That's right. The last time we gathered was when Emperor Shi advanced to become a sacred emperor. The ancestor of all crystals lamented, his voice thunderous. Cut the crap. Chu Zhou's advancement to the saint realm is a huge threat to us. Let's talk about how to deal with it next. The nine-colored ancestral god said coldly. Hehe, how else can we deal with it? Ancestor Mana sneered. The body that looked like a normal grass emitted a terrifying aura. Chu Zhou is still a saint, so he can kill the insect mother. Now that he's a saint, what can we do to him? Moreover, don't forget that Chu Zhou is different from us. He relied on the law of reincarnation to become a saint. The law of reincarnation is endlessly profound. It's difficult for us to seal him. Hearing Ancestor Mana's words, the saints present had ugly expressions. Still, they had to admit that the current Chu Zhou was extremely troublesome. Are we going to let Chu Zhou live freely? Saint Sith, who was emitting boundless light, said with a livid face. Sith, you don't have a race under your command, and you're still so hostile towards Chu Zhou. Could it be because of his relationship with the great heaven demon god? The original Sin ancient ancestor, who was standing on the Black Sea, looked at Saint Sith with a playful expression. Even though the great heaven demon god has always been hidden very deeply. After so many years of investigation, we probably know that he is the reincarnation of the Lord of Reincarnation. Chu Zhou once went to the demon god mountain range and became a saint with the law of reincarnation. No one will believe it if he has nothing to do with the great heaven demon god or the Lord of Reincarnation. Sith, you must have guessed that Chu Zhou has a close relationship with the great heaven demon god, right? Hehe, you were once slaughtered by the great heaven demon god. It's understandable that you hate Chu Zhou so much. Why don't you try dealing with Chu Zhou? Upon hearing the words of the original Sin ancestor, the mechanical lord, the ancestor of crystals, the nine-colored ancestral god, the Mana ancestor, and the others looked at Saint Sith playfully. They naturally hoped that Saint Sith would test Chu Zhou's current strength. As for whether Saint Sith would be killed by Chu Zhou, they did not care. Even though they were gathered together now and looked united, everyone had their own ulterior motives. Some people even had conflicts with each other. It was only because of Chu Zhou that they temporarily put aside their grudges. Saint Sith's face darkened when he saw the playful gazes of the original Sin and the others. He had indeed guessed the relationship between Chu Zhou and the great heaven demon god, so he was filled with hostility towards Chu Zhou. However, he was not that stupid to test Chu Zhou alone. The insect mother's strength was above his, but it had been slaughtered by Chu Zhou, who had yet to become a saint. If he went to test Chu Zhou now, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Humph, original Sin, don't you hate Chu Zhou? The former extreme Yang sage of your Freedom Alliance, is very likely to be one of the reincarnations of the Lord of Reincarnation. Extreme Yang sage also stabbed you a few times. Chu Zhou is related to the great heaven demon god, which means that he's also related to the extreme Yang sage. Why don't I see you getting rid of Chu Zhou? Saint Sith smiled coldly. Who didn't know how to expose a dark history? When the original Sin ancient ancestor heard that, his expression turned cold and a berserking dark storm swept out from his body. He looked at Saint Sith with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Original Sin, Sith, that's enough. Our current enemy is Chu Zhou. Don't start an internal strife before we deal with him. The Paramitha ancestral god, who was standing on the stone bridge, spoke, calming the original Sin ancestor and Saint Sith who had vaguely become competing. Actually, there's no need for us to be in such a hurry to deal with Chu Zhou. Someone will be even more anxious than us. The Paramitha ancestral god suddenly said. The eyes of the mechanical lord and the other saints flashed when they heard that. Higan, you're right. Those people must be more anxious than us. That's right. So what if Chu Zhou has become a saint? He can't kill us. At most, we'll shrink the forces under us and let the humans dominate. But those people are different. They can't bear to see a sacred emperor born in our original universe. And with Chu Zhou's potential, if he continues to grow, he'll probably become a sacred emperor soon. Hence, those people are indeed more anxious than us. That's right. The few sacred emperors born in the history of our original universe all disappeared for no reason. It must be those people's doing. Emperor Shi's disappearance is probably related to those people. Now that Chu Zhou has a high chance of becoming a sacred emperor, those people will definitely not be able to help themselves. They will definitely attack. Chu Zhou is not an ordinary saint, but a reincarnation saint. Back then, they attacked before Lord of Reincarnation became a saint. Now, not only has Chu Zhou become a saint, but he is also growing at a high speed. They will definitely not be able to hold back. When the Mechanical Lord and the others thought of those people's methods, their spirits were greatly raised. At the same time, deep fear flashed in their eyes. Then that's it. Let's watch from the sidelines and see how those people deal with Chu Zhou. It would be best if both of them suffer losses. After the Paramitha ancestral god said that, the ancient stone bridge beneath his feet carried him into the distance. The Mechanical Lord and the others looked at each other and disappeared. The Demon God Mountain range in the Demon Mountain continent of the Universe Ocean. A transparent nomological wave suddenly flowed out of nowhere and floated above the Demon God Mountain range. The majestic pressure made all the living beings living in the Demon God Mountain range tremble and prostrate on the ground. Chu Zhou stepped out of the Law of Reincarnation torrent and floated in midair, looking down at the Demon God Mountain range. Dad, and Mom. I'm here. His eyes emitted wisps of white reincarnation divine light. Instantly, the entire Demon God Mountain range became transparent in his eyes. His eyes emitted wisps of white reincarnation divine light. Instantly, the entire Demon God Mountain range became transparent in his eyes. In the depths of the layers of space-time in the Demon God Mountain range, a faintly discernible reincarnation gear was reflected in his eyes. He saw a vast world, and in that reincarnation gear. In that world, two people looked at him at the same time and smiled at him. One of them was a middle-aged man with a deep gaze. The other was a graceful, noble, gentle, and generous beautiful woman. Chu Zhou's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw these two figures. Dad. Mom. Chu Zhou took a step forward, and his figure instantly transmigrated through the layers of space and descended into the vast great world. He appeared in front of a man and a woman. Chapter 1109, Mother's Origin. 1. Chu Zhou's figure pierced through the layers of space and landed in front of the two figures. Is this my mom? He stared at the woman standing beside his father with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The word mom was actually a little unfamiliar to him since he had no memories of his mother in his mind. When he was still on Earth, he thought that his mother's memories had been erased by the New Moon organization. However, he knew that things weren't that simple when his memory of his mother still hadn't recovered when he stepped into the starry sky and became stronger. Furthermore, his father, Chu Donglei, had never allowed him to meet his mother. He vaguely knew that the memory of his mother in his mind was very likely erased by his father, Chu Donglei, and his mother's identity and background were probably very unusual. When he was not strong enough, it was probably very dangerous for him to know too much about his mother and interact with her. Perhaps this was the reason why his father refused to let him see his mother. Mom. What kind of person are you? What's your background? Countless thoughts ran through Chu Zhou's mind as he sized up the woman in front of him curiously. Xiao. Zhou, I'm your mother. Su Luanfeng took a step forward and sized Chu Zhou up excitedly and restrainedly. Her eyes were slightly red. Her gaze moved across Chu Zhou's body inch by inch. She looked at him very carefully, as if she wanted to imprint Chu Zhou's figure in her heart. All these years, while she had been secretly paying attention to Chu Zhou and had also seen countless photos and images of Chu Zhou. In fact, she knew everything that happened to Chu Zhou. However, she still felt that she did not know her son well enough. She wanted to know more now, so she opened her mouth, wanting to ask Chu Zhou about everything in detail. However, she thought about how she had never been by Chu Zhou's side since he was born. She had never participated in Chu Zhou's growth at all. Now that she had finally met Chu Zhou and he was not familiar with her yet, wouldn't it be too presumptuous of her to ask so many questions? A hint of hesitation appeared on her face. Chu Zhou looked at the woman in front of him who was looking at him excitedly. Seeing that she wanted to say something to him but was hesitating, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity that came from the depths of his blood. Was this the mystical aspect of bloodline? He could still feel a sense of familiarity from her even though it was the first time he met his mother. Mom. Chu Zhou hesitated for a moment before calling out this familiar yet unfamiliar word. When Su Luanfeng heard this, her body trembled slightly and her eyes turned even redder. She used her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Little Zhou, ever since you were born, Mommy hasn't been by your side. I couldn't accompany you as you grew up. Mommy has let you down. Su Luanfeng's voice trembled as she said guiltily. At this moment, Chu Donglei walked over and patted Chu Zhou's shoulder. He said earnestly. Chu Zhou, don't blame your mother. Your mother's identity and background are a little special. It's very dangerous for you to know too much about her or interact with her before you become a saint. It's also for your safety that she has been enduring and not meeting you. In fact, she has always been very concerned about you. She has seen countless photos and videos of you. She knows everything that you have experienced in the universe. Every time you encountered danger, she kept urging me to protect you in secret. She cares about you as much as anyone. When Chu Zhou heard this, he looked at his mother, who was looking at him excitedly and restrainedly. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled calmly and said, Mom, I don't blame you. Su Luanfeng turned around and wiped the corners of her eyes. Dad, what's going on with Mom? She's in danger even when interacting with her. Chu Zhou frowned and looked at his father, Chu Donglei. You should have guessed. Chu Donglei said calmly. Could it be related to the Chaos Juggernauts who live in the Chaos Sea? Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the Chaos Juggernauts in the Chaos Sea. His father was a sacred emperor who had grasped the law of reincarnation. Such strength, and yet he was actually unable to protect him with certainty. It was obvious that her mother's identity and background definitely involved the Chaos Juggernaut. Xiao Zhou, let me tell you. Su Luanfeng turned around, her expression calm. Little Zhou, your guess is right. My identity and background are related to the Chaos Juggernaut in the Chaos Sea. In fact, I was not born in the original universe, I am a saint under the primordial saint king of the 36 Chaos Juggernauts in the Chaos Sea. What? Chu Zhou widened his eyes. He had many guesses about his mother's identity and background. However, he did not expect his mother to come from the Chaos Sea. Furthermore, she was a saint under the Chaos Juggernauts. Are you very surprised? Su Luanfeng asked with a smile. Yes, I'm very surprised. Chu Zhou nodded. Mom, since you're a saint under the primordial saint king, why did you enter the original universe? Moreover, you were with Dad. He was too curious about this. Su Luanfeng did not answer Chu Zhou's question directly. Instead, she asked Chu Zhou a question. Little Zhou, do you think those chaos juggernauts have already transcended the universe or immortals? Why are they still interested in the original universe? Chapter 1110, Mother's Origin. 2. When Chu Zhou heard this, he immediately started thinking. The chaos juggernauts must be interested in the original universe because of benefits. However, what was in the original universe was worth the chaos juggernauts' attention. It had to be known that chaos juggernauts had already reached the end of their cultivation paths. Their strength was boundless, and would not perish even if the universe perished. As for the various cultivation resources, absolute arts, weapons, and so on in the original universe, they were basically not worth mentioning to the chaos juggernauts. In other words, everything in the original universe was basically useless to the chaos juggernaut. In that case, there should be nothing worth the chaos juggernaut's attention in the original universe. No. A will-o-wisp suddenly flashed across Chu Zhou's mind. The chaos juggernauts had opened up their own small universes and evolved their own laws within it. The laws of the small universe and the small universe were definitely incomparable to the laws of the original universe. Could it be that the chaos juggernauts were interested in the original universe because there was something in the original universe that could strengthen the laws of the chaos juggernauts' small universe? Chu Zhou shared his guess. Su Luanfeng praised, Little Zhou, you're very clever. You found the answers so quickly. That's right. In the original universe, the only thing worth the chaos juggernaut's attention is the nomological origin of the original universe. The nomological origin of the original universe is the foundation that derives all the laws of the original universe. It is also greatly beneficial to the laws of the chaos juggernauts' small universes. Precisely so. Many juggernauts in the Chaos Sea have always thought of ways to obtain the origin of the laws of the original universe. For this reason, they did not hesitate to send their saints and sacred emperors to enter the original universe to collect the origin of the laws. I understand now. The primordial Saint King sent you into the original universe to collect the origin of the laws. In the end, you left the primordial Saint King and even got together with Dad, Chu Zhou said in realization. Not entirely right. Su Luanfeng smiled faintly and said, apart from sending me into the original universe to collect the origin of the laws, there's another important mission, that was to capture your father. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. Could it be because Dad comprehended the law of reincarnation? That's right. Su Luanfeng nodded heavily and said seriously. Little Zhou, you have to remember that the law of reincarnation is special. Not only do the saints of the primal universe covet the law of reincarnation, even the chaos juggernauts in the chaos sea covet the law of reincarnation. Just like your father, you have grasped the law of reincarnation. Therefore, you have to be wary of the chaos juggernauts in the chaos sea in the future. Chu Zhou's expression darkened slightly. The attractiveness of the law of reincarnation was greater than he had imagined. Even the chaos juggernauts, who had already transcended, were coveting it. Mom, since you're the subordinate of the primordial Saint King, then why are you with Dad? Chu Zhou asked curiously. When Su Luanfeng heard this, she glanced at Chu Donglei beside her and answered. There's a couple of reasons. To the primordial Saint King, all the saints and sacred emperors under him are actually tools for him to obtain the origin of the original universe. Every time, when a universe era in the original universe is about to end, he will send all the saints and sacred emperors under his command into the original universe to collect the origin of laws for him. However, when saints and sacred emperors from outside enter the original universe, they will be attacked and suppressed by it. Basically, it's already not bad for any saint or sacred emperor who enters the original universe to have 30% of their strength remaining. Those who are unlucky might even be destroyed by the power of the original universe. Even though saints are immortal and indestructible, this does not include saints and sacred emperors from outside. Saints and sacred emperors from outside do not fuse with the laws of the original universe. Therefore, once saints and sacred emperors from outside die in the original universe, it is very likely that they will really die. Even if there's a chance of revival in the Chaos Juggernaut's small universes, the laws of the small universe are far from comparable to the laws of the original universe. The saint can't leave the complete eternal mark in the laws of the small universe. Therefore, if the saint dies in the original universe, then the probability of revival is very low. Even if he is lucky enough to revive in the small universe, it's hard to say if he will still be himself. For countless eras, the saints and sacred emperors under the other primordial saint kings have been constantly sent into the primal universe by the primordial saint king to collect the origin laws for him. Moreover, there's the danger of dying completely every time. I'm tired of living like this. Therefore, I've always wanted to escape the control of the primordial Saint King. However, the primordial Saint King is one of the oldest of the 36 juggernauts in the Chaos Sea. His strength is unfathomable, and his methods are even more terrifying. How can it be easy to escape his control? I've tried countless times in secret for countless years. However, I failed every time. Until I met your father. At this point, she looked at Chu Donglei again with a gentle gaze. Ahem, Chu Zhou coughed lightly. Mom, continue. Su Luanfen's cheeks turned slightly red, but she quickly returned to normal. I have two missions for descending to the original universe this time. One is to collect the origin of laws, and the other is to capture your father. However, after I secretly attacked your father, he took me down. At this point, she recalled the scene back then and couldn't help but exclaim. I never thought that I, a dignified saint, would not be a match for an overlord. Even if I only had 20% of my strength left, it should be easy for me to defeat a universe overlord. The law of reincarnation is too powerful. Your father suppressed me with just one move. Your father used the power of reincarnation to invade my soul and learned about my origins and all the secrets on me. After that, I discovered that your father's law of reincarnation can actually wash away the crowd control method left in my soul by the primordial Saint King. Therefore, I asked your father to help me. Your father brought me through 9 reincarnations before I completely escaped the control of the primordial Saint King and obtained freedom. I naturally got together with your father. When Chu Zhou heard this, he clicked his tongue and exclaimed in his heart. His parents' experience was really legendary. Suluanfeng continued, in my 10th life, after I completely escaped the control of the primordial Saint King. I knew that the primordial Saint King would definitely sense something. A powerful figure like the primordial Saint King, he definitely won't let me off, or anyone related to me. And I'm not the only one sent into the original universe by the primordial Saint King. Therefore, I have to be very careful not to let anyone discover your relationship with Xiaowu. Even your father has become much more low-key. I am only truly at ease now that you became a saint. The saints in the original universe are also far stronger than the saints from outside. Even if my companions sense your relationship with me and want to attack you, they can't do anything to you now. After Chu Zhou heard this, he realized how complicated the inside story was. He also understood the good intentions of his father, Chu Donglei, and mother, Suluanfeng. For the first time, he understood that the water in the universe was actually so deep. Other than the saints in the primal universe, there were also saints and sacred emperors from outside who were hiding in the primal universe. Fortunately, after saints and sacred emperors from outside entered the original universe, their strength would decrease drastically. Furthermore, they would lose the characteristics of an undying saint. Otherwise, it would not be the saints of the various races of the universe who dominated the primal universe, but those saints and sacred emperors from outside. Interesting. There are actually saints and sacred emperors from outside hiding in the universe? Looks like I have to hunt properly. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. At this moment, in his heart, those saints and sacred emperors had all become attribute points. Chapter 1111, Coiling Dragon Sacred Emperor 1. The next day, Chu Zhou saw Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi wore a black and gold robe and had a smile on his face. His gaze was gentle, giving off the feeling that the sea was like 100 rivers. He had the bearing of an elder. Emperor Shi. Chu Zhou cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to Emperor Shi. We're both saints. There's no need to be so polite. Emperor Shi smiled at Chu Zhou with deep admiration in his eyes. Like father, like son. I originally thought that your father was the most outstanding living being in our cosmic epoch. I didn't expect you to be not inferior to your father. Lord Emperor Shi, you flatter me. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. You should know your father's human transcendence plan, right? Emperor Shi asked. I know. Chu Zhou nodded. I previously thought that your father's plan had a 40% chance of success. But now that you're here, I feel that there's already a 60% chance of success. Emperor Shi said. I will definitely do my best to help father realize his plan, Chu Zhou said seriously. After Chu Zhou met Emperor Shi, he stayed here for another half a month before returning to Emperor Shi Holy City. After returning to Emperor Shi Holy City, Chu Zhou immediately received congratulatory gifts from the Human Holy Temple, the Infinite Battle Arena, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and many other human factions. These factions all knew that Chu Zhou favored corpses. Therefore, this time, they all used the storage world where the corpses were kept as a congratulatory gift. The Human Holy Temple was the most forthright. They sent a total of 10 warehouse worlds. The Infinite Battle Arena, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce each sent 5 warehouse worlds. The other human factions sent a total of 10 warehouse worlds. All the congratulatory gifts added up to 40 warehouse worlds. However, the biggest gift was a congratulatory gift from the Mirror Universe Corporation to Chu Zhou. The Spring and Autumn Master and the Overlords, Universe Nobility and Universe Lords of many companies jointly agreed to hand over the 94 warehouse worlds the company had to Chu Zhou. After some consideration, Chu Zhou felt that improving his strength quickly would be more useful to the company. Therefore, he accepted the good intentions of Spring and Autumn Master and the others. In this way, he had a total of 134 warehouse worlds that could be used to devour and refine. He quickly devoured all the corpses in the 134 warehouse worlds. Name, Chu Zhou, Universe Saint. Attribute points, 50.2 sextillion, plus 40.2 sextillion. Rule. Chaos Law, 61%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 61%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 72%, upgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 61%, upgradable. Law of Karma, 61%, upgradable. Law of Fate, 99%, upgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 40%, unupgradable. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board. Even though he was already a universe saint, he could not help but feel slightly excited. 50.2 sextillion attribute points is enough to raise the law of fate, the law of karma, the space-time law, and the other 3 laws to the saint level. However, in order to prevent scaring those saints of the alien races, as well as those saints and sacred emperors who are hiding in the dark, it's best to suppress the energy fluctuations this time to prevent them from noticing. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With a thought, his figure slowly faded, and then he appeared in a world of reincarnation filled with countless reincarnation gears. In the world of reincarnation, he could mobilize the law of reincarnation to the greatest extent to suppress the energy fluctuations that seeped out when he broke through. Upgrade the law of fate, law of karma, and space-time law. With a thought, he let his attribute board upgrade the 3 laws. Rumble. In an instant, fate, karma, space-time, and the other 3 laws descended from the unseen world of reincarnation. The entire world of reincarnation shook. Circles of nomological ripples continued to spread in the world of reincarnation. At this moment, all the experts in the universe who had cultivated the 3 great laws of fate, karma, and space-time felt their hearts palpitate inexplicably. However, they could not find the source of their palpitations. In the world of reincarnation, Chu Zhou's nomological sparks, soul, and body fused into the 3 nomological waves at the same time. His aura continued to rise. In the end, the entire world of reincarnation seemed to be unable to withstand the aura on his body. Countless reincarnation gears trembled violently and seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, just as the entire world of reincarnation was about to collapse, the incomparably huge aura on Chu Zhou's body finally stabilized and slowly descended. Swoosh! At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. 2 extremely terrifying divine lights shot out from his eyes. In an instant, he saw the entire universe. He also saw the 36 small universes that were floating like bubbles in the chaos sea. Are those 36 small universes the small universes of the 36 juggernauts in the chaos sea? With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou instantly retracted his gaze. However, he did not know that after he retracted his gaze, a huge consciousness spread out from the 36 small universes in the chaos sea. Those 2 gazes just now seem to have come from the original universe. Could it be that a new transcendent has been born in the original universe? The transcendent would be born at the end of the universe. There are still 10 billion years before the end of the original universe. Logically speaking, no transcendent has been born yet. No matter what, the original universe has changed. We should send someone in to take a look. Chapter 1112, Coiling Dragon Sacred Emperor. 2. Hehe, I'm not interested in the original universe. It's almost time to harvest the fruits. There can't be any changes in the original universe now. Massive consciousnesses communicated in the Chaos Sea, causing the entire Chaos Sea to boil. In the world of reincarnation, Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Universe Saint, controls the 4 laws of space, karma, fate, and reincarnation at the same time. A sacred emperor of the 4 laws. Attribute points, 1.7 sextillion. Rule. Chaos Law, 61%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 61%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 100%, unupgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 61%, upgradable. Law of Karma, 100%, unupgradable. Law of Fate, 100%, upgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 40%, unupgradable. Looking at the information on his attribute board, Chu Zhou smiled. Space-time, karma, fate, and reincarnation had all reached 100% comprehension. He was not only a sacred emperor, but also a sacred emperor with 4 nomological laws. As for strength, to be honest, even he himself did not know how strong he was. He only knew that he was very, very strong now. At the same time, he controlled space, karma, fate, and the other 3 taboo laws. There was also the law of reincarnation that surpassed the taboo laws. His strength had already risen to an unimaginable level. He only had one feeling now. He seemed to be omnipotent. Previously, I was still a little excited about the Mechanical Lord and the other saints, as well as those saints and sacred emperors from outside. From the looks of it, there's no need to be afraid. To the current me, they seem to be too weak. Now, the only thing that can make me afraid is the 36 juggernauts in the Chaos Sea. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he recalled the scene when his gaze swept across the 36 small universes in the Chaos Sea. In that instant, he clearly sensed the 36 incomparably powerful existences. The strength of the 36 existences had completely surpassed the concept of saints, just like the 36 universes, which caused him to faintly feel fear towards those 36 existences. However, it was only fear. He had a feeling that if the true bodies of the 36 existences descended into the original universe, they might not be as strong as him under the suppression of the original universe. He couldn't help but feel proud. I still have to hide. I'm not a chaos juggernaut yet. For safety's sake, I shouldn't provoke them directly. With that thought in mind, his figure appeared in coiling dragon manner. Then, he sent a voice transmission to King Beikeng and the others, asking them to come over. King Beikeng and the others quickly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Just as they were wondering why Chu Zhou had summoned them, Chu Zhou's first sentence stunned them. I've already become a sacred emperor. King Beikeng and the others. I might already be invincible. King Beikeng and the others looked at Chu Zhou blankly, as if they were completely dumbfounded. In fact, huge waves were already rising in their hearts. I've already become a sacred emperor. I might already be invincible. These two sentences kept echoing in their hearts. After a long time, they came back to their senses and looked at Chu Zhou excitedly. The surprise Chu Zhou gave them was too big. Originally, Chu Zhou's advancement to the Saint Realm had already satisfied all their expectations. Unexpectedly, Chu Zhou had only advanced to the Saint Realm for less than a month, but he had already advanced to the Sacred Emperor Realm. Furthermore, he was a Sacred Emperor with 4 nomological laws. This was really beyond their expectations, and it also made them overjoyed. Alright, it's fine as long as you know about this. Don't spread it for the time being, Chu Zhou reminded. We understand. King Beikeng and the others nodded heavily. Even though they did not know why Chu Zhou did not announce to the public that he had become a sacred emperor, they knew that Chu Zhou definitely had his own intentions and goals. They just needed to keep it a secret. Chu Zhou examined his situation again after King Beikeng and the others left. The comprehension of the 4 laws of space, cause and effect, fate and reincarnation had all reached 100%. There was no room for improvement. Now, only the 3 nomological laws chaos, yin-yang, and the 5 elements were left. They had yet to cultivate to the Saint Realm. If I want to upgrade the 3 laws of chaos, yin-yang, and the 5 elements to the Saint level, I roughly need 60 quintillion attribute points. Under normal circumstances, it would probably take a long time to obtain 60 billion quintillion attribute points. The fastest way now is to hunt saints. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Not long ago, when he swept his gaze across the entire universe, he discovered that among the myriad races in the universe, there were some saints and sacred emperors who had hidden themselves very deeply. Furthermore, the aura emitted by those saints and sacred emperors was incompatible with the original universe. Its energy fluctuations were also much weaker than ordinary saints and sacred emperors. It was obvious that these people were the saints and sacred emperors from outside the primordial universe. To Chu Zhou, these people were undoubtedly the best prey. Bai Bei, let's go hunt saints. Chu Zhou stood up and summoned Bai Bei, who was sleeping in his divine kingdom. Bai Bei was still sleepy, but when she heard Chu Zhou's words, she immediately shivered. Boss, hunting saints? Is it that exciting? Bai Bei shouted excitedly, eager to try. Chapter 1113, Coiling Dragon Sacred Emperor. 3. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and took a step forward. His figure disappeared without a trace. The Kishan race was a very ordinary small race among the myriad races in the universe. The strongest ancestor of the Kishan race was only a universe lord. Furthermore, there was only one universe lord in the entire Kishan race. Therefore, the Kishan race could only occupy an ordinary star domain. On this day, a huge space-time vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above Kishan star, the ancestral star of the Kishan clan. A terrifying and oppressive aura spread out from the space-time vortex. Almost all the living beings of the Kishan race on planet Kishan were instantly pressed to the ground by that terrifying aura. What's going on? Could a cosmic expert have invaded our Kishan race? The situation is not good. Quickly summon the ancestor. Countless living beings of the Kishan race looked up at the incomparably huge spatial vortex. Their expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, under their shocked gazes, an incomparably huge palm stretched out from the space-time vortex and grabbed towards the forbidden land of the Kishan clan. That seems to be the cultivation place of our ancestor. Countless living beings of the Kishan race looked at the gigantic hand that blotted out the sky in horror. Who is it? How dare you offend me? In the forbidden area of the Kishan race, an angry scream suddenly sounded. A stone man with 3 faces and 6 arms suddenly rose from the ground and towered into the clouds. An earth-shattering airwave swept out from the huge stone man. Countless living beings of the Kishan race on planet Kishan vomited blood and died from the tsunami-like waves. Still, as soon as the huge stone golem appeared, it was grabbed by the huge hand that reached out from the spatial vortex. A saint. When the Kishan race's ancestors sensed the terrifying power of the gigantic hand, his expression could not help but change. Damn it, I've been hiding here ever since I entered the original universe. How did I get discovered? The Kishan race's ancestor's face was ashen. Sensing that the power of the giant hand was getting more and more terrifying, he knew that he could not continue hiding. Boom! A saint-level energy wave instantly erupted from his body. He instantly transformed into a giant the size of a light year. Immeasurable light shone from his body. Planet Kishan and the star domain where the Kishan race was located were instantly shattered by the terrifying energy fluctuations. The Kishan race was wiped out in an instant. The Kishan race's ancestor did not care about the extermination of the Kishan race at all. The Kishan race was only a race that he had created to hide his identity. I'm Saint Kishan, a subordinate of the great primordial Saint King. Who are you to actually attack me? Could it be that you're not afraid that the primordial Saint King will pursue the matter? Saint Kishan stared at the huge spatial vortex and said aggressively. He knew that the saints of the original universe must have known of the existence of the Chaos Juggernaut and were wary of him. It was precisely because of this that he hoped to force the enemy back in the name of the primordial Saint King. This move was quite useful based on his previous experience. There were not many saints in the original world who were not afraid of the Chaos Juggernaut. Unfortunately, he was facing Chu Zhou today. You're under the primordial Saint King? Then I can deal with you as interest from the primordial Saint King. With a sneer, another huge hand stretched out from the spatial vortex. Moreover, this giant hand was much more terrifying than the giant hand that had just reached out. The entire universe seemed to be trembling under this huge hand. Saint Kishan was shocked and furious. He did not expect that the saint of the original universe would actually not give the primordial Saint King face. He exerted all his strength and shot out a world destruction divine light at the huge hand that was grabbing over. Unfortunately, the world destruction divine light was directly destroyed by the huge hand and continued to attack him. Boom! The huge hand slammed down fiercely, and a vast galaxy collapsed into a chaotic world. Saint Kishan was also blasted into a bloody mist. A devouring power spread out from the spatial vortex and devoured the blood mist that Saint Kishan had turned into. 10 sextillion attribute points, barely. With a slightly dissatisfied voice, the spatial vortex quickly disappeared. Chapter 1114, End of the Hunt, increased to 20 sextillion attribute points. 1. The Purple Pupil Clan was an intermediate grade race in the Freedom Alliance. The Purple Pupil Clan's status in the Freedom Alliance was similar to the Demonic Sound Clan. There were many universe lords in the clan, but there was no universe nobility holding down the fort. However, the Purple Pupil Clan was much more low-key than the Demonic Sound Clan. Or rather, they were more closed off. Very few living beings of the Purple Pupil Clan roamed the universe. Moreover, the star field where the Purple Pupil Clan was located was also in a relatively remote location of the Freedom Alliance. On this day, a huge space-time vortex suddenly descended on the Purple Pupil Clan's ancestral star. Boom! A huge hand that covered the sky reached out from the spatial vortex and grabbed at the residence of the patriarch of the Purple Pupil Clan's ancestral star. Before the living beings of the Purple Pupil Clan could react, they were pressed to the ground by the terrifying aura. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, countless beams of purple light soared into the sky, tore through the clouds, and struck the huge hand that was grabbing down. In an instant, countless purple suns seemed to explode on the giant hand. Terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire Purple Pupil clan's ancestral star to instantly turn into cosmic dust. All the living beings of the Purple Pupil clan on this inhabited planet also turned into blood mist. At this moment, a terrifying eyeball the size of a light year emerged from the dust. On this eyeball, there were 1,000 purple eyes the size of the sun. Surging purple energy spread out from the thousand-eyed giant eye like an earth-shattering wave, causing the entire territory of the Freedom Alliance to tremble. I have no enmity with you. Why did you attack me? The thousand-eyed eye coldly stared at the huge space-time vortex. Because you're from the Chaos Sea. A cold voice sounded from the spatial vortex. All the pupils constricted upon hearing this. Hehe, you're quite bold. In the original universe, there are saints who know that I'm from the Chaos Sea. However, they all silently chose to stay in one's own lane, mind one's own business, but you chose to attack me. The thousand-eyed eye sneered. They're them, I'm me. A finger emitting 7-colored light suddenly stretched out from the space-time vortex. Humph, I want to see who you are. How dare you ignore my background? The thousand-eyed eye snorted coldly. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped world destruction purple lightning shot out of the 1,000 purple eyes. Wherever the dragon-shaped purple lightning passed, the void was annihilated, turning into chaos before turning into nothingness. It was as if all tangible and intangible matter couldn't exist under the bombardment of the dragon-shaped purple lightning. And yet, when the dragon-shaped purple lightning approached the finger that was filled with 7-colored light, they were all silently annihilated. In the end, the 7-colored finger poked the thousand-eyed giant eye in disbelief. In an instant, the 1,000 eyes exploded into a vast sea of blood. A terrifying devouring power spread out from the spatial vortex and quickly devoured the sea of blood. 20 sextillion attribute points, not bad. A sound rang out, and the space-time vortex quickly disappeared. A moment later, a black sea suddenly appeared in this collapsed star field. Above the black sea stood a towering figure. Saint Thousand Pupil was actually killed instantly. How is this possible? The original Sin ancient ancestor looked at the spatial ruins in shock. As the Freedom Alliance's control realm martial artist, he knew of Saint Thousand Pupil's existence. He also knew that Saint Thousand Pupil was from the Chaos Sea. Ancient Original Sin was not afraid of Saint Thousand Pupil, who had lost his immortality and his strength had decreased drastically. He was also confident that if he used his full strength, he could suppress Saint Thousand Pupil. However, out of fear of the chaos juggernaut behind Saint Thousand Pupil, he had never dared to attack Saint Thousand Pupil. Instead, he chose to let him be. Saint Thousand Pupil was also tactful. For so many years, he had been hiding in the Purple Pupil race and never caused trouble. This made him ignore the existence of Saint Thousand Pupil even more. However, he did not expect that someone would actually attack Saint Thousand Pupil. Moreover, they directly took his life. Who is the culprit? Is he not afraid of the chaos juggernauts behind Saint Thousand Pupil? The original Sin ancient ancestor thought solemnly. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. Even if Saint Thousand Pupil's strength had decreased drastically, even if he had lost his undying characteristic, he was still a saint in the end. It would not be easy to suppress Saint Thousand Pupil even if he used his full strength. However, the person who attacked killed Saint Thousand Pupil in an extremely short period of time. Such strength was too terrifying. This made it difficult for him to feel at ease. Could it be that Emperor Shi isn't dead yet? Did he do it? The original Sin ancient ancestor guessed and directly activated his secret technique to contact the saints of the original universe like the Mechanical Lord. Soon, a month passed. In the past month, other than Saint Kishan and Saint Thousand Pupil, Chu Zhou had killed 3 other saints. He had harvested a total of 70 quintillion attribute points. On this day, in an ancient scarlet star field, Chu Zhou was fighting a bull-headed giant covered in scarlet fire patterns. The ox-headed giant was also the strongest external saint Chu Zhou had encountered. To be precise, this was a sacred emperor. Chu Zhou, your identity has been exposed. The ox-headed giant waved his huge axe and slashed at Chu Zhou with a scarlet light blade that was more than 10 light years long. It directly split the scarlet star domain in front of him into 2. Chapter 1115, End of the Hunt, increased to 20 sextillion attribute points. 2. Countless planets exploded like fireworks. So what if I am exposed? Chu Zhou sneered and stood still with his hands behind his back. The Book of Dharma floated above his head and blocked the scarlet blade of light that seemed to be able to split the world apart. At that moment, the Book of Dharma was completely different from before. Chu Zhou smelled all the precious materials collected by the saints he had killed during this period of time into the Book of Dharma. Then, he activated the 7 nomological laws to continuously temper the Book of Dharma, allowing it to successfully advance to a sage artifact. Chu Zhou, you're really audacious. You actually dare to attack us saints and sacred emperors. You're bringing disaster to the human race. Perhaps soon, you humans will completely disappear from the universe. The ox-headed giant's voice was cold and murderous. When Chu Zhou heard this, his gaze turned cold. His figure instantly moved and suddenly appeared in front of the ox-headed giant. With a bang, he slapped the ox-headed giant. Ah! The ox-headed giant let out a tragic cry. Its incomparably huge holy body shattered into pieces, turning into many huge pieces of meat that were burning with flames. The huge axe that slashed at Chu Zhou was also shattered into countless pieces by his cold slap. How? How is this possible? Saints of the primal universe can't be this strong. No, even sacred emperors of the primal universe shouldn't be this strong. The ox-headed giant's consciousness looked at Chu Zhou in horror. As a sacred emperor under the chaos juggernaut, he had seen many saints and sacred emperors, but none of them were as terrifying as Chu Zhou. He was a dignified sacred emperor, but he could not even withstand a casual palm from Chu Zhou. This was too unbelievable. Chu Zhou's strength also made him feel fear. He felt that if this continued, he would be killed by Chu Zhou very soon. It had to be known that after entering the original universe, these saints and sacred emperors had all lost their immortality. If he was killed here, he might really die. He did not want to die. Why aren't you attacking? Are you going to wait until you've killed me before killing you? The ox-headed giant's consciousness suddenly roared at the void. In the next moment, 6 towering figures appeared in the void and surrounded Chu Zhou. 3 of them exuded the same sacred emperor aura as the ox-headed giant. The other 3 figures were filled with the aura of saints. The ox-headed giant quickly reconstructed its body. A total of 4 sacred emperors and 3 saints surrounded Chu Zhou. When Chu Zhou saw the 6 towering figures that had just appeared, not only did he not panic, he even smiled faintly. You've finally shown yourselves? That's good too. It'll be easier for me to catch all of you in one fell swoop so that I don't have to search everywhere for you. Arrogant. With 4 sacred emperors and 3 saints joining forces, no one is our match other than the chaos juggernaut, the ox-headed giant said coldly, his killing intent permeating the air. The other 3 sacred emperors and 3 saints did not speak, but they all used their consciousness to lock onto Chu Zhou's figure. Boom! In an instant, Chu Zhou, the 4 sacred emperors, and the 3 saints attacked at the same time. This Scarlet Star domain instantly collapsed and this place had completely become a chaotic and dangerous world. The battle between Chu Zhou, the ox-headed giant, and the other saints and sacred emperors ended very quickly. The battle was over in less than 10 breaths. Chu Zhou stood in the boiling chaos. His figure turned into a human-shaped black hole that crazily devoured seas of blood. There were also 7 dazzling nomological sparks floating in front of him. I harvested another 150 sextillion attribute points. It's about time. As he muttered to himself, his figure disappeared into thin air. About half an hour later, the Master of Machinery, 9-colored Ancestral God, Ancient Ancestor Mana, Ancient Ancestor Original Sin, Paramitha Ancestral God, Saints Sith, and other saints of the primal universe all descended into this star field. They felt the remnant auras of the ox-headed giant and the other external sacred emperors and saints, and their faces turned extremely pale. Just now, their consciousness had fused into the laws. Through the laws of the universe, they had seen the battle between Chu Zhou, the ox-headed giant, and the others from afar. In that battle, the power that Chu Zhou erupted with stunned them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Chu Zhou had actually grown to such a terrifying extent. How did our cosmic epoch give birth to such an abnormal freak like Chu Zhou? The mechanical lord said with a trembling voice. That's right. He's too strong, the 9-colored ancestral god recalled what he had just seen and was in a daze. Chu Zhou is no longer someone we can afford to offend. Let's not provoke him in the future. Even though we're immortal and it's difficult for Chu Zhou to kill us, with his current strength, it's probably easy for him to seal us. I don't want to be sealed for sure. Ancient Ancestor Mana said faintly. Ancient Ancestor Original Sin and the others nodded silently. They could not afford to offend him, so they could only hide. After Chu Zhou left the scene of killing the ox-headed giant and the others, he did not return to Emperor Shi Holy City directly. Instead, he casually found a sufficiently vast void. Name, Chu Zhou, Universe Saint, controls the 4 laws of space, karma, fate, and reincarnation at the same time. A sacred emperor of the 4 laws. Attribute points, 221.7 sextillion, plus 220 sextillion. Chapter 1116, End of the Hunt, increased to 20 sextillion attribute points. 3. Rule. Chaos Law, 61%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 61%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 100%, unupgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 61%, upgradable. Law of Karma, 100%, unupgradable. Law of Fate, 100%, unupgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 40%, unupgradable. Absolute Arts. Time Reincarnation, Level 4, perfected, unupgradable. Book of 7 Calamities, Level 2, condense 7 demonic sabers of joy, anger, worry, thinking, sadness, fear, surprise, unupgradable. Reincarnation Technique, Level 4, Universe Reincarnation, unupgradable. Divine Text with the word A, level of comprehension and control reached the level of an advanced Great Overlord, upgradable. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time, upgradable. Soul Armor, Level 7 Soul Armor, upgradable. Killing Sword Art, Level 24, Perfection. Completely comprehended 24 Slaughter Sword Diagrams, upgradable. Chaos Dharma Body, 10 million meters Chaos Dharma Body, upgradable. 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 63 clones. 15 Advanced Great Overlord clones, 12 Universe Nobility clones, 35 Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone, upgradable. Chu Zhou carefully looked at all the information on the attribute board. As his strength became stronger and stronger, his comprehension of laws became deeper and deeper. For example, ultimate techniques related to the space-time law and the law of reincarnation, like the time reincarnation and the reincarnation art, automatically upgraded to the highest realm. However, there were still some ultimate techniques that required him to use the attribute board to quickly level up. He looked at the chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elemental laws and could not help but fall into deep thought. Space-time, karma, fate, and the other 3 taboo laws were extremely difficult to comprehend. In the original universe, saints did not have these 3 laws. Therefore, he could advance to become a saint with these 3 laws. The law of reincarnation was a special law that could accommodate many universe saints at the same time. He could also use the law of reincarnation to become a saint. However, there were many people in the universe who comprehended the 3 laws of chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elements. Most importantly, Chu Zhou could clearly sense that there were saints among the 3 laws. Emperor Shi was the wielder of the yin-yang laws. The Insect Mother was the wielder of the 5 elemental laws. There was also the nomological law of chaos. The wielder of this nomological law did not seem to be any saints among the myriad races in the universe. However, Chu Zhou could clearly sense that the laws of chaos were controlled by an existence in the original universe. When he activated the chaos nomological sparks, he could clearly sense traces of suppression from the unseen. Clearly, someone in the original universe had long used the chaos laws to become a saint. However, that person had never been active in the original universe. Or perhaps, he had been sealed. Saints and sacred emperors of the primal universe are undying and indestructible, and they can't be deprived of their saint realm. In other words, it's impossible for me to cultivate the 3 laws of chaos, yin-yang, and the 5 elements to reach the saint realm. Fortunately, my intuition tells me that as long as the 7 nomological laws reach the level of an extreme great overlord, there will be some mystical changes. Instead of the 7 nomological laws, all of them have to reach the level of a saint. As Chu Zhou thought about this, a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He really wanted to know what the mystical changes of the 7 great laws were. This time, I'll raise all my nomological laws and unique skills to the limit that I can't raise any more. With a thought, he let the attribute board upgrade all the laws and ultimate techniques that had room for improvement. Chapter 1117, Path to Transcendence. 1. With a thought from Chu Zhou, the attribute board in his consciousness vibrated. Vast strange power surged out of his attribute board and swept through his nomological sparks, soul, and body. A large number of insights into the three laws of chaos, yin-yang, and five elements appeared in his consciousness. A large number of insights regarding the Book of Seven Calamities and other absolute arts also appeared. The aura on his body rose steadily like a rising tide. The vast energy fluctuations caused the void to tremble violently. After a long time, everything calmed down. Name, Chu Zhou, Universe Saint, controls the four laws of space, karma, fate, and reincarnation at the same time. A sacred emperor of the four laws. Self-origin, 1%, first step of the path to transcendence, upgradable. Attribute points, 162 sextillion. Rule. Chaos law, 99%, unupgradable. Yin-yang rule, 99%, unupgradable. Space-time law, 100%, unupgradable. Five elemental laws, 99%, unupgradable. Law of karma, 100%, unupgradable. Law of fate, 100%, unupgradable. Law of reincarnation, 40%, unupgradable. Absolute arts. Time reincarnation, level 4, perfected, unupgradable. Reincarnation technique, level 4, universe reincarnation, unupgradable. Divine rune with the word demon, condenses the seven emotions demon soul and becomes the lord of the seven emotions. After perfecting the Book of Seven Calamities, it transforms into the divine rune with the word demon. Book of Seven Calamities rightward arrow the divine rune with the word demon, unupgradable. Divine text with the character A, knows the ultimate mystery of all weapons and armors. It can transform all weapons and armors in the world for its own use. Unupgradable. Divine rune with the word kill, condense the heart of slaughter and become the master of slaughter. After the ultimate transformation of the killing sword art, it will become a divine rune with the word kill, killing sword art rightward arrow divine rune with the word kill, unupgradable. Myriad transformation secret manual, level 3, can control 9 types of attack power at the same time, level 2 rightward arrow level 3, unupgradable. Myriad transformation secret manual, level 3, can control 9 types of attack power at the same time, level 2 rightward arrow level 3, unupgradable. Myriad law saint body, 1 light year tall. It contains the power of chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and reincarnation. Chaos Dharma body rightward arrow myriad law saint body, unupgradable. 1000 bodies holy scripture, 63 clones. 15 advanced great overlord clones, 12 universe nobility clones, 35 universe lord clones, 1 world overlord clone, upgradable. As Chu Zhou looked at the attribute board that had changed drastically, he kept digesting the huge amount of information that had appeared in his mind. Without a doubt, after this wave of upgrades, the 3 nomological laws chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elements had been raised to the extreme. Other than the rather special 1000 bodies holy scripture, all the other absolute arts had been raised to the extreme. Among them, the Book of Seven Calamities transformed into the divine rune of the word demon, and the killing sword art transformed into the divine rune of the word kill. The Chaos Dharma body had also transformed into an even stronger and terrifying myriad law saint body. All these changes caused his strength to soar again. However, compared to the above changes, he was more concerned about the huge changes caused by the interaction between the 3 nomological laws of chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elements after they advanced to the extreme overlord level. The moment his comprehension of the 3 nomological laws of chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elements advanced to the level of an ultimate overlord, he felt an incomparably mystical power in his body. He closed his eyes and immediately found a ball of mysterious energy as clear as water in his space of consciousness. This mysterious energy was about the size of a baby's fist. It gave off an extremely pure but inclusive feeling, like the source of everything. Furthermore, he also discovered that he was closely related to this mysterious energy. It was as if this mysterious energy was a part of his body. The 7 nomological sparks revolved around the mysterious energy. With every revolution, he could clearly sense that the mysterious energy had increased slightly. Chu Zhou looked at the mysterious energy and then at the new column on his attribute board, self-origin, 1%, first step of transcendence, upgradable. Coupled with the information that appeared in his mind, he immediately understood what this mysterious energy was. So, this is the origin that is independent of the universe and only belongs to me. He muttered to himself in realization, becoming extremely excited. He even wanted to throw his head back and laugh. After inheriting the Thunder Ancestor's karma inheritance, he learned from the memories left behind by the Thunder Ancestor that if the Universe Saint wanted to not be buried with the universe when it arrived, he had to transcend the universe. The key step to transcend the universe was to condense an origin that was independent of the universe and only belonged to oneself. This was also the key to becoming a chaos juggernaut. After becoming a sacred emperor, Chu Zhou had been thinking about how to condense an origin power that was independent of the universe. Unexpectedly, after the 3 nomological powers of chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elements were upgraded to the level of an ultimate overlord, the origin energy that belonged solely to him was condensed directly. This was such a pleasant surprise which saved him a lot of effort. Apart from that, the attribute board also automatically helped him deduce the way to transcend the chaos juggernaut level based on this origin power. With a thought, a large amount of key information about the path of transcendence appeared in his mind. Chapter 1118, Path to Transcendence. 2. If living beings wanted to transcend the universe, they had to first return all the laws, power, flesh, genes, and so on bestowed by the original universe to the original universe. Only then could they sever all karma with the original universe and escape the restraints of the original universe. Of course, even after returning all the power of laws to the original universe, living beings could still retain their understanding and knowledge of laws. When living beings returned everything that the original universe had given them to the original universe, they would become unprecedentedly weak. At this moment, if a living being didn't have any support, their consciousness and soul would definitely be devoured by the void. Therefore, returning all living beings needed a new source of support. This support was the origin power that belonged solely to living beings. Only by possessing a power that was completely unique to living beings could living beings survive after returning everything to the original universe. Then, living beings could also combine the understanding and knowledge of laws in their consciousness with their own origin power to condense a cosmic seed. After having the seed of the universe, the consciousness and soul of living beings were equivalent to having a shelter. However, he could rely on the cosmic seed to withstand the terrifying backlash from the void and absorb power from the void to grow into a small universe. When the microcosm was successfully born, it would be the time for living beings to become chaos juggernauts. In conclusion, in order to transcend the universe and become a chaos juggernaut, he had to complete 3 steps. The first step was to condense one's own origin. The second step would be to condense the universe seed. The third step would be for the universe seed to successfully grow into a small universe. From nothing to something. From 0 to 1, it's the hardest step. In the cosmic epochs, countless universe saints and universe sacred emperors were unable to condense their own origins. In the end, they could only follow the end of the universe and die with it. Condensing one's own origin is the most crucial step to transcend. Very few people have succeeded in this step. As for me, I've already taken a critical step. As long as I have enough attribute points, I can continue to level up until I become a chaos juggernaut. Chu Zhou's thoughts surged as his gaze locked onto the column Self-Origin, 1%, first step of the path to transcendence, upgradable. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, he immediately let his attribute board increase his origin. The next moment, a turbulent force that was like the collapse of the 4 seas surged out of the attribute board and was directly instilled into the ball of clear origin power in the center of the 7 nomological sparks. To Chu Zhou's surprise, this time, the attribute board did not trigger any cosmic laws. There was no loud commotion either. The attribute points in the attribute board actually directly transformed into origin power. The ball of origin power the size of a baby's fist expanded at a visible speed. In a short period of time, it had expanded by 100 times. When the origin power expanded by 100 times, Chu Zhou's mind trembled. All the comprehension and knowledge about the laws of the universe in his heart seemed to have transformed into countless translucent words and symbols that surged into the origin power. At the same time, the 7 nomological sparks vibrated, and countless translucent words and symbols flowed out of the nomological sparks and surged into the ball of origin power. Boom! It was as if a black hole had suddenly collapsed. The ball of majestic origin power that was several meters in diameter suddenly collapsed inward at a speed faster than light. A seed the size of an eyeball appeared in the center of the collapse. This seed released boundless brilliance, as if it contained all the colors of the world, extremely gorgeous. However, if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see that within this seed floated countless nomological chains. The dense nomological chains interwoven into an endless net. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He carefully sensed the seed and the countless nomological chains in it. In an instant, he felt a connection with the seed. This feeling was extremely intense. Compared to his physical body, nomological sparks, spiritual power, nomological power, and so on, this seed seemed to truly belong to him and would never be lost. In comparison, everything else seemed to be abandoned. Moreover, the power contained in this seed was far more terrifying and powerful than the power contained in his 7 nomological sparks. Apart from that, he also noticed that the nomological laws in the seed looked the same as the 7 nomological laws he currently grasped, but their essence had completely changed. The structure and composition were the same. However, the essence was different. The nomological laws within the seed were all constructed with his own origin as the material and the nomological knowledge he possessed as the framework. As for the laws of the original universe, they were derived from the origin of the original universe. In other words, the laws in the seed were completely his own laws and had nothing to do with the original universe. In fact, the laws in the seed were still evolving. As evolution progressed, the structure and principles that formed the laws would gradually be different from the laws of the original universe. This is my universe seed and my own laws. This is true transcendence. Chu Zhou stared at the universe seed in his consciousness space and was overwhelmed with emotions. The successful condensation of the universe seed meant that he had already taken the second step. Universe seed, 31%, second step of the path of transcendence, unupgradable. Attribute points, 0. He looked at his attribute board and could clearly see that he had completed 31% of the universe seed stage. To complete this step, he still needed about 138 quintillion attribute points. To complete the third step and establish a perfect small universe, he needed about 300 sextillion attribute points. All in all, I'm still short of 438 sextillion attribute points before I can successfully advance to Chaos Juggernaut. Then, my next goal is to do everything I can to obtain 438 quintillion attribute points before the end of the universe arrives. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, a hint of confidence in his eyes. 438 sextillion attribute points sounded like a huge number, but he was absolutely confident that he could achieve that goal in 100 million years. After completely mastering the 2 ancient divine pros, demon and kill, his body was now rapidly devouring the power of the 7 emotions that filled the vast universe, as well as the power of slaughter. After countless years, the power of the 7 emotions and the power of slaughter accumulated in the universe was too much. Even if someone occasionally used these 2 vast powers, they were only used to increase their combat strength. No one had truly absorbed them. Therefore, these 2 forces kept floating in the universe and accumulated. Now, these 2 forces have become Chu Zhou's abundant resources for growth. Other than that, there were also many saints and sacred emperors lurking in every corner of the universe. He could continue harvesting. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to snatch the corpses of the experts collected by the various races in the universe for countless years. He could even do it without anyone knowing. In addition, he could spread the Yanhuang religion across the universe without any worries and harvest the power of faith of the entire universe. In short, after obtaining strength that surpassed all living beings in the entire original universe, he had more ways and means to harvest attribute points. It was also because of this that he was confident that he could gather 438 sextillion attribute points in 100 million years. As for whether there would be any changes within 100 million years, he wasn't worried at all. With my current strength, even if the true body of the Chaos Juggernaut forcefully descends into the original universe, what can he do to me? Once the Chaos Juggernaut forcefully descends to the original universe, he will definitely be suppressed and attacked by the full power of the original universe. Even if he survives, his strength will probably be less than 1/10,000th. Hehe, a Chaos Juggernaut whose strength is less than 1/10,000th of mine, is no match for me. Chu Zhou smiled slightly, revealing a trace of confidence. Becoming a Chaos Juggernaut is a foregone conclusion. I've worked so hard for so many years, but I've never really had a good rest or enjoyed life. Perhaps I should have a good rest and enjoy myself in the days to come. With this thought in mind, his figure moved and disappeared into thin air. He left this void space and returned to Emperor Shi Holy City. Chapter 1119, Chaos Juggernaut. 1. Time passed slowly. 100 million years later, at the border of the universe. Chu Zhou, don't go overboard. Chu Zhou, as saints of the original universe, we are undying and indestructible. Even if you kill us this time, we can still be revived from the laws of the universe. Why do you have to kill us? Chu Zhou, we're all willing to acknowledge you as our master. Are you still not satisfied? Chu Zhou, you're already the number one expert in the universe and are respected by all the races in the universe. Moreover, your human race has also become the number one race in the universe. What else are you dissatisfied with? Why do you have to kill us? The Machina Master, the ancestor of crystals, the nine-colored ancestral god, ancient ancestor Mana, ancient ancestor original sin, the Paramitha ancestral god, Saint Sith, and the other saints of the seven original universes fled in a sorry state at the edge of the universe while looking in horror at the figure chasing after them on the river of time and space. Looking at the figure standing on the river of time and space with his hands behind his back, they felt suffocated. That figure had been their nightmare for the past 100 million years. They have lived through endless years after they became saints. However, the past 100 million years were definitely the most difficult time for them. In the past 100 million years, Chu Zhou had searched the entire universe and dug out all the saints and sacred emperors from outside. However, those saints and sacred emperors were all killed without any strength to struggle. Such combat strength made the hearts of the saints of the original universe tremble. What made them even more uncomfortable was that after Chu Zhou killed all the saints and sacred emperors from outside, he still forcefully descended on the races or factions they ruled. Not only did they forcefully devour all the corpses that their faction had collected for countless years. They even forcefully wanted their faction to believe in the Yanhuang religion. Due to their fear of Chu Zhou's strength, they did not dare to resist. They allowed Chu Zhou to do whatever he wanted and silently accepted his arrangements. However, they did not expect Chu Zhou to be unwilling to let them off even though they had already lowered their heads to him. If you behave yourselves, I might let you live until the end of the universe. But who asked you to secretly collude with the primordial Saint King in the Chaos Sea? Chu Zhou said indifferently. Without giving the Mechanical Lord and the others a chance to explain, he reached out and grabbed in the direction of the Mechanical Lord and the others. In an instant, the space where the Mechanical Lord and the others were annihilated into nothingness. As for the Mechanical Lord and the others, they were instantly reduced to dust. Their life elementium was also deprived and blacklashed by some powerful force the moment they died. Chu Zhou. I'll be back later. Chu Zhou, the primordial Saint King has already targeted you. Wait for her death. The unwilling voices of the Mechanical Lord and the others faintly came from the depths of the laws of the universe before completely disappearing. Hehe, the primordial Saint King? He can't threaten me anymore. Chu Zhou smiled and did not take it to heart at all. His figure moved and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already on a desolate and lonely planet. On this planet was a lone grave. A lonely figure sat cross-legged in front of the lonely grave. Chu Zhou looked at the lonely grave and the figure in front of it. He could not help but sigh. He walked to the tomb and cupped his hands slightly at the lonely tomb. Then, he looked at the figure in front of the lonely tomb and asked. Miller, you've been here for 50 million years. When are you going back to the office? With you, the company has already become the number one force in the universe. I'm just a universe nobility. It doesn't matter to the company whether I return or not. I'd better stay here and accompany teacher. Miller looked up at Chu Zhou and said indifferently. Chu Zhou could not help but fall silent. He looked at the tomb again and couldn't help but sigh. The Green King buried inside without a doubt. After Green King left the company, everyone in the company lost contact with him. He didn't pay much attention to the Green King's situation. When he heard news of Green King again, he had already died. Later on, he investigated the truth behind Green King's death. Only then did he know a lot of inside information about Green King, as well as his experience after he left the company. During the period when the Green King fell out with King Bei Kang, he actually secretly obtained the Paramitha ancestral god's financial support. Then, he could rise rapidly and surpass the gradually silent King Bei Kang to become the number one universe nobility of the Mirror Universe Corporation. After Green King left the company, he quickly became a universe overlord. At that moment, the Paramitha ancestral god had also found the Green King. The Paramitha ancestral god originally wanted to use the Green King as a chess piece and combine it with some other methods hidden in the human race to create chaos in the human race. However, the Paramitha ancestral god did not expect Chu Zhou to rise so quickly. This made the Paramitha ancestral god not dare to attack the human race at all. Hence, he did not use Green King as a pawn for a long time. After that, the Green King had been wandering around the universe. Occasionally, he would find the disciple of the Lord of Thousand Faces, Anjigad, in a galaxy. Moreover, at that time, Anjigad had also devoured several origin race beings with the origin of darkness and had already advanced to a peerless powerhouse. The Green King, King Bei Kang, and Purple King came from Skyfeather planet together, so they had a very good relationship. King Bei Kang and Green King took care of the youngest female Purple King. The three of them left Skyfeather planet together, wandering and adventuring in the universe together, joining the Mirror Universe Corporation together, growing and rising together. Gradually, the three heroes of Skyfeather planet became the three heroes of the Mirror Universe Corporation. Chapter 1120, Chaos Juggernaut. 2. The Green King had always been brooding over the death of the Purple King at the hands of the Lord of Thousand Faces. Even though King Bei Kang had already killed the Lord of Thousand Faces and avenged the Purple King, the Green King was still not completely at ease. After encountering Anjigad, his hatred for the Lord of Thousand Faces erupted. He hated everything related to him. Of course, he would not let the disciple of the Lord of Thousand Faces, Anjigad, off. The Green King and Anjigad engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, both of them died. Chu Zhou thought of the Green King's experience and looked at the lonely grave. He could not help but sigh again. Actually, if the Green King wanted to kill Anjigad, there were many ways. There was no need to take the risk at all. He just needed to send news of Anjigad back to the Mirror Universe Corporation. The Mirror Universe Corporation, which had already become the #1 force in the universe, had many ways to kill Anjigad. Unfortunately, Green King chose to go himself and perished together with Anjigad. Perhaps, the Green King at that time already had the intention to die. Chu Zhou thought of his teacher, King Bei Kang, as he thought about this. Ever since his teacher, King Bei Kang, learned of Green King's death, he fell silent for a very, very long time. He did not speak for several months. After that, his teacher left the company and returned to his hometown, Skyfeather planet, to live in seclusion. Without a doubt, the Green King's death had a huge impact on his teacher. Even though Chu Zhou was invincible in the universe now, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only wait for his teacher to slowly recover his mental state. Suddenly, he sensed that someone was contacting him through the Mirror Universe network. With a thought, a light screen appeared in front of him. Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber's Universe Nobility Celebration is tomorrow. When are you coming back? Dongfang Mingzu's figure appeared on the screen. Bai Bei, Dragon, Chang'e Saha, Sol, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, Shi Meng, and the others have all arrived at the Thunder Clan's ancestral star. As the most important guest, you can't be absent. Dongfang Mingzu emphasized. Don't worry, I'll go back immediately. I'll be there on time tomorrow. Chu Zhou smiled and ended the call. Too much has changed in 100 million years. Bai Bei and Big Sister Saber have successfully advanced to the universe nobility realm. Mingzu, Bingmei, Dragon, and the others have all become universe lords. As for me, I've collected enough 438 sextillion attribute points to advance to the Chaos Juggernaut level at any time. Even Father's plan is almost ready. Chu Zhou sighed deeply in his heart. He turned around to look at Miller and the lonely grave again. With a step, his figure completely disappeared. 10 billion years later. The original universe suddenly shook violently, and countless spiderweb-like spatial cracks appeared, covering the entire universe. Black gas that was filled with a decaying aura surged out of the spatial rifts that covered the universe. Under the erosion of this black gas, all the suns in the entire universe, as well as all the stars that emitted light and heat, quickly dimmed. The entire universe began to turn cold. At this moment, all the living beings in the universe sensed the changes and became panicked and afraid. The original universe is coming to an end. That's right. This cosmic epoch is about to end. Chu Zhou, Chu Donglei, Emperor Shi, and the martial ancestor appeared in the sky above human territory. Their gazes transmigrated billions of times and swept across the starry sky and saw countless planets collapsing and turning into cosmic dust. Many inhabited planets collapsed, and almost all the living beings living on them were wiped out. At this moment, cries of despair sounded from countless inhabited planets. Still, what moved Chu Zhou and the others the most was that they saw countless magic threads begin to collapse at this moment. Is this the end of the universe? Even the laws are beginning to collapse. Chu Zhou's expression changed when he saw this. That's right. This is the end of the universe. Everything in the universe has to be buried within the universe. Even saints and sacred emperors are the same. Only by transcending the universe can they survive. Emperor Shi looked at Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei and sighed. Fortunately, the two of you appeared among us humans. Otherwise, we humans would not have been able to avoid this calamity no matter what. With the two of you around, even if the human transcendence plan fails, the tinder of humanity can still survive. At this moment, the martial ancestor said, the universe has finally arrived. This is the moment when the original universe is at its weakest. I reckon that the juggernauts in the Chaos Sea are about to harvest the nomological origin of the original universe. Let's get moving. Alright, let's take action. Chu Zhou nodded slightly and sneered. This time, not only will we successfully complete the human transcendence plan, we will also try our best to harvest all the nomological origins of the original universe. We can't let those chaos juggernauts benefit. Reincarnation technique. Chu Donglei directly shouted. A vast and boundless power of reincarnation erupted from his body. Like a tsunami, it instantly swept through the entire universe. In an instant, the world of reincarnation, which was usually hidden in the dark, appeared clearly in front of all the living beings in the universe. At the same time, a huge and boundless reincarnation gear appeared in the human domain, the Demon Mountain continent, and many star fields in the universe. Each of these reincarnation gears was 1,000 light-years in diameter. 81 reincarnation giant wheels appeared in the vast universe. Chapter 1121, Chaos Juggernaut. 3. This 81 reincarnation giant wheel was not formed naturally. Instead, it was secretly set up by Chu Donglei, Emperor Shi, and the martial ancestor after more than 10 billion years. It was all for this moment. The 81 reincarnation giant wheels vibrated slightly, as if they were shaking the entire universe. My turn. At this moment, Chu Zhou took a step forward, and a vast and endless power of reincarnation erupted from his body, enveloping the entire human territory. Humans, listen up. I am Coiling Dragon Sacred Emperor Chu Zhou. The universe has finally arrived. This cosmic epoch is about to end. The universe has finally arrived. Everything in the universe will be buried with the universe. My father, Lord of Reincarnation, Emperor Shi, and the martial ancestor couldn't bear to see our human civilization disappear. Therefore, 10 billion years ago, they formulated the plan of human transcendence plan. They hoped that we humans could fight for a chance of survival and let the seed of our human civilization be passed down forever. At this moment, countless humans were listening to Chu Zhou's voice in their minds. Seeing the rapidly dimming sun and stars in the sky, seeing more and more spatial cracks in the void, seeing countless black gases that were filled with decay constantly surging out of the void and corroding everything. Countless humans knew that what Chu Zhou said was true. The original universe was really coming to an end. If nothing unexpected happened, all of them would probably be buried with the universe. Fortunately, Lord of Reincarnation, Emperor Shi, the martial ancestor, and the others had long planned for a chance of survival for humanity 10 billion years ago. At the thought of this, countless humans could not help but feel grateful. Thank you, Lord of Reincarnation. Thank you, Emperor Shi. Thank you, martial ancestor. Many thanks to the Coiling Dragon Sacred Emperor. Countless humans shouted. The end of the universe has arrived. Everything related to the universe will also come to an end. It's not easy to survive in the end of the universe. I have to return everything to the original universe and cut off all connections with the universe. Only then can I have hope of escaping the original universe and surviving. We have already prepared the method to sever all connections with the original universe. Now, all humans listen to my orders and completely relax your minds. Don't resist at all. I'll bring your souls into the reincarnation giant wheel. Through the 81 reincarnation giant wheels, I'll erase all your connections with the original universe. Then, I'll bring you to the new world. When countless humans heard this, they sat down cross-legged and relaxed. Sacred Emperor Coiling Dragon, please take action. Many humans shouted. All right. Everyone. See you in the new world. A golden net of karma that covered the entire human domain suddenly appeared. Each karmic thread was connected to a human being. In the next moment, the powerful power of reincarnation entered the bodies of humans along the endless karmic lines. Immediately after, souls flew out of their bodies and quickly flowed into the reincarnation giant wheel above the human domain along the lines of karma. At the same time, among the myriad races in the universe, the souls of countless foreign races who had died in the explosion of the planet flew towards the 81 reincarnation giant wheels under the call of the power of reincarnation. Then, they burned and turned into majestic soul energy that pushed the 81 reincarnation giant wheels. Rumble. The giant wheel of reincarnation above the human domain quickly rotated and grinded. Countless human souls quickly shrunk and dimmed under the grinding of the giant wheel. A large amount of spiritual energy and soul material was peeled off by the giant wheel and returned to the original universe. After this giant wheel was grinded, countless human souls that had been grinded quickly sent the lines of karma to another giant wheel. Just like that, countless human souls were grinded by the 81 reincarnation giant wheels. In the end, all the human souls turned into a nearly transparent light spot. Among them, only memories and emotions were left. All the spiritual energy and soul matter obtained from the original universe were peeled off and returned to the original universe. And the connection between these humans and the primal universe was almost completely cut off. Then, Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei attacked again. The two of them each absorbed half of the light spots transformed from human souls into their universe seeds. When their universe seed successfully opened up into a small universe, all the humans who entered their universe seed would be reborn. It's done. Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw the light spots formed by the souls of countless humans surge into Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei's universe seeds. The human transcendence plan had two key points. Firstly, through the 81 reincarnation giant wheels, he had to peel off the spiritual energy and soul matter that had a huge connection with the original universe from countless human souls. He had to sever the connection between these human souls and the original universe to the greatest extent to prevent the terrifying decay power from corroding the souls of countless humans along the connection. And to achieve this, he needed the 81 giant wheels to rotate smoothly. This required an immeasurable amount of soul power. This spiritual strength naturally could not be human, therefore, he could only let the living beings of the various races in the universe contribute. Chapter 1122, Chaos Juggernaut. 4. This was the main reason why Chu Donglei, Emperor Shi, and the martial ancestor kept a low profile when they secretly set up the 81 reincarnation giant wheel array formations for the human transcendence plan. If the saints and experts of the other races knew their goal, they would definitely try their best to destroy it. Secondly, after grinding the souls of countless humans, there had to be a place that could carry them and allow them to reincarnate. This step, whether it was Chu Zhou or Chu Donglei's universe seed, satisfied the requirements. Obviously, up until now, the human transcendence plan had been carried out perfectly. Once Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei became chaos juggernauts and successfully established their small universe, all of humanity could be reborn in their small universe and continue their civilization. From now on, there's probably nothing for us to do. I'll leave the rest to you, the martial ancestor said to Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei. Sorry to trouble you. Emperor Shi also smiled. Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei looked at each other and summoned the reincarnation nomological sparks. They each activated a beam of reincarnation divine light that enveloped the martial ancestor and Emperor Shi. The martial ancestor and Emperor Shi were very relaxed and did not resist at all. They allowed the reincarnation divine light to continuously peel off their flesh, blood, nomological sparks, laws, and so on. A moment later, the martial ancestor and Emperor Shi also turned into two almost transparent light spots that were put into their universe seeds by Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei. Dad, we are the only two humans left in the entire universe. Chu Zhou smiled and said to Chu Donglei. That's right. We're the only humans left. Chu Donglei also revealed a rare look of relief. The human transcendence plan that he had painstakingly planned for countless years was finally about to come true today. It was rare for him to relax. I can sense it. They're here too. Let's become chaos juggernauts too. Only then can we keep them outside and monopolize the origin laws of the original universe. Chu Zhou said. Okay. Chu Donglei nodded. Upgrade to Chaos Juggernaut. Chu Zhou immediately gave an order to the attribute board. Almost instantly, an extremely vast strange power surged out of the attribute board and poured into the universe seed in his consciousness space. In an instant, the inside of his universe seed underwent earth-shattering changes. The nomological threads became thicker and thicker, and countless profound nomological auras rolled and boiled like surging waves. Satellites, planets, and stars quickly evolved, forming brilliant galaxies and star fields. A vast little universe was born, and in this vast little universe were countless life planets. At this moment, a reincarnation gear appeared on countless inhabited planets. Countless spots of light floated out of the reincarnation gear. Then, flesh and blood quickly grew out and transformed into humans. As the small universe was born, the aura on Chu Zhou's body also rose to the limit. The space around him shook violently and was constantly annihilated. At this moment, his soul quickly peeled off the incomparably majestic spiritual energy and soul material under the effect of the attribute board. It turned into a light spot and flew into the new universe. At this moment, not only did he give up his original majestic spiritual energy and soul material, he also gave up his nomological sparks and physical body. In short, he returned everything that the original universe had given him to the original universe. He cut off all connections and karma with the original universe. After Chu Zhou's consciousness transformed into a light spot and entered the small universe, the vast and boundless origin power of the universe immediately helped him reconstruct his body and nomological sparks. Moreover, his new body and nomological sparks were even stronger than his original body and nomological sparks. This was the body of a chaos juggernaut, and also a sovereign nomological sparks. At this moment, Chu Zhou had successfully achieved his ultimate goal. After working hard for so many years, he finally stepped onto the peak of cultivation and became an eternal chaos juggernaut. However, some small accidents had also happened. His original plan was to return everything the original universe had given him to the original universe when he became a chaos juggernaut. However, the moment he became a chaos juggernaut and reconstructed his body, a terrifying devouring power suddenly emanated from his body. He had actually devoured his body, nomological sparks, nomological power, and so on in an instant. Moreover, he had converted them all into the purest nomological origin and poured them into his small universe. This caused the size of his small universe to instantly double. His strength had also doubled from his original foundation. What was even more shocking was that after he devoured his original body, nomological sparks, laws, and other substances and energy, he still felt that he had nothing to do with the original universe. In other words, after his body devoured matter and energy, it instantly devoured all the karma connections hidden in all matter and energy and transformed them into the purest origin power. What? What's going on? Chu Zhou was a little stunned, but soon, a piece of information appeared in his mind. He knew the reason after seeing it. It turned out that the attribute board itself was an extremely special and powerful law. This kind of law was the same as the law of reincarnation. They were not born in the original universe, but were born in an unknown place and were above the laws of the original universe. Chapter 1123, Chaos Juggernaut. 5. The law of stats was powerful. It could devour all things and strengthen itself. As his strength increased, the law of stats also became stronger. The moment he advanced to Chaos Juggernaut, his attribute board, which was also the law of stats, had completely fused with him. In other words, he was now the law of stats, and the law of stats was him. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Chu Zhou felt the power of the attribute nomological laws and could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Attribute laws were extremely domineering. Not only could they devour all matter and energy, but they could also directly devour the causal connection between all matter and energy and transform it into the pure origin of the universe. In that case, I might be able to devour all the origins of the original universe. Chu Zhou thought to himself. With a thought, he emerged from the small universe and appeared beside Chu Donglei. He immediately sensed the energy fluctuations of a chaos juggernaut from Chu Donglei after emerging. It was obvious that Chu Donglei had also successfully advanced to Chaos Juggernaut. Little Zhou, you should have successfully become a Chaos Juggernaut, right? Why do I feel that there's something special about your aura? Chu Donglei frowned as he looked at Chu Zhou. He was already a chaos juggernaut, but he actually felt a hint of danger from Chu Zhou. It's a little special. I've also grasped a special law that's not inferior to the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. A special law that is not inferior to the law of reincarnation? Does such a rule still exist? Chu Donglei couldn't help but feel curious. At this moment, the void shook violently. Thousands of nomological rivers suddenly appeared above Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei's heads, emitting an incomparably terrifying and oppressive aura. It seems that the original universe has already sensed that we have advanced to Chaos Juggernaut and wants to expel us. Chu Donglei calmly looked at the thousands of nomological rivers above his head and said indifferently, however, the original universe is about to collapse. It has already fallen into its weakest period. These nomological rivers can't do anything to us. It can't do anything to us. Besides, I think this is a gift from the original universe. Chu Zhou smiled and instantly transformed into a majestic giant that was 10 light years tall. Phew! He opened his mouth and swallowed the thousands of rivers of laws in the sky. The surging nomological power quickly transformed into the origin in his body and flowed into his small universe. Chu Donglei, he was a little stunned looking at the scene before him. Even though he had already become a chaos juggernaut, he was still somewhat afraid of the original universe. The size of the primal universe was too huge after all. Even if it was about to collapse, the power it possessed still far exceeded that of the chaos juggernaut. However, Chu Zhou had actually swallowed thousands of nomological rivers in one gulp. Not only was he not injured at all, he also seemed to have obtained many benefits. What the hell is this? After Chu Zhou swallowed thousands of nomological rivers, he prepared to activate his attribute nomological laws with all his might and devour the entire original universe. However, at this moment, the insect mother, the mechanical lord, the ancestor of crystals, the nine-colored ancestral god, the ancient ancestor Mana, the ancient ancestor original sin, the Paramitha ancestral god, saints Sith, and other saints of the foreign races who had been killed by Chu Zhou all appeared in front of him. You revived so quickly? The original universe is about to collapse, and the laws are about to collapse. Logically speaking, it should be difficult for you to revive with the power of laws. Chu Zhou looked at the insect mother and the other 8 saints in surprise. Chu Zhou, there are still many things you can't think of. The insect mother and the others looked at Chu Zhou with extreme hatred. At the same time, he was also shocked by the aura emitted by Chu Zhou. They instantly guessed that Chu Zhou had successfully advanced to Chaos Juggernaut. Furthermore, Chu Zhou was not the only one who had advanced to Chaos Juggernaut. Chu Donglei was also standing beside Chu Zhou. As for Chu Donglei's true identity, they had figured it out. They knew that Chu Donglei was the reincarnation of the Lord of Reincarnation. Chu Zhou, Lord of Reincarnation. You guys have actually become Chaos Juggernauts. Damn it! Why can you transcend the universe while we are about to be buried with the original universe? It's not fair. It's so unfair. The insect mother and the others looked at Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei with envy and hatred. It can't be helped. This is the difference in talent. Just accept your fate. Chu Zhou said calmly. Humph, Chu Zhou, don't be smug. Don't you want to know how we revived so quickly? You'll know soon. The insect mother said with a ferocious expression. A huge phantom suddenly rose from her body. In an instant, the entire universe trembled. Almost at the same time, an incomparably huge phantom rose from the bodies of the mechanical lord and the others. Furthermore, they were all filled with an aura that made even sacred emperors tremble. Little Zhou, be careful. This should be the wool clones of the juggernauts in the Chaos Sea. They did not personally descend to the original universe, but used the bodies of these saints as carriers to descend on the will of the clones. Chu Donglei reminded. It doesn't matter. Chu Zhou looked very calm. Not to mention the descent of his will of clones, even if the true bodies of those juggernauts descended, he was not afraid at all at this moment. Oh? He has already become a Chaos Juggernaut? 2 Chaos Juggernauts at that. Chapter 1124, Chaos Juggernaut. 6. Looks like we're too late. Since they have become Chaos Juggernauts, they have the right to be on equal footing with us. Why don't we discuss with them and share the origin of the original universe with them? What a pity. There are 2 more people to share. Huge consciousnesses spread out from the incomparably huge shadows. After these Will clones that had descended sensed that Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei had already advanced to the Chaos Juggernaut level, they knew that it was impossible to kill Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei. Therefore, while they were disappointed, they were also prepared to discuss with Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei to divide the origin of the original universe. Still, before they could speak to Chu Zhou and Chu Donglei, their vision suddenly turned black. The shadow of a huge mouth disappeared in a flash, and the huge shadows disappeared. The origin of the original universe is all ours. How can we divide it? What a joke! Chu Zhou wiped his mouth with a white cloth. Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou's mouth and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is this his son? How did he become so cruel? He even swallowed the Chaos Juggernaut's will clone without any hesitation. After Chu Zhou swallowed those clones, the Chaos Sea boiled and 8 angry roars sounded. Boom 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 boom. Giant hands larger than the Milky Way suddenly stretched out from the depths of the Chaos Sea and forcefully reached into the primordial universe to grab Chu Zhou. Countless thunderbolts appeared in the primal universe and struck down crazily on the 8 giant hands, causing them to bleed. However, it still couldn't stop the 8 huge hands from grabbing Chu Zhou. Piss off! Chu Zhou retaliated forcefully. He punched out heavily, and the 7 laws of the small universe and the laws of stats were all mobilized by him. Boom! In an instant, a tenth of the entire original universe collapsed under his punch. The 8 giant hands turned into a rain of blood under the punch. The blood rain was quickly devoured by his body. How? How is this possible? He has just become a Chaos Juggernaut. How can he be so powerful? This isn't normal. He's no ordinary Chaos Juggernaut. In the Chaos Sea, vast consciousnesses communicated. After the 8 giant hands were blasted into a rain of blood, the 8 Chaos Juggernauts behind the scenes stopped moving. Chu Zhou appeared in the center of the original universe and activated his attribute laws with all his might, devouring all the energy and matter in the original universe. The original universe was already collapsing more and more. Now that Chu Zhou was crazily devouring energy and matter, it accelerated the collapse of the original universe. Star fields and rivers of stars quickly collapsed, turning into a torrent of matter and energy that surged into Chu Zhou's body. The rivers of laws and endless lightning that attacked Chu Zhou were devoured by him before they could approach his body. At this moment, Chu Zhou seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon god that devoured everything in the backlash, devouring everything in the original universe. In the Chaos Sea, the 36 Chaos Juggernauts secretly watched this scene. All of them were extremely afraid. Chu Zhou, this new Chaos Juggernaut, was unbelievably powerful. It also made them not dare to attack Chu Zhou anymore. After an unknown period of time, the entire original universe was swallowed by Chu Zhou. The small universe in Chu Zhou's body had also grown to half the size of the original universe. Such a miniature universe was 10,000 times larger than the other 36 Chaos Juggernauts' miniature universes. It's over. Chu Zhou stood in the boiling chaos and looked at the original universe that had completely disappeared in front of him. He sighed and said to his father. That's right. It's over. Chu Donglei declared. No, it's not over yet. Chu Zhou suddenly turned around and threw a punch into the depths of the Chaos Sea. In the depths of the Chaos Sea, a small universe that was floating like a bubble was suddenly penetrated by a punch. Chu Zhou. I, the Primordial Saint King, will never forgive you. The Primordial Saint King roared angrily and appeared in the Chaos Sea covered in blood. However, he only glanced in Chu Zhou's direction before turning around and fleeing into the depths of the Chaos Sea after he appeared. Chu Zhou did not chase after the Primordial Saint King because it was meaningless. Chaos Juggernauts were truly indestructible. There was no way to kill them. He could not really kill the Primordial Saint King even if he caught up to him. He had also decided that every time he saw the Primordial Saint King in the future, he would beat him up until the other party disappeared from his sight from fear. The end.